Welcome to Glen, Helen, and round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright. We are here for day number 2 from Glen, Helen, the iconic Glen Helen Raceway here in Southern California that has laid host to some of the greatest moments in 2- and 4-wheel off-road history. Mark, yesterday set the stage for what is set to be an amazing day this Sunday. I mean, yesterday, just crazy action across the youth divisions, the pro classes, huge pro-lite field, SR1 race that did not disappoint. Pro side-by-side was electric as always. I mean, Mark, what do you think? I mean, let's recap yesterday and then roll into today and expectations of what we're going to see on the track.
Well, for me, it was legends. So many families in off-road racing history out here this weekend. It's just great to see. We're talking through all disciplines of off-road racing, desert racing, short course. I mean, we know that some of them started off in motorcycles. Same thing as you just said. And being here at Glen Helen, absolutely the word that you use, iconic, man. It's great to be right here. It's home track to a lot of people. It's my home track, and absolutely going to have a great day of racing just like yesterday. And the word of the weekend, legends.
Yeah, well, legends, I mean, yeah, as we saw yesterday, Raceway Racing back alive and well, taking, a few years off, but now we've got Augie Renazetter at the helm, coming out, putting the car, P1 in qualifying, leading the race wire to wire in his first ever CORR race. I mean, if that doesn't make a statement, I don't know what does, but Raceway Racing definitely back, and we're very excited to have them a part of the series.
Yeah, some of the other legends out here. Steve Barlow, and has in ties with the old Lucas series that was out here. It's great to have Steve Barlow out here, longtime desert racer, and as we said yesterday, one of the first people to sport the Red Bull livery that we love so much with Mia Chapman, and he was out here. Just a great weekend.
Yeah, Steve Barlow, I know he raced some Pro 2 in the Midwest back in the day as well. Rob McCackern, he was floating around. We had Jarrett Brooks, who, Jarrett, who I don't want to say legend because that dates him, because Jarrett's still a very young guy, but out here with one of his kids, and great to see Jarrett out here. He's just a couple years removed from being fully active in short course in a Pro 2, but great to see Brooks floating around the pits. And, a very good feel-good weekend here at Glen Helen for the Championship Off-Road Racing return here to Glen Helen. Didn't run last year, but it's been a couple years, but it's great to be back. And, man, if the racing for today is anything like it was yesterday, you and I are going to have a lot of fun in this booth.
We had a blast up here yesterday. It was so much fun. What's the age cutoff for legendary status? What years do you think you start becoming a legend? Are you defined by it by how much you race, or are you defined by it by your age?
Are we talking racing or just in general?
Just in general, yeah. What's up,
Just in general. Well, I mean, if you're into gymnastics, legends are at like 18 years old, your legend status. So
Touche.
I don't know what considers legendary, but I do know that we've got some young kids out here that are 17, 18 years old and already have, a handful of championships.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Watching Mikey Childress yesterday get crazy. Another legendary thing right there. I mean, this can go on and on and on. We could almost talk with about every race team and the kids and everybody out here, and I bet they have some tie into off-road racing in one form or another, whether it's motorcycles, whether it's quads, whether it's desert, whether it's anything.
Yeah, well, we've got lots to talk about. We've got racing on tap here in just a few minutes. We're starting things off with our 170 production and our youth-filled morning. But as Mark and I have been carrying on here, we do have probably the most important member of our team that we're going to throw it down to, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you, guys. It feels great to be back here at Glen Helen Raceway for round 6. Now, the temperature is a little bit cooler. There is some wind in the air, but the track conditions are going to be perfect. And just like you guys were talking about, we do have some legends in the room and in the track with us. But what's really, really cool to see is the father-son dynamic, the father-daughter dynamic. And we saw a lot of that yesterday. It's cool to have some guys out like Rob McCackern, who you were talking about, one of the greatest off-road drivers, especially in short course. But to get things started, I do want to introduce somebody from Racers for Christ, our chaplain, Steve Hansen, with today's invocation.
Please bow with me as we pray. Father, it is a blessing that we get to come out here and we have perfect dirt conditions, and we just thank you for that. But we also just thank you for the excuse to get together, the excuse to for families to rally around a car and have a common goal and just to enjoy this venue out here and just enjoy the full weekend. So I just pray for those relationships, that they would be strong and they would grow deep, not just within the relationship, but a relationship with you. So we thank you for that. And Father, I just pray for all the men and women that protect our freedoms of this great country, that keep it as great as it is, and that we would just never take that for granted. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chaplain. And if you guys are in the area of Glen Helen Raceway, will you please stand for the playing of our national anthem? Thank you, everybody. And just like Jim and Mark were mentioning, I'll be here all day long at the podium grabbing our top 3 finishers from every single class. I'll be able to bring the stories to them, see what happens on and off the track. But what we've mentioned before, this is the midway point. This is round 6. Every lap counts and every point counts from here on out for the rest of the season. Championships are going to be won here, so make sure you guys stay along, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Tiffany. Yeah, that is the midway point of the season, Mark. We've hit the tipping point here. We are halfway home to a championship and crowning some championship off-road racing series winners at the end of the year. So, I don't know. I mean, right now, if you are sitting there and you're in second, third in points, you're a few points back. Right now, it's go time. It's time to push the gas. It's time to narrow that gap. It's time to make your run at the championship.
Yeah, championship strategy is very important here at this race. We were talking about it last race as well, how important it was. Absolutely, the last race sets the tone for the rest of the season, but this race sets the tone for the last few events, because you've got to be hot, you've got to have the points, you've got to have everything right at this event. Otherwise, you're going to be playing catch-up for the rest of the season, and that's no place that any team wants to be, because then you're rushed, you're hassled. That's when mistakes start to happen, both on the driver's standpoint and back in the pits, and those are things that you just can't afford if you are definitely reaching for the championship.
Yeah, well, and I think Bo Judge summed it up very perfectly on the podium yesterday. Took home that second-place finish in Pro side-by-side, and he goes, I think I had something for Augie, but he goes, I'm also looking at year-end championship and extending my points lead. He sticks his nose in there, makes contact, and cuts a tire, spins out. All of a sudden his championship hopes are gone, and he knew the guy that's sitting second in points had issues, so he was points racing. He goes, I'm just going to settle for the second, the podium, and extend my points lead. So Bo Judge playing the long game, and I think we're going to start seeing that, especially as these rounds dwindle down after today. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of points chasing, and and people, maybe not quite sticking their nose in, just because, at the end of the day, they need to collect those, crucial points.
Yeah, you got the best of both worlds out there. You got the guys that will take it easy. And Bo Judge is exactly a great example of that. He will lift really quick so he doesn't collect you guys. He wants to beat you in a drag race, in the power. He wants to beat you in a corner. He wants to beat you down the rhythm section. He doesn't want to bump you. He doesn't do bump and run. I was actually able to go over and get caught up with him and ask him his strategies and things like that. Absolute class act. I would give anything to race against him, put a wheel in, side by side, because to me, again, that's what racing is. Don't bump me and take me and think that you beat me. Pass me and beat me. That's the way you want to, race and give a fist bump at the end of the race. And Bo just 100% encompasses that idea. So it was exciting to watch him race, just literally bumper to bumper, but just lift enough to let that bumper not make contact. You can actually see it in the drone footage. He's absolutely perfect at there. However, you got a lot of other people out there that aren't scared to put a bumper on you into a corner and try to take the inside line. So you got the best of both worlds out here. A lot of riders sitting, one way or the other. There's not a lot of in between there, in this race. They're hungry. They want the championship.
Well, and I think that's the key point here. We've got some drivers that are chasing that championship, and they're going to dial it in, and they're going to be hyper-focused on getting a solid finish. And then you got a couple of the drivers that maybe in the opening round struggled a little bit, and now they've got nothing to lose. They're out of the championship chase. They're going for wins. It is gangbusters. They are foot on the floor. Let's go. It's go time, and I think that's what's going to be fun to watch. Today, we're going to have the mix of the guys chasing points and the ladies, and we're going to have the mix of the guys and ladies who, you know what? They're here for the wins. They're here for the W. They want the top of the podium. They don't care about points. They're out of the points battle. They want that Max's Tires fast lap. They want that trophy, and they're going to go full sin mode, and I think that's what's exciting about today.
Yeah, as we said yesterday, the classes get faster as the day progresses, and you actually started people getting in the stands as those, they want to see the fast races. But, man, if you really want to see some good racing, these kids were bumper to bumper yesterday, and, they trusted each other. Not a lot of spin-outs from those bumper-to-bumper incidents, but, man, they were driving like a pro here on this course. I thought this course, I really, truly looking at it during practice, I thought it was going to be a crash-up derby here. But actually, what it totally was not that. Everybody is thinking this track is phenomenal. And the people that live here in Southern California are saying, hey, it's my track. And you know what? They're stepping up and showing it. They're winning a lot of the races out here. But the track definitely had me fooled, man. It actually is everything out there is everybody loves the track. It is technical, but man, it's fast and everybody loves it.
Yeah, beautiful track yesterday. I think we are on tap for another beautiful track today as we're getting a glimpse here at our 170 production. Drivers are sitting there. They're getting gridded up. They're getting ready to go. And, lots of storylines heading into this weekend across the board. And most of our divisions do want to give a shout-out to a couple of our new partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Got Max's Tires coming on board in a big way, as well as K&N Filters joining our amazing group of partners in the series. So very thankful to have them on board as we look at our R&R Steel 170 production points. Mark, take us through it.
Man, Graydon O'Connor sitting on top with 170 points. Grayson Gentry right behind him, just 11 points behind. Brian Jones there at 19. Jamison Olsen 28 behind, and all the way down to 5th in point standing. Knox Penrod, followed up by Rayleigh Lucas, Wyatt Dolgarian, Grayson Schuster, and Daxton Kilgore in there with Maverick Atterbury right there, your top 10.
Get a glimpse there of the mountains around here. And,
so beautiful.
We got to see just briefly there all the RVs. And I know Giant RV coming in with Glen, Helen is a big track sponsor. Obviously, if you live the off-road lifestyle, you're very familiar with living in an RV. And great to see Giant RV stepping it up and joining the Glen Helen family. But, we're getting ready to go racing with 170 production. Supposed to have about 13 drivers out on track. They're getting everything gassed up, teched, ready to go. Going to get those drivers locked in, get them strapped in. And yesterday, this was an exciting class. Lots of competition, lots of lead changes. These are very, very evenly matched 170s, which really puts itself, for some very close racing. It's all about line choice, driver skill, carrying that momentum, who's got the best racecraft at a young age, because, you don't have that extra horsepower to bail you out. So it's really crucial on having a good spotter also.
100% key point right here. Pretty much the first half of racing out here, these cars aren't that fast. You can't really accelerate out of a corner. You can't just power through a corner, make a pass on the outside. These cars just don't have that kind of power. It's going to be all the way up till the midway point. In fact, our very last race of the midway point is going to finally have the cars that you can power through a corner, and at that point we'll open up the rhythm section and give that to them as well. But what that means is, and what that is good for, is it's a driver's class. It's not about horsepower. It's not about money. It's not about tire choice. It's about how you drive with that car. And again, I said it. Momentum is key. Momentum is what it does. You have to accelerate, carry that speed into a corner, and you have to choose 100% the correct line. There's only one fast line when momentum's your adversary. You have to have it. And choosing the right line is key here. You just got to drive the car. That's the way you're going to win this race.
So 170 production, getting ready to take the line. We're getting these kids suited in, getting them ready to go. I think we may have a Starstream Pro on board with Daxton Kilgore also, so that's always exciting. Get to see, we get to see behind the wheel of some of the fastest vehicles out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. To me, it's kind of fun to be able to actually see behind the wheel of one of the most limited classes in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
There's a shot of Dan. There's the one we're looking for, and look at that car right there. And I hope we get a lot more of that today, because if you're out there watching here live on any of the platforms, this is a great view, and this allows you to really see how the drivers, how they turn the steering wheel. You can see Brandon Kilgore right there talking with Daxton, and got to talk with them yesterday as well. It was very exciting to go over there to the SR1 pits. It was simply, I always use the word electric. It was electric over there because, remember the top four, Kilgore, O'Brien, Jason Weller, and the old man. I was so proud. I was so proud of Scott. I had to go over there. I said I had a promise. Remember I told you? As soon as we're done, I'm running to Scott Webster's pit. Well, that's exactly what I did.
But did you run?
No.
I was gonna, so you lied.
Yeah, dang it. Caught me in a fit.
I wanted to see you run, Mark.
I can run. I define that when people say, "Oh, we're getting old," and we are getting old. But I've literally turned them up. Can you run? And if they can't run, I'm like, "Yeah, you're old."
It was a brisk walk for Mark.
I can still run though. Yes, that's the worst call out in history right there, Mark. You're too fat to run.
Well, I know it's some of the Midwest things. They'll have, like, on the big hills, they'll have, like, tire rolling competitions, and people have to roll the tires up hills and stuff like that. I'm like, they got to get that with the entire CORR staff and have us pushing tires around the track and see who
how out of shape we are. That's great. Oh, I love that idea.
Get all of us out there.
Oh, my gosh.
Nobody's exempt. Let's make it really fun.
Well, I think the only reason why I do stay in shape out here at the races is, I used to be the one-man show out here, so I'd have to come in the booth and call the race. But I literally had to walk up and down the grandstands every single race. So I figured out I walk up and down about 60 times a day. and you know what that always reminds you? I would get that, and at one point I was in great shape. I'd literally run up it, and then the kids would race me up it. But when you stop working out because we work so much, you get to the top of that and you have to sit there and breathe for about 10 seconds just to get your breath back before you sit down and start talking.
Yeah, I think that's what we need. I think we need our new partner Maxxis to give us like 5 or 6 40-inch rock crawler tires and just have races in the intermission where people are pushing tires around the track.
That's actually not a bad idea. Literally set up a track. Not the whole track, obviously, because we'd be sitting here and it wouldn't be exciting. But literally, front straightaway sprint. That actually is a phenomenal idea. I mean, we're laughing about it and joking about it up here in the pits, but 100% dad's race and a serious prize for it. A 40-inch tire, and it's beautiful. Make the whole course lined in Maxxis banners. I love it.
Be great intermission entertainment.
I love it. I would think more people would get to the grandstands to see that. That's great. And what was one they used to do where they put the bat on the end? You had to run around it.
Oh, you had to circle and you get dizzy, and then.
So there you go. Run a circle, go grab a tire, push it all the way first one across.
I got one better. Let's do the spinny bat thing, but then we make all the adults get in a 170 and go do an obstacle course as you're dizzy.
I saw a dad driving one yesterday. And if you look at them, most of them are still two-seaters. He couldn't fit in the seat, so he was driving the car from the empty spot next to it. And I was like, wow. But he crammed in that car. I was really proud of him. I was like, right on.
I can get in one. It's the getting out part that's rough. Get a glimpse there of all those RVs, like we said before, giant RV coming on with Glen Helen. You got that iconic Glen Helen sign there, kind of a spin-off of the Hollywood sign, and very cool. There's been some awesome action that's happened under there on 2 wheels and 4 wheels as well.
Absolutely love that track.
Also got somebody out here burning some test laps.
Who would that be? Number 5, that is, I should know that car. That's surprising I'm not. I should know that car. Dang it. Schmucker? It's Schmucker. That's who it is.
So getting a lap, probably shaking it down. Must have made a big change overnight.
Yeah.
Had to make sure the car would still roll forward, I'm assuming. So
talking about getting out of a car, you just reminded me of a truck that I know you know, Mighty Mouse. I loved that truck when it came out. I mean, just seeing those center mount A-arms and the how angled they were and everything. It was just literally mind-blowing back in the day when Mighty Mouse came out. Well, Jason Cobb ended up
acquiring that car. Yeah, I was going to say it's sitting in Wickenburg now.
It's sitting in Wickenburg, and they cut that whole truck off and rebuilt the top because Josh is a big kid. I mean, he's bigger than me. Josh Cobb, he's really big, and they had to cut the top off just so he could fit in the car. And they rebuilt it. They rebuilt it identically, but just a little more room. And when they got that truck, I said, guys, I got to get in it. And 100% I got in it, but I could not get out. And I'm smaller than him. And I simply had to be literally one dude and sucked out of it because it is, like on a shoulder. And it was it was terrifying. I thought I was going to be stuck in Mighty Mouse forever.
Well, and that's one of those things, too. We talk about that. Mark and I are joking here in the booth, but when you start talking about race cars, it is difficult to get out of them. That's why you'll see sometimes when there's a fire or something, everybody at home's going, get out of the car, get out quicker. They're so secure. They're meant where you can tumble end over end 6, 7, 8 times, and the driver is secure with the containment seats and the harnesses and the head and neck restraints and arm restraints and everything that goes into it. So it's actually very difficult to get out of one of these race cars very quick
100%.
Because of the security. It's meant for 100%. You to tumble at 100+ miles an hour 6, 7 times. So, it's actually a good point as we're joking. When you see it home, unfortunately, it happens at times when people are a little slow getting out. It's because they're so secure inside the car.
Yeah, you bet.
We're going to look here at our Liqui Moly 170 production starting grid. Takes through it, Mark.
Grayson Gentry is going to lead him here in P1. Right next to him is Grayson Schuster. Creighton O'Connor will be in row 2. Ryan Jones right next to him. Maverick Atterbury and Paxton Lupine will be your top 3 rows. Row 4 is going to be Jamison Olsen with Rayleigh Lucas right there in row 4.
Wyatt Dolgarian, Daxton Kilgore, he'll be carrying that Starstream onboard. Knox Penrod, Bryce Tomasi, who was very, very quick yesterday, and Xander Kessler as well. I want to talk a little bit about Rayleigh Lucas. I know we didn't talk much about her yesterday, but she's having a sneaky good season. She's right there on the top 5 in the points. Hadn't been real flashy this year, but the girl's putting in the work, and she just continues to chip away at the points mark.
And sometimes that's one of the best strategies. We were talking about it, a championship strategy. Strategy's key here. It's not all about just coming out here, mashing the pedal down, and doing it, trying to beat you to the first corner. Strategy, again, championships are won from strategy. Sometimes there's just a phenom that comes out. I have a feeling that Augie Redesetter, he's just going to come out here and just be one of those aces. I mean, first time ever, and he took our entire field to, as you said, a clinic. What the heck? But if you're in these classes right here, I think the strategy is very important here. And, if you're finishing like that, that's how championships are won in this class.
All right, so we've got our pace vehicle, bringing them around. They will be, our opening classes this morning will be doing the rhythm section bypass. We're already past that here with the pace vehicle, but there is that big rhythm section. You're going to see the pro classes run. They will be bypassing that. So traditionally this track's about 5 turns, correct me if I'm wrong, but with the bypass for the youth races, it actually becomes a 6-turn track.
Yeah, if you look at the rhythm section right there in the back on the top of the screen right there, you can see it's just 1 turn into what we would call turn 3. But if you look at the bypass, you come out at 2, then it's 4, and then the rest are bumped up 1. So 4, 5, and then 6. But normal race through the rhythm section, you only have 5. So if you hear us changing our nomenclature up here, the way that we announce it, that's why we're doing it. Here we go.
All right, we're off and running here. Grayson Gentry in the 208, I believe, is on the pole there. And leading us into that corner number 2. Big gap there for Gentry already. Looks like I believe that is Ryan Jones in second spot.
Yeah, Ryan Jones got to do a little redemption here today at this race. But Gentry, man, he's going to be tough to beat in this race. He was absolutely dominant yesterday, and it looks like he's going to repeat the performance today.
Yeah, Ryan Jones yesterday qualified on the pole, ran really strong, then, kind of had some issues, and, it was tough break for Ryan Jones, but doing solid here today. But Grayson Gentry, like you said, the class of the field yesterday, and right now already stretching out 3 or 4 car lengths.
Yeah, that's kind of bad to see because this is not a caution class. So there's no strategy here. You get out there, it's a sprint for the end, and you can only hope that there's no full course cautions. And if you, again, do all the work, you're going to drive it on home. Look at this, Ryan Jones challenging for the lead, trying to step out there. Oh, and Grayson Gentry hard in the face of the second jump there down the back straightaway.
It's interesting. Ryan Jones had that technique yesterday, and he's doing it again today where he follows on the bumper almost draft-like style. And, I got to wonder with these very limited engines if there might be a little something to that. Because, if there's a little bit of a windbreak, and these cars do not have a lot of horsepower, there might be a little something to that.
I mean, it just dictates that, there probably is. But I don't know if these cars are literally going fast enough. In other words, I think it's there for a stint. But I think in order to take advantage of it, you'd have to be 1 inch from the bumper of the guy making it.
All right, so right now it's Gentry and Jones 1 and 2. This is the battle for the lead.
Yeah, this is a great deal here. This is where you'll see them carry the momentum and absolutely 100% choose their line. And the reason I say that, if you look at the rear tire right here, you'll see it in the corner. The only dirt you're really seeing kicked up is not from throttle. It's kicked up because they're pitching the car, trying to scrub a little bit of speed. The way you'd have to drive these into a corner literally is mashed to the wood. And as you go into the corner, let that corner scrub the speed for you. Try to stay off the binders. And I would think you only have to get on the binders just to avoid a collision with another car out there. Great drone work right there. Great overhead. A little bit of action there in the back.
Going 3 wide. This is a class that can go 3 wide.
With no problem around the entire track.
That's Gracelyn Schuster there in the 413.
Grayson Schuster looking good and giving a battle there.
Yeah,
so great job.
Lupino in the mix there.
Yeah, Lupino's strongest yesterday as well. I mean, if there's somebody that runs away with it, everything's, we talk about it back in the back of the pack, and that's you'll see a race developing. If the leader steps out like that and just runs away with it, it's fun to watch the action for the people who want to dice it up in the back.
That's Lupino there chasing down. That is the 20 of Bryce Tomasi. Tomasi was pretty strong yesterday.
Yeah, it was great watching that battle between Tomasi and Grayson Gentry. That was incredible. I want to see all these kids succeed, and I love every single one of them. But so when I say that I want to see a Tomasi Grayson Gentry battle, I'm not taking anything away from anybody else. But I loved that battle yesterday. It was great to watch and exciting to announce.
So that is the 20 there of Lupino of Bryce Tomasi.
Yeah, Tomasi not concerned with any position. He is going to drive the wheels off that car.
Trying to do it the hard way, all the way to the outside.
Yeah. On board with Daxton Kilgore right here. Look at that. I love Daxton's intensity. Look at him look through that helmet. And if you look at Daxton, and this is my opinion, and look at that. Setting the car. Did you see that? Setting the car, trying to get where he wanted that groove, and then pitching it and scrubbing that speed down the front straightaway. That was a great shot right there. But what I was saying about that intensity just a second ago when they had the forward shot of Daxton Kilgore, you don't want to look at the front of your bumper when you're racing. You don't want to look right there in the car and avoid it. You want to look at the next corner. You want to look well ahead, program it in your brain, and let your body, follow what you programmed. You don't want to be right now. You want to be a second or two ahead of where you're at. And if you look at the intensity right there of Kilgore, it looks like he has the next corner. As he exits ones, he's already looking at the next corner at the end of the straightaway. Great shot.
Trying to make it happen there. So you go back up the leaders. Looks like Ryan Jones trying to make a run there on Gentry. Back with the leaders.
Yeah, Ryan Jones, our number one qualifier for yesterday, so he had that target on his back. So now, he's left to kind of prove what he's got going on. And Grayson Gentry's having none of that. He said, you're going to have to earn it, son.
Yeah, Ryan Jones making a run, though. Look at that. All the way to the outside, trying to dive down. Nothing there. Almost identical laps, I think, between these two. It's going to be really tough. But Ryan Jones, he's flashing some glimpses here. I think he might have something with a few laps remaining.
Yeah, sporting that R&R steel. That looks great. That livery of Old Glory there on that car. But here we go. There's some action here in the back. And again, you get a runaway like this, the action's going on, and you can see two very different lines right there and two very different results as they exit that corner. And that's you really got to get that line out there. And as I said, in this class, there's really only one fast line around the track. So if you make a decision to step out of that line, it's suiting your driving style. Prime example right there. The car went well inside and lost about 3 or 4 positions right there just because these cars don't have the power to make that tight of a turn.
Yeah, big jumps. I mean, abusive landings there.
It's violent. Remember, I was saying that I want to see the in-car coverage. It's violent. It's a 10-minute boxing match. I mean, you're boxing with Mike Tyson. People from the grandstands are people that have never been in a car like this. They think, I want to do it. I can drive. I'm fast. Yeah, go drive one of these first. And see what you think, because it's like somebody constantly punching you in the kidneys for 5 minutes straight. And if you desert race, it's hours of that abuse, and people wonder, how are you so tired? You just sat there and turned the steering wheel. Man, there is so much mental game that goes into this racing, and then you got to sit there and take the physicalities of this car beating you to death. Off-roading ain't no pavement run. It's an ongoing. It's violent. It's fun. It's exciting, and that's why off-roaders are off-roaders. We're a different breed.
Well, Ryan Jones has now narrowed the gap on Gentry, almost on the rear bumper here.
Stepping out right there.
Going to try and make a run. Look at that. I mean, almost drawn even.
Ryan Jones's car looking a little like has a little more of a wider stance than the Gentry car. I don't know if that's an advantage or a disadvantage here in this class. Again, we do know it in desert racing that a wider car is way more stable into a corner at speed. But short course, I would think you'd want a good balance between width.
Outside, inside. Yeah. Ryan Jones trying to make a move for the lead.
Great job. The action's up front, boys. I love it. Now, this is what I love about off-road racing here, when it's up front and they're battling. Ryan Jones.
He is narrowing the gap. I mean, there is no gap. It's just now if he can find a way to get around Grayson Gentry, I think Ryan Jones has the faster car.
It's definitely showing that. And again, as I said, these cars only have one fast line around the track. So stepping out and making those decisions, Grayson Gentry's making all the right ones. Ryan Jones again to the inside.
Nothing there. Gentry doing a great job of playing defense, holding his line, making Ryan Jones going to have to go the hard way around. Look at Jones stepping out, trying to make a run.
That's got to be exciting, looking over your shoulder and seeing your competition right there.
All the way to the bottom. Jones trying the outside inside again. Gets that inside line, almost drawn even, trying to get a run on him. He's slowly reeling him in down the front stretch. Ryan Jones going to have the advantage going to the inside, though.
Grayson Gentry's going to come over there and take the line away.
Took it away. Ryan Jones, drawn even, may have got the lead for a brief second, but Gentry just holding his line.
Wow.
This is a great race here for the lead. Jones low, Gentry high.
Come over, take the line. Pro move right there. Pro move. That's what the pros do. If you're ahead and you got the line, you take it. It is your line, and that's called closing the door. And he did it. Did a great job of closing the door on Ryan Jones.
Yeah, Jones having to back out. Now he's going to have to do all that work again, narrowing the gap. Now we got lap traffic coming in. Is this going to help out Ryan Jones or hurt him?
Well, I mean, again, that decision is very important. What do you choose, the inside or outside? Ryan Jones now, as you just see, was on the outside, but Jones said, I got him on the inside. Again, another pro move right there. Great job.
A lot more lap traffic coming up. This is going to come into play here with our leaders. Gentry Jones, 1-2. Laps ticking away. Can Ryan Jones reel in Gentry?
Such a great job by all the competitors out there, man. They're keeping it clean. I haven't seen one bump so far. And look at that. There's
Jones
6
going
cars
to the bottom.
Right there.
He's going to try and get around. Nope. Now he's following Gentry. They're picking their way through the lap traffic.
Look at that.
Look at in unison.
Wow.
And look at that. The number 20 is that Tomasi now getting in the mix. They got tangled up in the lap traffic. I think we've got third place now starting to pop into view.
I love it when these kids put on a show like this. This is amazing.
And that is, look at that. Tomasi in the 20. Tomasi now in the mix going, you guys aren't running away, boys.
Yeah, he had enough. He said, I'm coming up. Let's do this.
Went from a two-way battle for the lead, a three-way battle now. It is Gentry, Jones, Tomasi, 1, 2, 3.
Man, thank you, gentlemen, for starting off this show right. We got a race, and look at Gentry, man. He knows they're back there, so, he's nervous right now. He's got to feel the pressure from Tomasi and Jones.
Well, one little mistake. You got two of the best young drivers in the business. Oh, look at that. Tomasi now going to the outside, trying to get around Jones. Jones, I don't know if he sees him. He's in behind Gentry. Oh, now we're going three wide over the doubles.
Out just like he's been doing.
Three wide.
Wow. Gentlemen, what a great race you guys are doing. All three of you. Great job.
All right, so Jones all the way to the outside. He's going to try and take the high line. Gentry protecting down low. White flag is out. Three-way battle for the lead.
The claws are out. The elbows up. Claws out. It is out. Look at this. Inside of turn one.
Tomasi getting around Jones. That's going to be the teammates Gentry and Tomasi. Jones now in third.
Wow. Great job, Bryce Tomasi. Great job.
We're going to see now Jones got anything left to get into the mix with these guys. Gentry having all the chaos happen behind him. So it's Gentry, Tomasi, Jones. Got a couple corners remaining. Ryan Jones now to the outside trying to make a run on things.
Oh, this is a nail-biter for sure. Great job coming in here. Just two more corners to negotiate. Ryan Jones trying to go to the inside and make the pass. Ryan Jones has got a little fast line out here. He's found it. He stepped out for the rest, but can he do one more? And I just don't think he's going to have it. Look at this, a drag race down the back straightaway.
Got one corner remaining. Can Ryan Jones all the way to the bottom?
Come on!
He's going to lean on him. Oh, it is going to be a photo finish. Gentry leading. It's Jones and Tomasi with a drag race down to the wire. That is a photo finish.
Way too close to call. The Maxis checkered flag is flying. Way too close to call. Jim, who do you...
I think Tomasi may have got him, but that was a photo finish in 170 production. You got to give these kids credit. Gentry, Jones, and Tomasi getting it exciting here to start things off in round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Well, I'm not going to call it. Looked like Jones had the speed, but, man, Tomasi didn't waver, man. He held his line and kept it smooth. Well, I'm going to wait for the graphic.
Those young kids were pushing their foot through the floorboard on that last stretch.
Wow. Bravo, gentlemen. I am literally up here applauding you guys. Great way to start off our second day here.
You know what's great about that, too? All three drivers drove completely clean. That's what racing's about.
Man.
These three putting on a show this morning for the crowd here at Glen Helen. You got to love it. And we are definitely going to catch up with them here very, very soon as we're going to take a short commercial break. And we'll return here to Glen Helen in round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Wow.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering and hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So Whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back here to Glen, Helen, round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright, and we just got done with our first race of the day, 170 production. And Mark, if that one sets the stage for the rest of the day and we go nothing but up, I mean, that was a phenomenal race. These 3 young men threw it down. I mean, I don't know. That was probably the best 170 production race we've had all season so far.
My question is, did Bo Judge give a class? Did all the kids at the end of the race go over to Bo Judge's pit and sit down like a classroom and get a Bo Judge seminar? Because that was Bo Judge right there. They were classy. They were respectful. They did it right. And, gentlemen, you just was put on the race so far. You set the benchmark, and it's high.
Yeah, I'm going to go like that might be up there for race of the weekend so far.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, that one was very, very good, man. I mean, Grayson Gentry taking the W, and then we had a battle with Tomasi and Jones, and I don't know who we don't know yet who got. So I think we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone so she can dissect what happened to the finish. That was a photo finish, so we're tossing it down to Tiffany Stone.
We're anxious. Come on.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, a great battle by all 3 of you guys. You should be super proud of yourself. It was some clean racing. Bryce has got trying to give you some knuckles over there. But we're going to talk to our 3rd place finisher, the 30 of Ryan Jones. Now, Ryan, you guys had a battle for the lead throughout the whole thing. It was really cool. You guys all went through some lap traffic. Very, very clean pro racing out there for you guys. Tell me how it was for you for round 6.
I was just kind of thinking about trying to pass him, but yeah, he's fast, so it's nothing really that you can do about it.
Well, you've done a great job over here. You guys were picking different line choices. You were trying the outside, inside, so it was really cool to see. Who would you like to thank today for round 6?
God, my mom, my dad, myself, my spotter and cousin, Jesse Jones, my grandma, and my cousins who decided to come out and watch me and my brother today, and really just everybody who supported me.
I love that. You know, guys, I really love that he says, I want to thank myself, because that is awesome. You were behind the wheel. Nice job on your 3rd place finish here, okay? And we're going to head over to Bryce Tomasi, the number 20, taking the 2nd place spot. I said, Bryce, are you ready for this? You said, heck yeah, I'm ready for this. You guys battled all the way to the end, super clean like I was talking about. Tell me about how that last lap was for you and how you were able to get the 2nd.
Well, I just tried my best, tried to drive harder, block my line. I just tried my best throughout the whole entire race.
Well, you've done it here. That was a good strategy for this round. It came out for you. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank God for keeping all our drivers safe and giving me the ability to race. I'd like to thank Him and Out Trucking, my mom, my dad, and Garrett Gentry for even giving me the chance to come out here, Jimmy and Tyler for fixing my car, even when it was slow. And I'd like to thank Warrior Machinery and Louis Gong.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job on your 2nd place finish here for round 6. And taking the top spot once again over here, a double back-to-back top podium for rounds 5 and 6 at Glen, Helen. We've got Grayson Gentry. Now, Grayson, you were able to hold them off. You were picking great lines out there, and all the way pretty much to the checker, you had a great, flawless race. How was it for you?
Hurtful.
It was hurtful today. Okay, tell me why it was a little bit hurtful.
Those whoops are nasty.
Those whoops are nasty. Well, we took some out there for you guys, but you were able to bring it home. I love watching you guys all race. Once again, it was a very clean race for all 3 of you. Who would you like to thank today, Grayson?
Lugong Warrior, my dad, Tyler, Jimmy, and my grandma and grandpa, my mom, and that's it.
Wonderful. Well, it's always good to see you guys up here. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 170 production. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And I don't know, that Grayson Gentry got the liners, Mark.
He does. I love it. Grayson Gentry,
He's
great
got
champion.
the jokes. But, no, that was – you and I were talking about how abusive it was. And for him to say that, we were watching, especially – I mean, you watched – it was like they were getting ragdolled around inside those 170s. Great race, though. That was – like I said, that was probably one of the best races of the weekend thus far.
Abusive. Yeah. Dude, I had to check my headphones. does it say Mark? Did he say that right? Abusive?
Straight face, too, and I loved it. I loved it. It was very, he's got the jokes. I like it.
Dude, I want to see a top pro on the top of the game one day. How was it? It was abusive. It kicked my butt.
It was hurtful, I think. Was
hurtful. Is that what he said?
Hurtful.
It was hurtful. That's even better.
That was better.
That leaves everything wide open. It leaves it wide open there. It's like hurtful, like mentally hurtful. He goes, no, but
probably both, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah. So moving forward, we got 250 modified up on deck. Gonna take that same car and put a little bit bigger engine there, a little more horsepower. They're gonna be moving a little bit quicker around this track, and always exciting to see these kids kind of step it up. This is the second step in the ladder system that we have here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The 250 modified class is. We're gonna run through our points now for Razor or the 170 production. Heading into that event, it was Creighton O'Connor, Grayson Gentry, Ryan Jones sitting there in the points. So obviously, Grayson Gentry going to extend his points lead, I believe. Creighton O'Connor having some struggles. Ryan Jones going to be in the mix as well, and now we've got another driver emerging in the 170 production as well.
Yeah, Tomasi, great job out there. Great, exciting to watch him race, and exciting to announce it as well. That I wish every single race of the weekend was like that. So who knows? Let's hope it comes up to that. We had it in the pro actions. It was, and they were great on the podium. And everything. You see the wash right there, right next to Glen Helen. You can see Glen Helen over to your left. That wash. Talk about hurtful. That wash is insane when it falls. It takes the road with it every time. And you can, by the wash right there, look at how wide it is. It is literally all water when it really, really rains.
Turns into a river.
It does. It's an absolute river. It's dry and calm right now, but it literally gets 5-6 foot deep, and it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Beautiful place here in Glen Helen. It's crazy that it's that close to the Los Angeles area, and you've got this iconic off-road venue and motocross venue, the rolling hills, the mountains. You wouldn't really realize how close it is to, the metropolis of Los Angeles.
It is. If you get up on Mount Glen Helen and get up there and look out, you could see the city. You flat out on a clear day, you can flat out see the city like it's a painting. Every direction out here at Glen Helen, no matter which direction you look, it's simply beautiful. Right behind us, you said it earlier. There's snow on the mountains, and it's crazy. And it's crazy that it's actually this warm. You can see that I'm just back in my shirt. It's California weather, man. There's nothing like it in the world.
Yep, definitely. I don't know. I'm an Arizona boy. I say Arizona weather's nothing like it in the world. No,
I agree, I was born and raised here, and like I said, this is my home track, man. I love the weather here, but man, when it rains here, it's hurtful. Yeah. I hate rain at Glen Helen. There's literally a wash right through the pits right there, right to the right of that track, and that wash goes all the way out here, all the way to the track, and then rejoins the river right there at the backside of the police training program, and it gets thick. During right in the middle of the race, you have to ride your bike through the wash. So.
It's funny. We get this aerial shot there, and, I look like that was an e-bike track. Like for Surons, they were buzzing around on there here at Glen Helen. Little everything. Like we said, 2- and 4-wheel. Glen Helen's got it all.
Man, that's a crazy track. I really wanted to make my way over there, but Laura and I, on Friday night, my girlfriend and I, when we were leaving, and it's all exciting. Now, the old me would have sat right there and watched the whole race begging if I could ride. You know what I mean? That's the old me. But we were so tired, we wanted to go to bed instead. And Laura said, no, let's just go to bed. So we left here, and I didn't get a chance to see it. But looking at that track, it's a neat layout. It just literally goes back and forth and then winds back down, back and forth and then winds back down.
Between a BMX track and a motocross track. And meant for those Surons, which have become the craze the last couple of years. But getting a glimpse there of that beautiful track here. We've had one race on it. Right there, you can see that bypass that the young kids are running. You see it coned off. You see that bypass there. That's where it adds that additional corner, so they don't have to go through the deep rhythm section. So we'll be running the bypass most of the morning. Then we'll take an intermission. When we come back for the pros, we'll be running the rhythm section.
Yeah, those e-bikes, I don't know if I can jump on board. I mean, a Stark Varg maybe, but you know what? Give me my old 2001 CR250 all day, every day. And my son has a 125. I'll take that 125. I don't care. 200-plus pounds on a 125. You're literally manhandling that like it's a toy. And I love spooling that 125, but there's nothing like it in the world. Nothing. Love the 125s.
Well, I think there's nothing like off-road racing in the world. Looking at that beautiful track.
I agree.
We've got the next group on track. This will be the 250 Modified Classic. We're slated for 8 laps around this track, so 8 laps coming at you. No mandatory competition cautions, so things go right. We're going to run it wire to wire as we get a look at our R&R Steel Racing 250 Modified points. Let us know what's going on here, Mark.
Elliott Brook out on top with 202 points. Brody Klein, a great competitor here in this class. Marvin McKay making a showing here this weekend, and Mason Atterbury. Elliott Brook, fairly new racer. You heard me say yesterday, Elliott Brook, I used to say the rookie of this class, but I said after yesterday, no longer is Elliott Brook the rookie. He is the veteran, and you see it right there. He's on top of the point standings with 202 points.
All right, so we're moments away from going racing. Going to look at that pit area, all those RVs.
Man, one other thing, I told you I become a fan of these kids, and I try not to play favoritism to the fans as an announcer. It's very hard. Like Brian Willett. I just have simply been a fan of Brian Willett since day one. It's just, and I try not to give him, favoritism because, I'll take a little bit of flack at the end of the day for Brian Willett, this and that. But, man, Brian Willett was rolling it through the pits in the latest generation Raptor with projects and everything. I'm like, oh, my gosh, I want to go racing with Brian Willett. So what a great job. Good morning, Mandy.
I was going to say, you're looking to be adopted by the Willett family.
Absolutely. Hey, last time I was giving favoritism was to Kyle Niner, and you said, oh, you're wearing his shirt right now, and that got me a whole care package. So Brian Willett, you got a Brian Willett shirt in extra large, I'll take it. I'll wear it right next to my Kyle Niner shirt. No, I am a fan, man, and he just stepped it up, and he got into a bigger class, as you said, with our great ladder system here at CORR. And I'm just saying, you can see the Willett right there in the background. Great livery. And there's that truck we're talking about. Look at that Raptor. I was just floored. My jaw was on the ground watching Brian Willett drive that Raptor around the pits last night.
Well, you guys don't know because what we're seeing, but you want to know why Tiffany Stone is the best pit reporter in the business?
She's so awesome.
Because she brings the snack bar to the booth. Yes. I am definitely taking Tiffany Stone up on her offer of snacks.
Oh, is there a granola bar? Absolutely.
So, yeah, we got snacks being brought to us in the booth by Miss Tiffany Stone. Give this girl a raise, CORR. I'm saying give her a raise.
Thank you, Tiffany. Yeah, she is awesome, man. Got a lot of compliments on her. I stuck around here. My new thing right now with this series is I try to go back and talk to everybody and, convey what I hear out there in the pits. It's really cool. And I try not to stay too long. I try to go to as many as I possibly can and get the information so I have something to announce today. And the consensus was, they missed me on the podium, but, man, Tiffany is doing a fabulous job. They absolutely love her professionalism and the questions she's doing.
Yeah, she's doing a great job for us. And she comes in early, does a lot of the stories and things like that and the features we run before the race. So doing a great job. Doing some track maintenance here. We're hopefully moments away from 250 Modified. I know we've had a slight delay here, but 250 Modified should be on tap next. We're going to have a group of 4 drivers, so we're going to get them out on track here momentarily and get to going racing.
Yeah, Kelvin, last night, we were talking about that relationship and everything with Tiffany and everything. I got a relationship with Kelvin. There's that Raptor. I'm sorry. I had to point it out right there. That is a beautiful it's got projects on it. Bias Ply projects. And I just love the BFG project tires. They're awesome. But Kelvin said, hey, Mark, don't tell me about the track until you go out on it. Every single race that we make a comment on it, he'll come up to me and say, Mark, you got to go out on the track before you comment on it. Because I was commenting, no blue groove, no ruts, no nothing. Kelvin, the track was perfect. He said, man, I don't like it when you call it blue groove. He call it the smooth, call it whatever it is, but don't call it a blue groove. I don't know the logic behind that, but, man, I said, well, whatever you want to call it, Kelvin, there was none of it yesterday, so great job on the track.
Well, if it's not blue groove, it's black groove. I mean, I love Kelvin, but it is what it is. It's been called that since the dawn of time in sprint car racing and dirt track racing and short course. So I guess it technically is more of a black groove, though.
Yeah, I mean, it looks black to me, and I agree with you. I mean, sorry, Kelvin, I adore you, and I think you are you are definitely an artist out there. And that reminds me of a story to tell while we do got a little pause. I was hanging out with Augie Renazetter yesterday, and and hanging out with with Carl and trying to get some information from them and say, hey, Carl, how does it feel to be back and everything? And what brought you back? Is it just because your son? He said, well, he wants to do it, and that's really the facts. Augie wanted to do it, so Carl, of course, is like, well. And then I started inquisiting about, well, what trucks do you still have? Do you have any trucks? And he said, we got them all. We didn't sell any of them. He still has all of them, including the trophy truck and everything. He's still there. And I said, Augie, then how can you wake up every day in that shop and not just, Dad, I want to race this, I want to race this. So I said, what are you guys doing it for? And he said, because of the art.
Yeah, well, race trucks are definitely art. There's a lot of theory, and thing is like Carl's his trophy truck that he's got. It only raced a handful of times.
Yeah,
it's very, very close to brand new.
Yeah.
So I know last I talked to Carl about it, he'd like to get it out, but he goes, we don't have the crew anymore, so it'd have to be a short course race like a Laughlin or something like that for him to be able to do it.
That's the last race I remember that truck out, is the Laughlin race that they had out there.
You really don't need much of a pit crew there, because
no.
It's
lap race. It's like a 6-lap race out there.
Yeah, they're 10 miles.
Yeah.
It's like a short course race on steroids.
Yeah. Like a GP or something, So.
All right, so we're going to get aerial footage here of the track and kind of give you the rundown here. So this is the front stretch. See that big arch there? That is where our flag stand is. Got a couple of 3 big tabletops down this front stretch. And that final one, Mark, as you were saying, kind of launches you into that first turn.
Yeah, if you notice, as we do take this aerial view, there is literally a jump before, with the exception of the bypass. There literally is a jump before every corner. So you got to take that jump just right to set it right in the corner. And you can see there's not a lot of traffic out on the outside, but every once in a while you'll see a car push all the way to the K-rail. And this is a great shot of turn 2 coming into it.
Yeah, a couple small little like doubles. I don't even want to call them a double, but they're kind of like doubles. Big horseshoe corner. There's lots of theories on this, both, top and bottom. You see here, the right is that rhythm section that the pros will be on. The left here is what the youth races will be running. A couple of rollers here.
Yeah, these rollers upset the cars going to the corners, and now that we look at that, I guess I kind of didn't understand that there was one there too, so I can go back to what I said. There literally is something to upset the car right before every corner, and I was saying it all day yesterday. That's what makes this track so technical, and you'll see it through the race. These cars are upset just before they dive into the corner, especially here, as you'll see in turn 5, which is turn 5 for now. There'll be 6 turns, but when we go back, it is turn 4. So you'll see the car really get upset coming over them, and they have to set it just right. In fact, when we get to the Pro-lites, you'll actually see the trucks setting in that last jump. They are actually in the air sideways. So right when they land, they get back on the accelerator and make the turn. It's exciting to watch.
Yeah, so you got this where they can reconnect, depending on whether you're a pro or you're, one of the youth racers. Come down here into one of the big tight corners here, big kind of bold corner. Reminds me of a dirt track corner.
Oh yeah, well, and here's what's very menacing. This is a great job on the drone work, because as we were coming out of that turn right there, you could see how steep this jump is, how it does upset the car. It doesn't look that steep when you're looking at it from where we were watching it from the camera view, or from if you're out in the grandstands. But when you're out on the track, and this doesn't look that wide when you're out there, but that's like 60 to 80 feet wide right there. This is a big course, and you really don't realize it. Hopefully you get a good, there you go. Hopefully we get a big picture of how big the jumps are. They are menacing. You don't even see on the other side here. You have to jump and trust there's nobody there. And as the drone comes up, there you go. Start looking in turn 5 and make that pass or make that setup. You got to start setting it up right now, right here.
Yeah, big jump. Then you've got a couple of rollers, almost a double. I guess it's a double for some class, rollers for other classes.
Yeah. But that's what's exciting right there is, and even myself being a racer, you're a racer as well, I forget that the jumps are big, because you tilt it up a little bit, sit in the grandstand, or watch our view from the cameras. These jumps don't look that big. But now that we're sitting here looking at it from the track side, it is a big, big jump.
Yep. Goes around this last corner. Lots of passing opportunities in this last corner. A lot of drivers take the high line. Some protect down low. It seems like they're about equally as fast, because you get the momentum if you go around the outside. So it's been very good. Lots of passing opportunities here at Glen Helen in this final corner, which is great, because then it gives you that big long run down the front stretch with those 3 big tabletops.
Well, you know what this is showing me from this vantage point is that how sharp it is. You know, that speed that you're talking about that they carry in there, and that it's mostly outside in. It's just the way you take that corner if you want to be fast. There's no way you could rail the outside of that and be fast. But it's just how sharp it is right there. So you got to make that turn less sharp, and that's the key to get through that turn fast. Same thing with turn 1 here. Definitely a very sharp. In fact, this is the only part of the track that Kelvin has talked about. He actually he was here 2 weeks ago working on the track, and he said, "Man, Mark, I don't know, this turn 1 is crazy. Like they're all upset coming over that last jump into turn 1." And he says there's going to be a lot of carnage. And I have to say, Jim Beaver, I actually expected way more carnage than we've had for the weekend, and that's just a testament to how good these drivers are.
I get a glimpse here at our 250 drivers.
Yeah, when we call this the 250 modified, any class that we say modified, look at right there. Look at the whole fields right there. Look at how different each car is. There is a different setup with each one, and we had an incident there of one just jumping the start each time, like you said, shot out of a cannon. So this is where the builders and the teams and the drivers and everything can build a car to their style.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be really fun to watch. You know, Slater Sperry yesterday was the one that was really, really quick off the start, new driver to the series. So looking forward to seeing if Slater can do the business like he did yesterday. But it's going to be a fun one. 250 modified, stepping the speeds up, and the excitement gets up a notch as well.
It really does. And Kelvin doing a great job. You know, Gotta let Kelvin have that track, man. If he says, hey, I got to do this and fix that, it's because he's out there watching it. And he wants to provide the best track and best experience for the kids. He absolutely loves what he does.
All right, so here is our Liqui Moly 250 modified starting grid. Row number 1, it is Mason Atterbury in the 696. Knox Salvatore in the 23 car on the outside of row number 1. Moving to the inside of row number 2, it's the number 16, Elliott Brook, who is our current points leader. And then row number 2, the newcomer, 24 car of Slater Sperry. Had those lightning quick starts yesterday. It didn't equate to a victory, so we're going to see if Slater Sperry can get it all put together today and challenge for a win.
Yeah, Elliott Brook, though, looking strong up there, having to start back behind the class. But this is where, again, I've said it on these first few classes before the intermission, this is a driver's class. Every class up until just before our break is a driver's class. That you can't really rely on the power that these cars put out. You have to, again, carry the momentum into the corner, and you have to drive. You have to drive this car home. But for the first time of the weekend, we actually get to see an interpretation on each build. As you see, 2-seaters, single-seaters out there. You see 1 2-seater, and the rest of them are single-seaters as the driver sits right in the middle. And these cars, they're modified from a normal 170. Still have the solid live axle in the back, but and I-beam front suspension. And we say I-beam just because normally an LSA consists of an upper control arm and a lower control arm, but the beams on these cars, and I say that and they're not beamed. There's only one that's beamed. Look at that. The rest of them are A-arms. So there you go. As I was just talking about it, you get to really experiment with your build.
Well, ones to watch. That back row is going to be strong. Obviously, Mason Atterbury, and we've got Salvatore there on the front row. But points leader Elliott Brook. You've got the newcomer Slater Sperry. I love that look of that Slater Sperry car, just sitting low, very low to the ground, narrow, almost looks like a bullet. And starts yesterday were very, very fast. So we're going to see what we got on tap here. So we're looking for that green flag. This is 250 modified, 8 laps, no mandatory competition caution.
Yeah, that Sperry car, very unique. It looks like it puts Sperry way back in the car, and that'll probably give him a little more bias and a little more corner, and that's just happened. I was just making a comment that probably gets some good corner speed, and it sure did. Was able to get around into turn 1.
Well, 4th to 3rd already. Look at that. Elliott Brook all the way to the front. Now Slater Sperry. So the rear row all the way up to the front row now. It is Elliott Brook, Slater Sperry 1 and 2, running away with things already.
Yeah, Elliott Brook is going to have his work cut out for him. Going to have to really watch his lines here from the number 24 car, or that Sperry car is going to find a way. Sperry now putting a wheel in on the inside, coming into the last corner there in turn 5 for them. I was going to say, here we go, outside in. And a little bit in there, but Brooke was able to come over and protect his line.
Yeah, look at that. Slater Sperry now narrowing the gap to Brooke, looking to the outside.
Yeah, great job. And there it is. Made the pass. And Sperry is going to have 10 laps to get out of the front, but look at that Sperry out front, the number 24 car. Yeah, Elliott Brooke now going to have to watch how the lines that Sperry takes here. And you'll see him coming down the front straightaway, coming into turn one, as we just saw on the drone. It's crazy how sharp turn one and turn six is here for these competitors. It's a really sharp corner. Turn two right there, a few more lines than turn one. And here they are on the bypass. And this turn, I think, is a one-line turn two. There's not really much you can do there. I don't think you'll see a lot of passing. But right here into turn four, this is where the track gets really wide. And you can really choose your line. So Elliott Brooke should take advantage right here. You should see Elliott Brooke coming into frame here in a second. But at this moment, Sperry just stepping away from the pack.
Yes, Sperry just, look at that. I mean, that car, it's got a little bit of an offset chassis, it looks like, as well.
Oh, yeah?
Last time I saw that was a short course car of Mitch Guthrie Jr.'s that Nelson and Nelson Racing built, but I was looking at that. The chassis looks a little offset almost.
Huh. That's a great design. There were so many unique designs. You know what's crazy is every time I think of a unique design, Mighty Mouse, the Roger Mears Chevy, he sat right in the middle. Every time I saw an innovative truck, it was always at Parker. It was always there, For some reason, they'd always pull out the really innovative.
It's always the first race of the year.
Yeah.
Everybody's bringing out their new stuff.
Yeah.
That's a 696 there of Mason Atterbury. Working the way through. Going to go to that bypass.
That is great. Great shot right there. But right now, Sperry just extending that lead. Not really, really breaking away from the pack. I mean, definitely extended it, but Elliott Brooke right there. And the hard thing here to swallow is there's no mandatory caution. So if there's no reason for the caution to come out, as long as Sperry has a good day mechanically, he's going to drive it on home.
Yeah, so now we've got Elliott Brooke now trying to narrow the gap back to Sperry, who got a little bit of breathing room right now. But Elliott Brooke, obviously points leader, trying to narrow that gap. Newcomer Sperry, though, we saw yesterday, very quick off the starts, wasn't able to equate it into a win. But today, second round here at Glen Helen, right now, Slater Sperry putting it all together. Elliott Brooke trying to chase him down.
Yeah, look at that. That looked a little hurtful right there. That helmet was moving in that bolstered seat right there. So that was quite an impact there off that last jump down the front straightaway. But absolutely, points are very critical here if you are indeed in it for the championship. And you get different points for your position on each lap. So Elliott Brooke will get a needed point there for leading on the first lap. But right now, Sperry doing a great job at taking those critical points away from Elliott Brooke because Sperry would be leading this race. For a little bit there, but got to really watch and guard those points because where you finish is critical in that championship chase.
Elliott Brooke all the way to the bottom, trying to find those inches to be able to narrow the gap. Slater Sperry pretty even. Doesn't look like he's stretching it on Elliott Brooke. Got that big lead the first lap or two and hadn't been able to really stretch it out since then.
Well, I wonder if Sperry slowed it down to stay comfortable, or I wonder if Brooks sped up. So one of those two scenarios is definitely part of it. But you're absolutely right. They're staying pretty consistent. Their lap times are probably almost identical, and that's just from an observation as timing is still getting it straight. We'll have that go.
Oh, almost a loop there.
Wow, really heavy on the steering wheel. You can see that sawing back and forth. To get that car straight, that was a good job by Sperry.
Yeah, Sperry doing a great job. Great-looking car. Elliott Brooke now trying to chase him down, working the way through these interior corners.
It's funny. I can't remember the car, but I used to say the same thing about one of the 250 modifieds. It was such a great-looking car. They had, Sperry with the loop out. This is going to spell disaster. And Sperry up on the cushion right there. That's going to spell disaster right there for Sperry.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Getting it back turned around.
Oh,
So Slater Sperry now back to third place, I believe.
Yeah,
once things get reset. Tough break, just a spin. No damage to the car. Got it slowed down before it really hit the K-rail. But right now, the points leader, Elliott Brook, loving life, out in the lead, clean sailing, able to keep it going. And, to Slater Sperry's benefit, got the car running, got it back out there. We didn't need the need for a caution, which actually benefits Elliott Brook.
It sure does, and I know his dad's up there going crazy. I told you I make my rounds through the pit, and I always make sure I stop by the Brook pit. So I know his dad's up there pretty happy with that. It's not the way you want to win one, but, he is out front. That's a tough break for Slater Sperry, though. That was just a mistake there in that corner, and it looks like it cost them the lead. So hopefully Sperry can get back in it, but he's only got 4 more laps to do it.
Yep. Continue to push there. Elliott Brook not resting on his laurels. Slater Sperry, awful quick, though. That car might be able to narrow the gap. We'll see if they can get it turned around here. But, look at that. About half a straightaway lead, or a straightaway lead once things factor out and they get on the same straight. But Elliott Brook right now looking pretty with only about 3 laps remaining.
Yeah, Mason Atterbury also a benefactor of that, the slip up, So Mason Atterbury now picking up one more position now. Going to be second, but so Sperry looked like the only thing he can do is chase Mason Atterbury down. But again, as I said, another slip up. It's starting to make me wonder if there's something wrong with that car.
Yeah, the car is very quick. Obviously got a lot of power, so it's either there's something wrong or the car's just stepping out on him. But right now it's a couple of bobbles got Slater Sperry back in third. Elliott Brook leading. Mason Atterbury in the second spot.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, though, when that car does step out. Regrouping. That was a pretty big one. We just happened to have the camera on him and actually watched the first mistake there in turn 5. We watched it live. Great recovery from that, but just now coming down the front straightaway, that slip out just pointed it right where he wanted to go and stayed in it, and that's a real pro move again.
All right, that drone following close behind Elliott Brook there.
And Elliott Brook on that drone footage, I was just looking at the car. There is a 16 on that car in every angle. On the roof, both sides of the number plate and the required number plate in the back, just like that. Elliott, you guys did a great job. You and your dad did a great job making sure they can read that number on that car. There's a 16 everywhere on that car. I love it.
Yeah, good-looking car there. Love that. It's always easy to spot with that bright yellow and blue.
Yeah, I remember when the green was a little bit of a trend here in short course racing, man, and that fluorescent day glow green or is it yellow? But very bright color, and I loved seeing it. The one I really would love to see make a comeback is that what we called hot pink. Remember that back in the 80s? You'd have the parachute pants of the super pink, bright
There's a few of these young ladies out here with some pretty pink cars.
Yeah. I loved it. The first time I really loved that hot pink, Ricky Johnson with that Fox gear, that gray Fox gear with the hot pink trim. Oh, come on, dude. That was I bought that gear immediately. 3 sets. I loved it that much.
So there's Mason Atterbury in the second spot. Slater Sperry trying to chase down Mason for that second spot on the podium. Don't know if there's going to be enough time to try and run down the leader, Elliott Brook. But right now, that is going to be your battle for the second spot. Slater Sperry, Mason Atterbury. Mason currently in the 696 in the second spot.
Yeah, it's going to be great to hear what Mason Atterbury say. Oh, look at what? Slater!
Out of nowhere, Slater Sperry shot out of a cannon. I mean, just narrow the gap 4 or 5 car lengths, and it's like something just came together. It was like a light bulb moment for Slater Sperry. Wow.
I mean this very playfully, so don't take this serious, but what the heck? Did you have 2 cylinders on that car and the other one just started firing? What happened there?
That was, it was night and day difference, like a nitrous switch got hit. You love to see this, though. It's going to get racy here with only a couple laps remaining.
Totally playful, everybody. Like, so that, what is that? Somebody check that fire extinguisher. I don't think that's a fire extinguisher. I'm totally playing with that. It just rocketed down that second straightaway there out of turn 1. What the heck?
And look at now, it's soaking it up or sucking it up there. So we got all the way onto the bumper there of of Mason Atterbury.
Yep.
So we got the white flag out. This is your battle here for the second spot. Mason Atterbury in second, Slater Sperry in third. Slater Sperry, we're going to see if...
yeah, what happened there? Here we go again.
Look at that, down that back stretch. Slater Sperry just carrying the momentum out of that first corner much better than Mason Atterbury.
Yeah, look at this. Might make the pass. They almost touch right there as they're coming out of turn 2 in the bypass.
All the way to the bottom there. Mason Atterbury going and shutting the door.
Slid right over there.
Great job by Mason. All right, so Slater Sperry going to have about 2-3 corners remaining to try and make something happen. Mason doing a great job of just holding her line. Their line. And look at that. Elliott Brook out front.
Another day at the office for Elliott Brook.
Elliott Brook, unless something happens here in this final corner, going to bring it home.
Which number was on that car? I couldn't see.
Got the Maxxis checkered flag flying. Elliott Brook going to take home the win. It is going to be Mason Atterbury in the second spot. Third spot going to go to Slater Sperry.
What a race. What a race. That was great. Lots of lead changes in there. Sperry, man, driving so hard, though, made those mistakes. So tough break for Sperry. But, man, that car definitely had some speed down after turn 1 down the second straightaway. What a great job. Exciting to watch and still pretty exciting to announce.
Yeah, great run there for Elliott Brook. And we're going to come back, check in with Elliott as well as all of our podium finishers when we return here to Glen Helen in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back to Glen Helen, round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright, holding it down, just getting done with 250 modified racing. And it's all about one driver, Elliott Brook.
Elliott Brook did a great job. The first few races here, not disappointing here on round 6 here, the second day of racing out here at Glen Helen. And, this is a great thing to point out is, you kind of come out here on day 1 and you learn the track. So you either say we're going to do a repeat performance, or you got to come out here and you learned it and you do exactly what Elliott Brook did. Put all the data and did all the work and ended up top of the box.
Well, and I think that's one of the big things here is yesterday a lot of the drivers been used to running at Firebird. They had to relearn their racecraft here around Glen Helen. So I think we're going to see some electric times around the track today. As we get a glimpse here at our Rugged Radios 250 modified results.
Elliott Brook on top of that with Mason Atterbury in second place. Slater Sperry, unfortunately, with a couple mistakes, put him all the way back down to 3. And Knox Salvatore will end up our top 4 competitors here in this class.
Elliott Brook running clean all day, sat back there and picked his time and ended up taking home the victory. Great job there by Elliott Brook. But right now, we're going to throw it down to the third member of our team, Tiffany Stone, with our podium finishers.
Thank you so much, guys. We're going to talk to the number 24 of Slater Sperry. Now, Slater, we saw you have a little bit of issues. You want to tell me about it, but you were able to bring it here for a third-place finish. Nice job.
I was struggling in the corners because I
I drifted out too much, and I slided out in the corner, so I had to back up, but
but you were able to do it.
Yes.
Who would you like to thank today?
Mom, Dad, PW Racing Fabrications, Sperry Works, and Miller Blades.
Nice job. I'm so proud of you bringing it home for a third-place finish here for round 6. Nice job, bud. We're going to head over here to Mason Atterbury. Now, Mason, you added another podium here at Glen Helen. So rounds 5 and 6, you got a double podium for the weekend. You know, you're getting into this car. It's suiting you very nicely. How does it feel to be here again?
It feels really nice, and I'm proud of myself.
You should be very proud of yourself. I know there's a bunch of people that help you. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Carson Greco, 2X Motorsports, Lone Star, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens, Evolution Power Sports, 518 Designs, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Cricky Racing Seats, SRI Performance, SPA Technique, Elka Racing Suspension, and Roma Venture Co.
I love it. Nice job. It's really cool to see you in this class now. Great job. We're going to head over to the number 16 of Elliott Brook. Now, Elliott, I know yesterday you blew a belt towards the end, but you were looking for some redemption here. So tell me about today and how you were able to pull off that first place win.
Yeah, I was just holding in. Every lap she kept gaining. So, yeah, I was really trying to hold in.
Well, you've done a great job here. There was some great battles out there, and you were able to capitalize on a few mistakes, which got you that first place win. Really great driving. Who would you like to thank?
My dad, my mom, my grandma, the American Legion, 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, and everyone else who supports me.
Wonderful. Once more, a big round of applause for your top 3 finishers and 250 modified. Back up to you guys.
We have nothing. We're dead. We have no power. Mixer, TV, cameras, everything's dead. Computer, laptop.
We don't have.
We have nothing. We can't see anything. You got our voices now, but we can't call anything.
A little bit. You guys are out there. You can hear us out there. We a little bit of a technical issue out here in the booth. Give us a moment here, and we'll be right back to racing. We got it.
All right, next up, we're going to have 170 Limited on the track. I know they are currently in the staging area. This one's going to be slated for 10 laps, no mandatory competition caution. We have about 17 racers taking the track here momentarily.
It's probably the source.
So on this one, we've got a group of about 17 racers going to be sitting in the grid. Going to give you the rundown of everybody that should be in here. It's going to be Kason Stowell and Grayson Gentry, Roxon Brooks, Zeppelin Ledbetter, Brayton Penrod, Stetson Wyman, Mason Atterbury, Bryce Tomasi, Banks Bodden, Madden McCormick, Braden Lucas, Dominic Spagnola, Mason Dulgarian, Riley Atterbury, Gavin Young, Knox Penrod, and Steele Earp. So 17 drivers getting ready to take the field here at Glen Helen. Slated for 10 laps here. The 170 Limited. Remember, they're going to be running the bypass, not running the rhythm section. All right, looks like we've got our 170 Limiteds now taking the track. Sorry about that. Had a few technical difficulties. We're back and going, though, and we're going to be racing here with 170 Limited. This brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid for 170 Limited. Row number 1, it's going to be Kason Stowell and Grayson Gentry. Row number 2, Brayton Penrod, Bryce Tomasi. We have Roxon Brooks and Zeppelin Ledbetter in row number 3. Row number 4, it's going to be Mason Atterbury and Madden McCormick. Row number 5 is going to take us to Braden Lucas and Zeppelin Ledbetter, Riley Atterbury, Mason Dolgarian, and then we're going to have inside row number 7, Stetson Wyman, a little bit deeper in the field there, Mark, than we expect out of Stetson Wyman. Knox Penrod, Gavin Young, and Steele Earp rounding out row number 8.
Yeah, Stetson Wyman, if he wants to get out front where he's comfortable the most, he's going to have to work for a big spot, and we'll end off rounding off this row. He'll be back there in row 9. A lot of cars out here on this track.
Lots of cars, lots of action. This was a very exciting race yesterday. So you got that pace vehicle, going to be bringing them around. We're going to be looking for that pace vehicle to pull off at some point. We're going to go racing 17 cars on track as you get a look here at our R&R Steel Racing 170 Limited points.
Stetson Wyman out there up front, and he's going to have his work cut out for him. He is your points leader with 190 points out there. Zeppelin Ledbetter chasing him down with only 11 points behind. Kason Stowell, 23 points behind. And Grayson Gentry will be your top 4-point contenders out here. So Stetson Wyman, starting that deep in the field, is going to have his work cut out for him. He's going to have to really do it. He's going to have to pick up every point he can back there. So he'll probably have to pass up pretty much as many cars as he can possible to collect the maximum amount of points to hold on to that lead, because 11 points, that is not that strong of a lead to be coming into the second day of racing out here. He's really going to have to perform here in this race.
Oh, definitely going to have to perform. This is where it shows you a driver's grit. Stetson Wyman going to be the one to watch. Obviously been lightning quick all year long, and he's starting there towards the back. You know, we're going to see this young driver, see how he can battle through traffic. That's going to be a fun storyline to watch, how well he can battle through the traffic.
Well, we said legends, right? I've been saying it all weekend. Well, here we go. I told you we're going to be talking about it all weekend. Another legend right there. Wade Wyman, Pro-lite driver. One of the, I'm just arguably going to say one of the most exciting racers to watch out there. You know, we were able to compare it last night in the Supercross with Hayden Deegan, but wow, a very exciting driver, just like Hayden Deegan was Wade Wyman, and he's still to this day exciting to watch. He came out to CORR days, blew the dust off the old Pro-lite, and did business as usual. Wade Wyman, exciting style to watch. Wade Wyman.
All right, so we're going to be looking for that pace vehicle to pull off here momentarily, and that means it is go time. It is race time here with 170 Limiteds.
Ledbetter way back there, too. The Rooster, one of our favorite. You can see that orange car, and we're going to go one more lap. So.
One more lap. One more time. We're going to give these young drivers another glimpse at this track here. 1 mile of racing here at Glen, Helen. Going to be going 10 laps.
Yeah, that's a stacked field, man. And the reason I keep bringing up legends is, man, every one of these kids has a father or off-road racing history, and it's great to see these kids out here, and they're about ready to do battle. Great shot right there, the 747 car, Rooster, Mr. Ledbetter, and talking about that bright green, but, well, Ledbetter's sticking with that orange, and it's good to see orange making a little bit of a comeback as well.
Love seeing some orange out there. That 194, that is Kason Stowell. Pole sitter going to be taking us to the green flag.
Yeah, you know, it's neat. You know, race cars should be bright, should be attention getting, you know, but the fat out there, if you're just driving down the freeway and you look over, if you're watching this while you're driving, look out. Every car is silver, white, or black. You know, and you say that until you have somebody like me mention that, you know, you don't think about it. But I remember seeing a picture of a photograph way back in the day. Cars were orange, red, blue, bright yellow. You know, they were all kinds of bright colors, man. And those days are just gone.
All right, we got one corner to go, and we're going to be racing with 17 drivers here, 10 laps around Glen Helen. It's like a hive of bumblebees about ready to be unleashed on this track.
Great analogy, exactly that. I actually saw coming here to the track them transporting beehives, and the bees were in it. On the back of a truck. It was
bizarre. Were they called 170 limiteds?
But it is bizarre you pulled that out. I was like, wow.
It's just funny. You get 17 of these things all spooled up and going. It sounds like a pack of bumblebees.
Love it.
We're going to see Shane in our pace vehicle pull off, and we are going to have Cason Stowell taking us to that green flag. Be looking on the outside of that first row, though. Grayson Gentry been bad fast all season long. We're going to see if Grayson's got a little something there for Stowell.
Yeah, Stowell's solid all weekend. Rooster's back there. Stetson Wyman. So, you know what? I'm not calling it for anybody. Oh, great little push out right there into turn one down the front straightaway.
All right, so it is Cason Stowell. Not much of a lead there. Everybody's staying nice and tight. It's going to be Grayson Gentry and Tomasi. Saw them in that really big battle there in the very first race of the day. Gotten a little bit of breather, and now they are back in action. That was 170 production. This is 170 limited. A little bit faster class than the one previously. Both those drivers now starting to have a little battle there between the teammates there. That is Gentry and Tomasi.
Wow, great job there, Tomasi, stepping it out on Gentry, but had a car right behind him and really just took the line away.
All the way to the outside. That is Tomasi trying to get a run there on Gentry. Looks like he does have a little bit of run, but Gentry's going to have the line choice going into that first corner.
Yeah, Bryce Tomasi there, right on the bumper of Gentry. They got the same livery on the car. So they probably train together, ride together, drive together. They've raced together many a time.
Now through that bypass.
Great shot there from the drone, and just excellent to get you right there close to the race in action.
Yeah, got a bit of a drag race now between the teammates. Gentry and Tomasi. Look at outside, inside. What a move there. Tomasi around Gentry, outside, inside. Looked like Gentry pushed up just a hair, left the door open. Tomasi stepped right through. Great pass.
Yeah, it was like slow motion to me. Gentry looked like he was stuck in a time warp there, just kind of into that corner, a little lethargic, if you will. It looked like he was in a time warp, kind of slowed down, and Tomasi just went right inside and took full advantage of that.
Well, now Gentry going to have his work cut out for him. Spagnola now eyeing that third spot. So Spagnola now with the number 7 car, that white Recon vehicle, looks like now he wants to make it racy with Grayson Gentry.
Yeah, Spagnola doing a great job just waiting and analyzing the lines of the top 3 cars out there. So Spagnola's in a great position here and a great position to set up the top 3.
All right, so resetting things, we have Stowell out front, and then it's going to be Tomasi, Gentry, and Spagnola.
Yeah, Cason Stowell doing a great job, our number 1 qualifier yesterday, and finished really well to be up here up front again on yesterday. So Cason Stowell, the weekend is all Cason's.
Like we said earlier, no competition caution. This one's slated for 10 laps, so
10 laps is a long time, no caution. It's crazy to see a field this big keep it this clean, and all drivers out here in this class are doing a great job.
Grayson Gentry there, 208. Trying to get that spot back. Gave up to Bryce Tomasi.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to do out here when you make a mistake like that and you're out there driving and you're executing your strategy, and then you make a slip up like that, and if you let it get to you, that can really eat at you. So now you play catch up physically on the track, but you also got to play catch up with you and not be frustrated there in that, and you got to regroup and get back in the fight. Because sometimes if you make a mistake like that and you get past, and your worst enemy is how hard you are on yourself for making that mistake. You got to be able to just regroup immediately and get back in the fight. It's racing is, I mean, you know, we could talk about baseball, we could talk about, you know, football and tennis and anything you want, but racing is just a different sport, and it takes a different breed of kid or adult or anybody to race this.
Yeah, look at Spagnola now putting a little pressure on Gentry. Spagnola wanting that third spot. Got to run all the way up the outside. Going to try and dive down low coming into this corner. Now, Spagnola not going to have enough to get around Gentry.
Gentry, a master of staying outside and squeezing in right at the exact time. Gentry, that is, you know, it's almost like Grayson Gentry's just doing it. It's programmed in his soul, you know, but that's something, if it's not programmed in your soul, that's something that only pros do. Take that line away, you know, outside in, that's a pro move right there. And Grayson Gentry just has it programmed in his race strategy. It executes it perfect almost every corner.
Spagnola all the way to the outside, changing up lines, trying to get an edge there on Gentry. This is your battle for third.
Yeah, Spagnola doing a great job of watching the other cars and what they're doing, and we'll try the line like you just saw there. Tightened up going into turn 5, and then let the car just drift out while on the accelerator. That's, again, another pro move.
.28 of Gentry now. Getting a lot of pressure from Spagnola. Spagnola all the way to the bottom. Going to try and get around Gentry. I think Gentry's going to have the line, though. He's going to be able to come
close it again.
Down.
Here it is.
Look at that, pinched.
Yeah.
Pinched Spagnola off. Almost sent Spagnola up on the berm on the inside.
He's got that move down, man. That is his signature move of the weekend. In fact, all weekend long, we've commented right there down the front straightaway into turn 1.
Well, we
takes
saw
that
the
line
same
away.
thing in the 170 production. Gentry, not the fastest car, but just kept shutting the door in that same corner.
Really good at that. That's phenomenal. Watch that, you know. Great shot and great idea there for Grayson Gentry. And here we go now. Grayson cutting in too early there in turn 4. But didn't lose a spot, so it wasn't that big of a mistake. But, there he goes. Spagnola again, though. This time trying to the inside down the last straightaway.
Spagnola doing everything he can. That's Cason Stowell, your leader. Tomasi in the second spot. Then we've got that battle with Gentry and Spagnola. Spagnola now going to try and set something up down this front stretch. Going to try and slingshot to the outside. Try and make a run there on Gentry. Hasn't been able to do it yet. They are going to draw even. Spagnola may have the line going into the front. Yep, going to try and do it. Oh, tried to pinch Gentry off just like Gentry's done all day long. Nothing there.
Wow, absolute great racing right there. Beautiful job by both drivers, not collecting one another. That was a great job on both drivers.
Yeah, Spagnola happened to get out of the gas there at the last minute, trying to pinch off Gentry, take Gentry's game and just do it to him.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing there.
Gentry
Very
said,
close.
Yeah, Gentry said, "You're not going to beat me at my own game. Step out."
That was exactly what happened. So I think we're gonna see that same move this next lap. I think we're gonna see Spagnola try the exact same thing again. It almost worked.
Spagnola goes to the inside, and check this out. The last time around, Spagnola went way inside, but watch this. Spagnola is going to bolt out to the outside right here at some point. Watch this. And that's the line. Unless it stay in this time, all right. Made me a liar right there. Good job, Spagnola. I said, oh, no, a little bit of outside there, but tucked it in instead.
So we're going to see Spagnola now try and slingshot to the outside. I don't think they got the run like they did last time. No, definitely doesn't have the run they had last time.
Yeah, and Grayson Gentry right here, just the guard dog of that line right there to turn 1. He takes no other line. That's his line.
All right, so Spagnola going to have another shot at it this time by. We will see. Thing is, he's not going to be able to do it on the last lap because the checkered flag comes out too early. I think you need the full. Yeah. I think you need the full corner to seal the deal. So,
yeah, I agree, and especially with Gentry. If you go back, and a lot of these kids love watching these videos over and over again to analyze what they do and what they didn't do. But if you are one of the kids watching this race right now, I think watch Grayson Gentry what he does down the front straightaway, and you can almost do this at almost any track. Where your top speed of the car down the front straightaway. That's the way you have to take that first corner. That's the fastest way through it. And if you watch it, we'll call it the Gentry line for this weekend. But Gentry just does it over and over and over again and extends the lead here by a car or two.
Yeah, so we're going to see Spagnola now go all the way to the outside, going to try it once again. Don't know that they've got the run on it like they did last time.
I could literally go out there with a spray can and paint that Gentry line, and it'll hit it right there every single time. All right, back up, dicing it up with Tomasi now. Yeah, oh, that's not Tomasi. My apologies. That lap traffic. My apologies.
Yeah, so we're going to see if Spagnola get around the lap traffic. Gentry able to get around the lap traffic. See if Spagnola can.
Yep, Spagnola
try and get back in here. Only going to have another shot or two at this pass.
Yeah, Spagnola is in the last place to get to the podium, so Spagnola's definitely going to have to make something happen here if they want to see the podium.
So Spagnola going to really try and get a run. Haven't been able to get the run down this stretch to set it up on the front stretch. We're going to see if Spagnola able to do something. I don't know if it's going to be close enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we're too late in the race right now to make up the seconds. This is a class that is literally so close in the top, I'll say top 5 or 6 cars are only, as you see right there, only a second separating. You even see a 12 back is all the way back to 6th place. So these cars are so close. Just a second separating the top 10.
Only going to have one more shot at this. Dominic Spagnola. That has been the battle all day long for that third and final podium spot. Stowell leading, Tomasi in second. That has been the common denominator here. But Gentry in third and Dominic Spagnola in fourth. Dominic been trying to get around Gentry for that last and final podium spot. Hasn't been able to seal the deal. And I think at this point, time is ticking away. I don't know that there's going to be enough time to make something happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to have to hope that a driver ahead makes a mistake, as we saw with the Spears car in the last race. If you make a mistake here, they're going to step it out.
Oh, look at this. Spagnola getting a run down that back stretch. Going to have one more shot at this on the front stretch. Spagnola really trying to narrow the gap here. Probably the best run Dominic's had all day long, all the way to the bottom. We're going to see if he's able to slingshot around the outside. I don't know if there's going to be enough time.
Yeah, I just don't think that there's anything left that's going to finish just this way that we see right here on the screen.
So Max's checkered flag flies. It is Stowell, Tomasi, Gentry 1, 2, 3. Spagnola a very near fourth, just outside the podium. That was your Max's Tires checkered flag.
Yeah, great job by Spagnola out there, really wanting that final spot on the podium. Great job, though, by all the drivers. Stowell pretty much wire to wire, stepped out and just ran his own race. And great job for Jason Stowell.
And we are going to come catch up with our podium finishers. Return here to round number 6 at Glen Helen in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, round number 6 at Glen Helen Raceway. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright. We're in this youth-filled morning. All of our youth classes underway here at Glen Helen. Just got done with a very, very solid race here in the 170 limited class. And, 1 and 2, that was almost sealed from the start, Mark. But that battle for third happened just about all day long. As it brings us to our Rugged Radio's results.
Yeah, Kaysen was able to capitalize on it and lead wire to wire. Kaysen so well up front. Bryce Tomasi, though, had to earn that second place around Grayson Gentry. Those two have been battling out all weekend so far, and Grayson Gentry was able to get that final spot on the podium. But the real story of the game, Dominic Spagnolia, man, was right there the entire time. And, I mean, if one mistake by the top three, Dominic would have just taken it over, and Dominic was right there the entire race. Brayton Penrod, Roxanne Brooks, Zeppelin Ledbetter, Stetson Wyman, unfortunately, having to go all the way to 8. That's going to really hurt that points championship chase. As I said, only 11 points separating the first and second in the championship chase. Mason Atterbury, great job there tonight, and Biggs Bodden rounding off your top 10.
All right, we're getting a glimpse there. That is the 208 of Grayson Gentry. He's what was his line on the podium? What did you think of the race? He goes, hurtful.
Yeah. I'm gonna be driving home tomorrow, and I'll just be driving down the road and just start cracking up. And my girlfriend's gonna go, "What are you laughing about?" I'm just going the word hurtful. I love it, Grayson.
That's one you keep in your back pocket. Anybody else? How you doing, Mark? Just go hurtful. It's one you got to keep in the back pocket. I love it. Kid, we are definitely going to coin that term. But great personality here in the 170 limited class. And speaking of great personalities, we're going to throw it down to the third partner on our team, Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. Down here with our third-place finisher, Grayson Gentry. Now, Grayson, I'm excited for this interview. You've always got great things to say. Tell me about this race.
It was good. Yeah, it was good.
It was good. Well, just so you know, you were able to hold your lines. You did a very good job making sure that you were able to get that third. You had a big battle over there with Dominic for that third-place spot, so you did a wonderful job. Who would you like to thank today?
My dad, my mom, Louis Gong Warrior, my grandma and grandpa, and Jimmy, Tyler for working on my car. Yeah, that's it.
Nice job. So this round wasn't hurtful at all, was it?
It was hurt.
It hurt. Nice job, Grayson. Good to see you back up here. Taking that second place spot, we've got Bryce. Now, Bryce, another podium for you today for round 6. How does it make you feel?
Makes me feel really good.
Nice job out there. You really picked a great line. You were able to hold your own over there, bringing it all the way to the checkered. Who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank Jimmy and Tyler for letting me running two classes with one car. I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, and Garrett Gentry, God, for letting me have the ability to race, Warrior Machinery, and Louis Gong.
Nice job. Good job seeing over here for round 6. And taking that top spot, a double back-to-back podiums for round 5 and 6. I see that smile. That means it was a great weekend for you. Adding some more points for the championship. We're at the midway point. How do you feel right now?
Really good.
Really good. Well, you also drove a really clean race. It was nice out there. Some great battles between everybody. Who would you like to thank today, Kaysen?
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, Lone Star Racing, Quicklift USA, and Wellers.
Nice job on all of those great sponsors for you. I love that. Once again, big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in the 170 Limited. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Yeah, what a great race. Nice, clean, good, hard racing. I love these kids' classes. Love the personalities. You never know what they're going to say.
Absolutely. Kaysen Stowell, great job there on that finish. He ran it wire to wire, did a great job. But, man, it was hard. It's hard to keep a straight face up here. We got to try to stay professional because when you get that Grayson Gentry interview, even Tiffany snickered a little bit on the line. Bro, it's very hard to break Tiffany Stone's character. As you know, she's all business on that podium. But right there, Grayson Gentry got it again.
Yeah. Well, talking about all the great personalities in and around the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, some of the newcomers coming in, it's your first time racing with us. Earlier this weekend, we were able to catch up with off-road champion Jarrett Brooks and Roxanne Brooks.
Thanks, guys. It's so cool to see another father-son dynamic out here for rounds 5 and 6. And we're going to talk to Jarrett Brooks a little bit. Now, Jarrett, you know what it's like to be here at Short Course Racing. But more importantly, you've got your son, Roxanne, over here. He said this is his second race, and he's super excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, we've always been watching these. When I raced on the Midwest at Champ, he was always so attracted to the 170s and the trophy carts, and I grew up racing trophy carts, and this is really where I started at these grassroots series, and I've always watched CORR, and we've been itching to get out here. It was honestly kind of my fault of not pulling the trigger soon enough, but we did a race here a few weeks ago, and he showed a lot of interest in it and showed some speed, so I kind of went all in at that point, and he's showing some speed out there, so it makes it fun. And this is my wife. She used to race trophy carts, so this is where we grew up. Glen, Helen is the hub for us, and it's really awesome to be back. Roxanne, what do you think? How do you like it so far? How's the track?
Good.
Well, I do have a question. You said this is your second time racing ever. What makes you want to race every time that you come back? What made you want to come back this time?
Because I just like to race so much.
I mean, I'm super excited. I'm a huge fan of this red and black. Can I get a high five? And we're going to see what happens. And like we've talked about, it's really cool to see a father-son out here. So we're going to see what happens with Roxanne.
Yeah, great seeing Jarrett out here, whether it's as a dad or a racer. Always great to have, the Brooks family involved in short course. And there for better part of a decade plus, Brooks family, a big, big part of short course racing.
Well, this is where I say, what's the age cutoff for legend, man? Because I think Jarrett Brooks, absolute legend, no matter what age. Great job, so fast. And I used to just love, we were talking about how good the modified 250s look. I just used to love the way that his Pro-lite used to look.
Now we're going to look here at our R&R Steel Racing 800 Open points. And Mark, this season, you and I have been calling all these races. It has been 100% Addie Atterbury.
And all day, this is her class, man. She's got it down. Call her the rock star. But Chloe Hearn, as you said, the most improved driver out here for this season. And Chloe Hearn did a great job. Record no slouch either. We know the rooster out there. Every time we see that Ledbetter name, Zeppelin Ledbetter is going to be out there, and B.J. Hawthorne will round it off. And I haven't seen B.J. Hawthorne on the weekend, but that's your top 5 points.
Definitely going to be, the one to watch is always Addie Atterbury. But like I said, Chloe Hearn finding a podium yesterday. That brings us to our Liquid Molly starting grid. Like you'd said, Addie Atterbury on the pole, won yesterday. Rooster Ledbetter outside of row number 1. Chloe Hearn, the one to watch out there, second in the points. Podium finish yesterday in that third spot. Then we got Wrecker Earp outside row number 2.
Chloe Hearn battling an injured knee. Her dad was saying that, we all have a certain movement of our joints, and we go out to, let's say 90 degrees, 180 degrees. Hers actually extending another 6 degrees. So she's having that issue right there. But she's toughing it out. This is why, again, I love off-road racers. We're literally one of a kind. We're true off-road racers and off-roaders. It's a different breed that we are, and Chloe Hearn's definitely demonstrating that here as she gets right into that car and wants to do battle with these 4.
Well, and I think talking with her dad, yesterday, Dan Hearn, he was saying that her car and his car were both having mechanical issues. So he tried to focus on hers to get hers up to speed, sacrificed his own car. So maybe they've got the gremlins, fixed on that car, Chloe Hearn. Maybe she's got a little something for these leaders today. We're going to see that in just mere moments as the green flag flies. And it is, once again, Addie Atterbury with the whole shot.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn, if you notice her, she's got the unique car out there. It's a single-seater. The rest of the cars out there made on a double-seater chassis, so that makes the cars a little wider there in the cab. So that opens up the wheels a lot more here in Chloe Hearn's car. That's a RS that they have that they made for a stent. They don't make them any longer out here, but you'll see a lot of these single-seater Polarises out here today.
I think that was something Polaris, tailor-made for short course racing, was those single-seater RS ones. If you haven't driven one, they are a riot to drive.
They definitely are right. You don't realize that weight and just where you're sitting in the middle of them as opposed to sitting over the driver's seat, sitting to the left rather. dead center of that car, that's a different experience altogether.
Look at that. Chloe Hearn narrowing the gap there to Rooster Ledbetter. Making it a little racy. Look at that. In the draft, shoots to the outside. Chloe Hearn drawing even, trying the outside-inside on Rooster Ledbetter. You know, Chloe, we've talked about it all season. She's generally a second half of the race driver, but I think the last round or two, we've really seen Chloe come into her own and really start pushing early on.
That's absolute, man. I mean, I remember when she was out there, it was almost like she was just trying to literally learn how the car turns. You know, the acceleration wasn't in her vocabulary yet, you know, how to carry the momentum or speed into a corner or lift a tire like you just saw her do there in turn 2. But now it's all business, man. Everything's changed with her. She wants to accelerate. She wants to win. She has been watching the other drivers, you know, experienced drivers who do have the experience in this class, and she's been able to put it together for herself. So great job, Chloe Hearn. Like I said, arguably one of the most improved drivers of the season.
Yeah, we're getting a drone shot there of Chloe Hearn, 96-91. Trying to reel in Rooster Ledbetter, which is easier said than done. Another young, highly talented driver.
Yeah, Ledbetter, Rooster's great to watch, always exciting. All business, man. You know, not a lot of mistakes ever from Rooster, and, you know, it'll show you. You keep your eyes on him, you're going to learn the line from the track, so... Great example right there. That's the Grayson Gentry line right there.
Yeah, Chloe making a run on Rooster early. Now she's kind of fallen back just a hair. This one will have a competition caution.
Yeah, this is our first class with it. Every class from here will have the competition yellow. And, you know, there's a lot of strategy there. I talk about it all the time. It's one of the things I do, you know, about the yellow flag. What do? Do you come out and just race right out of the box, the whole side? Do you save it for the second half, or vice versa? Do you put it out front, you're out front, and then just take it easy on the second half? You know, there's a lot of strategy there on what you can do. But, you know, the general consensus is if I had to put it on a pie chart, everybody says, nope, I get out there, I race from the drop of the green flag all the way. So,
lots of white smoke out of the back of Rooster Ledbetter.
There is no way that is not going to be a catastrophic failure. That's going to lose oil pressure here. That is blue smoke, so that's telling me there's oil somewhere it's not supposed to be. So, and that's going to spell catastrophe. And now, what do you do this as a spotter? Do you say, run it till it explodes? I mean, this is bad for Rooster.
Yeah, well, it is the last race of the weekend for him. But yeah, you know, obviously there's the points to look at and things like that. But this is early in this race. You don't want to see that. If it was lap 9, lap 10, you might drive it to the finish and bring it home. But you know, he's got better part of well over half this race left. That's going to be really tough. But, you know, it seemed to have gone away, and the car seems to be okay. We're getting little puffs of it.
Yeah, little puffs. And it's consistently, if you look, it's hazy in the back of that car. I mean, one way or the other, what just happened? Something happened.
Well, Chloe Hearn trying to take advantage of it, too. She has narrowed the gap now to Rooster Ledbetter, going all the way to the bottom. You know, her spotter probably in her ear going, charge, charge, charge. Yeah. He's having a problem.
Yeah, and there it is. You can see the car starting to slow up, and Chloe Hearn is definitely taking advantage of it. I'm wondering if that smell of burnt oil is like jumped to a shark. You know, you can see that car definitely a shark, and it's smelling that oil chum. I'm going to coin it right now. Oil chum coming out of the Ledbetter car.
So Chloe going to go to the bottom, trying to get it inside her Rooster as we go into this turn number 1. He's going to come down, slam the door. Chloe going to have to try again on one of these other corners.
Well, I bet this is going to be one of those races that if the car stays together for Ledbetter, they're going to be over here at the podium, and you're going to walk up to the car, and the engine's just going to be covered in oil. I bet this is one of those incidences.
Yeah, like I said, it's gone away, and the car doesn't seem to be having any problems. It's kind of like it's found its second win here, but big thing is it's allowed Chloe Hearn to narrow the gap here to Rooster Ledbetter. So now he had a little bit of breathing room. No longer the case.
Well, a thing it could be is, I mean, I'm just speculating, so, you know, this is nothing based on it. But, you know, most of these race cars have a oil catch can, you know, to where as the engine, it looks like Ledbetter's losing some speed there down the back straightaway. So, I don't, yeah. But anyhow, where I was going with it, an option that it could be is the oil catch can. Sometimes as the engines wear out, sometimes they start spitting oil or breathing oil or losing oil. And if that catch can gets full and it starts to, you know, come out and it gets on something hot like the exhaust or something, sometimes that can be, and you still have enough oil in the engine to continue. So I hope that's the case, but it does look like right now the car is starting to slow down a little bit because Rooster doesn't seem to be the normal speed out of the corners. You can see that as Chloe Hearn now did get around him. And so we'll see at the end here. And we'll see. And I guarantee I'll look out the window. I bet that engine's going to be covered in oil.
Yeah, it looks like Rooster now, and it could be one of those, he's fallen off the pace, but it also could be an engine management thing, trying to get it to the checkered flag. So he's backing out of it a little bit, going, I know I can't race with Chloe at 100%, so I'm just going to back out. Hopefully I can still find my way to the podium and save this car to the end of the race.
Yeah, that's smart, too, and that could be another thing. And now I'm hoping that that's the decision both Rooster and a spotter has decided to do. But I know the spotter saw that oil, so they had to be making a decision right now, like you said. What's the decision? Are we taking it in?
Yeah, mandatory competition caution flying there. Addie Atterbury, who has been our leader, haven't talked much about her today. It's because she has been out front, not looking back. She had about 3/4 of a straightaway lead over second-place Chloe Hearn. So we're going to regroup everybody, get them re-bunched back up, and go back to racing.
Man, it's almost too bad that we don't have a radio up here that we could do the what's that bumblebee? The
Nitro Bee.
The Nitro Bee. So we have the Nitro Bee, and they just click on, hey, what's the story with Ledbetter? Click, and then they tell us, I don't know, it looks like we're losing oil. That'd be great to have.
Well, speaking of our leader, earlier this weekend, we were able to catch up with our leader and points leader, Addie Atterbury.
All right, guys, down here with Addie Atterbury. Now, Addie, you've got some extra hardware on right now, but your doctor said earlier this week you're cleared. What happened to your ankle? I heard you broke it.
Yeah, I broke it. We were at the sand dunes, and car just popped out of gear and rolled down the hill. And I pushed my little cousin out of the way. So,
well, at least you pushed your little cousin out of the way. But I love that you're here because going into rounds 5 and 6, you are in the points lead right now. Podium for the first 4 rounds. You know what it takes to take that top spot. What do you think it's going to do? What do you think you have to do for this week and weekend to be able to get the top spot again?
I'm hoping just get through the track and make it through 2 rounds of racing.
2 rounds of racing. Well, we've seen some places out there that are kind of fast. From your perspective, do you think this is going to be a fast course or kind of a technical course?
I feel like it's going to be a pretty fast course.
A pretty fast course. Well, this one right over here, she knows what it takes to take that top spot. Back up to you guys.
And we are back to Green Flag Racing. Addie Atterbury leading Chloe Hearn. Chloe trying to narrow the gap there. Finally got around Rooster Ledbetter there at the end of that first half of the race. Trying to make it a battle here for the lead.
Well, I think you're right, though. Whatever the problem was, Rooster has it's sorted its way out. So one way or the other, I wish I could really find out what had happened there. That was quite a puff of smoke coming out of that car. May have cost him a position. But right now, for whatever reason, the second half doesn't look like the car is slowing down.
No, definitely doesn't. And Chloe Hearn looking a little quicker this time around than she was, at that first segment. Like we said, she likes the second half of these races.
She really does, and you called it. You said that she is a second half racer. I have to say, with my short stint in short course racing, I think I was too. I liked the second half. It was a do or die part of the race. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, you get a little bit of a break. You got to go around the track slow at a pace, and you're telling yourself what you're going to do. Where you're going to make that pass. So, and Chloe Hearn definitely probably the master of that out here. Addie Atterbury right now coming in the bypass. Coming back into turn 4 out here. It makes it turn 4 because of the bypass with adds one more additional turn to it when we are running the bypass. Chloe Hearn, though, got to be enjoying her day. She's injured. The car was injured. Whatever they were able to do back there at the Hearn pit, they did a great job. And Chloe's got to be very happy with this weekend of racing.
Oh, absolutely. And, Chloe Hearn looking at a night and day difference from yesterday. I don't know what changes they made to the car, but she's definitely quite a bit quicker today. I mean, I know obviously Addie Atterbury's got this car figured out in this track, but Chloe Hearn, just the improvement we've seen through 5 rounds of racing. I mean, color me impressed. It is a complete different driver than we saw round 1 versus we're seeing here in round 6.
Yeah, I was absolutely around on her very first race around this track, and I was able to hand her first trophy on a podium here at CORR. So 100%, there's nothing I can add to what you just said. It was perfectly said, and she is definitely the most improved driver out here in CORR. And I look forward to it. You know, she's getting older. But I think the biggest thing is the mentality. She had to learn racer mentality. I don't think she had a lot to really improve in driving, although she did have some stuff to improve on. But you can see she looks very relaxed, very poised. But I think she improved her mental game, and I think she really focused and stepped it up there.
Yeah, I would agree. I think she went from round 1 as being Chloe happy to be here, Hearn, to being round number 6, Chloe got that savage mentality, Hearn, and I think she got that killer instinct somehow this year, and I think it's been great. I'm really excited to see not only the remainder of this year, but next year to see what happens. And, that being said, I mean, talk about Addie Atterbury. I'm very excited to see what the future holds for her as she steps up into bigger divisions and, and starts racing some of the faster classes. Rooster Ledbetter, this young kid, he's running a little bit of everything. This is a very good class, 800 Open, and it's really kind of been a proving ground for I think some of the future stars.
Yeah, Addie Atterbury, I can't say enough. I call her the rock star. That's my nickname for her. I've pretty much said that since day one. I absolutely love Addie Atterbury's race program. And, I said it as we start the start of this race today. Legends, legends, legends. Well, you know what? Addie Atterbury is making the Atterbury name a legend as far as I'm concerned. Great job, Addie Atterbury. Totally dominant in this class. And you'll see in a second. The livery on the car, the suit, the hat, everything. Rock star Addie Atterbury.
All right, so Addie Atterbury now trying to bring it home. That number 66 coming into the final corner. She's going to be looking for that Maxxis Tires checkered flag. The Maxxis Tire checkered flag is out. It is going to be Addie Atterbury taking home the victory. It is going to be Chloe Hearn very close by in second. And it looks like one jump away. It is going to be Rooster Ledbetter bringing it home in third. You got to give this kid credit. Looked like a big puff of that white smoke early on in the race, and somehow he's still able to get it to the finish. Lots of storylines in this one, and I'm looking forward to those podium interviews. But you're going to have to wait on those if you're tuning in at home, because right now we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be back with those podium interviews here from Glen, Helen in round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly. More performance, more driving pleasure.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, 1 powers the Starlink, 1 powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's going to be a great thing for the sport.
And we are here at Glen, Helen for round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright just got done with the 800 Open class of some of these youth side-by-side racing. Let's get a glimpse there of the beautiful track here at Glen Helen, which brings us to our Rugged Radio's 800 Open results. Mark?
Addy had a great job there holding it all together, led wire to wire, but the story was right behind him. Zeppelin led better after a smokeout. Was able to still get that car to finish and make that podium. But Chloe Hearn stayed right there, and we were talking about it. Chloe Hearn, very improved driver, and Wrecker Earth will end off in number 4.
Well, that being said, talking about those podium finishers, right now we're going to hand it off to Tiffany Stone, who's standing by with them.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Rooster. Nice job, Rooster, adding another podium for round 6 here. Double podium for the weekend, pulling out a third. Who would you like to thank, and how'd your race go today?
Good. My car definitely had some problem. It was smoking. And I like to thank my family and the Ref 6 Power Sports, Mothers More, Atlas Ship Report, and Will from Ignite to keeping me strong between races.
Well, I love that. And even though you had a little few issues, you were able to regroup right after the comp yellow and bring it back together. Nice job over here for a double podium for you. Congratulations. And taking that second place over here, we've got Chloe Hearn. Good to see you once again. You know, the guys in the booth always keep saying that once that comp yellow comes out and you guys regroup, you really come into your own. You're getting faster and faster each lap after 5 rounds and going into the 6th round. That smile says everything, and I know you've got to be super excited about it. How was your day?
It's been pretty well. They gave me a run for my money, that's for sure. But it was a great race overall.
Well, I always tell you, you know, if you want to get better, you drive with the fast racers out there and the fast drivers, and you will become one of those fast drivers as well. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank VP Racing Fuel, Lone Star Racing, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixen, Sinfab Racing, Flying High, AM Soil, Hoosier Tires, Extreme Machine, 2X, and Double E Racing.
Wonderful. Nice job once again. And taking that top spot, we've got Addie Atterbury. Good to see you out here. I know that you were having a few issues with your leg as you were coming into the rounds 5 and 6, but once you're behind that wheel, helmet on, you really can't tell anything is going on. So it's good to see you once here. Adding some more points for the weekend. How'd it go for you?
It was pretty good. It was like a nice Sunday cruise. I was going about 60%, and then my visor kept popping down, so I got a little squirrely in corner 1 over there.
That's quite all right. Well, you know what? Whatever happens in there, you were able to pull it all together for the checker, taking the top spot. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my family and friends. I'd like to thank 2X Motorsports, Outer Bay Motorsports, Off-Road Vixens, Roma Venture Company, and that's it.
Nice job. You two ladies, hop up on your boxes. One more round of applause for our top 3 finishers in 800 Open. Nice job. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, that was a great race. Great personalities in this one. Love seeing that 800 Open class and, you know, all the smiles that we see on the podium. But, and Mark, I mean, we're about midway through our morning session here. Still got a couple of, 3 heavy hitter classes yet to come. Up next, though, we're shifting gears. It's going to be youth production. It's going to be slated for 10 laps, and this one got about 10 drivers in this, and there's some big-name drivers.
Man, they really are. They become the new stars here at CORR. Kyle Niner doing a great job yesterday. Tatum Forrester, rock star again, big power out here. Wyatt Schmucker, the list just goes on and on. Harper McKinley, Vincent Weber, Ryland Gahn, you know the Gahn story, another story, legends. Gahn out there. Brianna Corky and Evan Atkins, but here it is. Kyle Niner will lead it in the points, 214, but pretty well off the pace. Tatum Forrester, but he can make it up today. 22 points behind. Harper McKinney, 3rd place in points, 37, and Ryland Gahn out there. We're running off the top 4. Vincent Weber, Wyatt Schmucker, Evan Atkins, Brianna Gorky, and Liam Caldwell, and Anderson Porter will round off your top 10 in points.
That was our R&R Steel Racing Youth Production points. As we've got our Jones Ford pace truck bringing them around, and we're going to get a glimpse here at our Liquid Molly Youth Production starting grid. It is Tatum Forrester, yesterday's big winner, starting there in the pole position. Harper McKinney outside row number 1. Then it is the 999 of Kyle Niner, Anderson Porter, Ryland Gahn, Brenna Gorky, Luke Dawson, and Desi De La Cruz rounding out your 4 first rows. And it's going to be Vincent Weber, Evan Atkins, and Wyatt Schmucker rounding out row number 6.
Yeah, an action-packed field here. This is going to be one of the fastest classes to get us to break us into the second half here. This is like a little teaser of what we got coming up next for the second half. But here it is, man. The cars are going to be fast, and it's going to be incredible to watch this. And it still, I wish I could stand out and say, oh, it's going to be, it's going to be Kyle Niner or Wyatt Schmugger. It can be any one of these cars, man. Every one of these drivers, you'll see it by the first lap. They will stay tightly bunched together. There won't be a set of cars that takes out. You can see that livery that we love so much of South Point. Something about that livery that just makes you know you're in an off-road race.
Yeah, a couple of South Point cars there. That is Rylan Gahn, Brenna Gorky. Obviously, talk about legend of the sport. Got to talk about the Gahn family. But green flag is out. We're going racing. It is Tatum Forrester into turn number 1 in the lead. Followed closely behind the 999 and Kyle Niner.
Yeah, this is going to be a race here. These two battled it out yesterday, so let's see. And Kyle Niner a little disappointed with the mistake that he made. So Kyle Niner, can he regroup? Did he get everything right? And is he going to make it work today? A little bit of smoke coming out of that Yamaha YXZ out there. I wonder if that's going to spell catastrophe there right in front of the 45 car.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see here on the first lap when this one's slated for 10. We will have that mandatory competition caution. Wow, Kyle Niner coming in hot on that one. Looked like he kind of cased it. They're going to go even down that stretch. That was a wild one for Kyle Niner.
Well, Kyle Niner is celebrating his 18th birthday this weekend, so he won't be in this class until the rest of the season. This is his final season in this class, as now that he's old enough to move up. And he's definitely setting himself up to be one of the fast racers in the next class. As that ladder system that you were talking about, Jim Beaver, Kyle Niner is definitely going to be in it for next year.
Yeah, but right now, Kyle Niner got his hands full with Tatum Forrester, winner yesterday, leading today. Kyle Niner going to have his work cut out for him.
Tatum Forrester, a dominant force out here this weekend in Glen, Helen. And great job of that whole family out there.
Little bit of breathing room for Tatum Forrester over Kyle Niner. But Kyle Niner, look at that, all the way to the bottom.
Threw it in there. Well, that was a good move. As it would look like Tatum Forrester really had to throw it into turn 1 to scrub that speed and carried a little too much speed there, or turn 4 rather. Or turn 5 rather, now that we're still on the bypass.
Tatum Forrester leading down through the front stretch, followed by Kyle Niner. Harper McKinney on the podium yesterday, currently in the 3rd spot.
Great shot there, the 548, Harper McKinney. Harper McKinney getting some love online while we were watching it live. So Harper McKinney got a great following out there watching this live on our track feed.
Harper McKinney at 548, working their way through.
There's that hot pink you were talking about. I love seeing it.
Hot pink and black.
Yeah, man. Love the white. I just love the combination of that car. Looks great. Good highlights up there. It's racing, so why not be bright and colorful? That's a beautiful thing. Stepping away from the whites and blacks, I'm kind of playing my trucks are black. That's what I need, some hot pink.
So Harper McKinney trying to get in this, trying to battle for those top 2 spots. Approaching the midway point here after lap number 6. We will throw that competition caution, so McKinney will have another shot at things in this lead group. As we get the shot there, that's number 62 of Rylan Gahn. Found the podium yesterday. Very excited about that.
Yeah, Rylan Gahn, great job for performance from yesterday. But right, and look at that South Point livery. There it is again. It just does something. You can see how spread out the class is starting to become. And the mandatory cautions get a bunch of them back together, so you get a second chance at that first place. You can see Kyle Niner now and Tatum Forrester down at the bottom of the screen. They're really starting to extend the gap between them.
Rylan Gahn trying to make a move there on Porter in the number 66. Trying to get up as close as he can. Nothing there into turn number 1. This is the battle for that 3rd and final podium spot. Or excuse me, the 4th spot.
Yeah, Harper McKinney's still doing a great job there holding on to that 3rd, but it looks like right now they've kind of found their stride here, and they are desperately going to need that mandatory caution to bunch them back up, so they will have a shot at it. Their time's almost identical from the third, fourth, and fifth cars. Not too much separating them, just about a second. But Forrester right now, 54 second lap. That's definitely one of the fastest laps out there.
Yeah, very, very fast for Forrester. Niner trying to chase Forrester down. Got McKinney and Porter and Gone in the mix in the top 5 as well. Next time by, we should bring out the mandatory competition caution.
Yeah, Tatum Forrester, man, if you're running a 54, that's literally 5 seconds slower than our lap leader, if you would, Augie Redezetter, with a 49 yesterday. That was incredible.
So right now, this is the number 62 South Point car of Rylan Gone, trying to chase down Porter, trying to get around Porter before this competition caution. Driving it in deep, trying to carry speed, going to try and slingshot out of that corner, carry the momentum. Right there, that is Tatum Forrester, our leader, going to bring it home here for the mandatory competition caution as your leader. Kyle Niner going to have another shot at the W here, but I'm going to tell you what, Tatum Forrester almost a full second faster than Kyle Niner.
Yeah, man, Tatum Forrester is simply on fire right now in this second day of racing.
Well, speaking of our second-place driver, Kyle Niner, earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with him.
Down here with Kyle Niner. Now, Kyle, you're 28 points ahead of second in your class going into rounds 5 and 6. You said it's been about a year and a half since you've actually raced here, but completely different tracks. So this is kind of new to you. What are your thoughts going into the weekend?
Man, I'll tell you what, I'm real excited. Competition's pretty big out here. I've got Wyatt and Tatum. They've been following me around this entire season so far. And track felt pretty good. We all seem to be pretty close together, so it should be a really good battle tomorrow and Sunday here.
Well, we also talk about winds sometimes, mostly in desert, but it does help in short course right now, especially when you're out having that clean air. How do you think wind's going to play a factor this weekend as well?
I think it's definitely going to make it so we can see a little bit better. If there's dusty areas, it'll move the dust away really fast. Other than that, it shouldn't make too big of a difference. I mean, we're not getting enough air where the wind's like tipping us over midair or anything like that. So it should just make it so we can see a little bit better.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. We're going to see what shapes up in the second half.
All right there, Tatum Forrester, current leader, Kyle Niner, who we just caught up with, currently sitting in the second spot. Harper McKinney, also podium sitter from yesterday, sitting there in the third spot. But I got to tell you, Mark, the story of the day so far has been that battle for the fourth spot between Porter and Gone. They've been going at it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Tatum Forrester, since, man, the rest of the field doesn't appear to have anything over. Even Kyle Niner, as big a fan as I am of Kyle Niner, Kyle Niner's going to have to do something in his bag of tricks. He's going to have to pull something out to make it, if he's going to want to battle up there with Tatum Forrester. But, man, with the performance and the lap times that Tatum Forrester has been doing, I just don't think there's going to be anything that he can do unless a mistake is made or a mechanical or anything. And that's definitely not the way we want to see Tatum Forrester's weekend end. But right now, Tatum Forrester very dominant in this class in the first half.
Look at that car. Looks like it just rolled out of the pits.
Yeah, man.
Not a speck of dirt on it. Kyle Niner right now trying to regroup, figure out how he's going to make a run at this victory. Pushed really hard the first lap or two and then just fell back. And, part of that could have been Kyle Niner knowing, hey, we do have a competition caution. I'm going to save the car, really make a push here in the second half. So we're going to find out when we go back green flag racing. Kyle Niner does have something in the tank there for Tatum Forrester, who was yesterday's winner as well.
Well, if anything I've seen by Kyle Niner here by announcing for CORR, and one of the reasons I'm a fan, he's a mathematician, man. He puts it together. He knows what he's got to do, and he executes it. Whether it's going to work or not, he still has a plan. So I wonder what's going to happen here in the second half. And, Kyle Niner, very similar to Chloe Hearn, Kyle Niner is simply explosive on the second half and super aggressive. So I'd like to see that here and really see it a little closer between Tatum Forrester and Kyle Niner.
So Tatum Forrester going to be bringing us back to green. Going to be looking for that Jones Ford Pace truck to pull off. One of our great partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Big shout out to Rugged Radios, Maxxis Tires, K&N Filters, Liqui Moly, R&R Steel, Cactus Splash Pools. I mean, we got Looney Cooling. We got some amazing partners here in the series, Mark.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. That list is growing. We can't say enough. As the series grows and as, again, we get these legendary racers involved, and we already got the TV, so Racer Network involved, Trevor Hawking and all the people there behind the scenes, man. The sport and of short course racing is definitely back here in the Southwest.
All right, so Jones Ford Pace truck is pulled off. And Tatum Forrester going to be looking for that green flag. Look at Kyle Niner all over the back.
I told
all
you.
Over the back there of Tatum Forrester. Niner wants to make a run at things.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see some fireworks here the first couple of corners.
I swear to God, that's exactly what I was saying. Fireworks are getting ready to be seen.
All right, green flag is out. Look at that. That was Ryland gone all the way to the bottom trying to make something happen there.
Yeah, went all the way in, stepping out. Normally you want to step out to the outside. Nope, right into the inside.
Forrester pushing up a little bit. Niner getting a little sideways. Almost got into it with McKinney there. It was a bit of a bobble by Kyle Niner. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, McKinney did a great job, though, not lifting and losing any seconds either, though. Great job on trusting that Kyle Niner was going to get that car back in shape.
Forrester already stretching the gap to Kyle Niner. Now Niner going to have his. Oh, look at that
again!
We had somebody go up and over there. Was that Ryland gone? That was 62 of Ryland gone. Looked like a very slow rollover. Just caught another tire. It looked like by one of the other competitors, and it was enough just to kind of push the car over. I don't think there's going to be any mechanically wrong with that car. We're going to get rolled over and get him back out there.
Doesn't even look like there's a scratch on the car. They're literally going to roll that car over and back into it.
So we got a replay here.
Ryland gone bobbling right there over that double going in. Oh, he had to check it up too hard. Oh, no, it did touch the car. I didn't think they were going to touch.
Porter and Gone been battling all day long. And Porter getting checking up. Gone, nothing he could do. Got all over the brakes and just clipped the car and went up and over. Very slow crash. Doesn't look like any damage done to the car.
Not even a scratch. Man.
So I think Ryland going to be able to get that going and rejoin this, but going to have to regroup from the back, and it's going to be going to have his work cut out for him. I think Ryland Gaughan's got it. He's got it figured out, but man, this is going to be a tough run for him.
From my vantage point, and this is just my 2 cents of the thing. I'm not sure this is what happened, but from my vantage point, as Tatum Forrester was coming over the double, he set up for turn 1. As I said, every one of these turns has a jump coming into the turn. Well, he looked to me like he set it, saw the car in front of him get a little upset in the turn, but thought that they were going to get out of it, so he stayed in it and did it. So I think it was just a decision to stay in it. I think he could have got on the binders a little harder and avoided it, but I think he was betting on the car being able to straighten out and get out of the way.
Well, right there, that is Tatum Forrester. Kyle Niner in the second spot. Niner going to he got a gift. He's going to have another shot there at Tatum Forrester.
Yes, indeed. And as I said, I just think that Kyle Niner is a mathematician, man, and has a plan and makes it happen. But I unfortunately think all his math is coming up short with Tatum Forrester. Tatum Forrester says, "Man, I don't care what your plan is. I got my own."
So our leader, Forrester, Niner in the second spot, Harper McKinney in the third, Porter in the fourth, and now moving up into the fifth spot, name we haven't talked about much today, Desi De La Cruz.
Yes, indeed. That's great to see that car is up there. And, here it is, second half, last few laps. I have a feeling those fireworks that you're talking about are getting ready to be shot off.
All right, looking for that green flag. Green flag is out. Kyle Niner trying to find a way around Forrester. Forrester's credit, haven't made any mistakes yet today.
Yeah, Tatum Forrester. Great job. He is such a character in the pits, too, man. He is so much fun.
Strong run, already stretching it out, 3 or 4 car lengths over Kyle Niner. This is just Forrester's weekend.
Yeah, man. Sometimes.
Oh, a little contact there.
Got in the back of Harper McKinney. Slowed that car down quite a bit, but having no problems getting right back in it and not collecting the other drivers. Good job.
Ryland Gaughan having to dodge some chaos there. Almost same corner as the rollover.
Yeah.
So we get a replay here of what happened.
McKinney had to slow up and check up because of Niner and collected the number 3 car, or number 5 car, rather.
That's Schmucker there.
Yeah.
Getting into it with McKinney and nowhere to go. Oh, another one. Oh, look at that.
Looping on it. Didn't even lose his pace. Didn't even lose a position.
That was the 66 of Porter once again. Porter, I don't know what's going on with that car, but it's caused a couple of mishaps here recently.
Hey, this is not freestyle, guys. This is a race. Come on, let's stop doing the flips and blips. Let's keep it on all 4.
I got another replay coming at you of what just happened.
I don't think anything just
Porter
hit
caught
that
a rut.
Yeah, boop.
Little pirouette.
Yeah.
Able to keep it running and just pulled right out. Never even lost the position.
No. And a great job by the other drivers that had the...
avoid the contact.
Yeah, that's a big deal right there. That is a great job at both racers.
So the white flag is out for Tatum Forrester. Kyle Niner in the 2nd spot. Porter in the 3rd. McKinney in the 4th. Excuse me, McKinney in the 3rd. Porter in the 4th. Gone. Now back up to 5th.
A little bit of action right there.
That's Desi De La Cruz getting around Gone for the 5th spot.
Yeah, good move.
De La Cruz having a strong run today.
Yeah, De La Cruz looking like if De La Cruz was up front, could have something for the 4 runners. But having a battle in the mid-pack, and make those passes and positions every time again.
Looked like Gone putting up on 2 briefly there for a second.
It's just not Gone's race today, man. Gone just having to battle all kinds of things coming his way.
Desi De La Cruz now trying to pick up some last-second positions here as we come to that Maxxis Tires checkered flag. It is Tatum Forrester with a win. Niner going to finish up in 2nd. McKinney once again on the podium this weekend in the 3rd spot. And it's going to be Porter, De La Cruz Gone.
Indeed. For some reason, even announcing this, just kind of, I did it. This is just another day in the office, man. I came out here. Tatum Forrester's on top of the box, dude. This is just what he does.
Yeah. Well, for us, watching what Tatum Forrester just did, it wasn't real exciting, but that's because Tatum Forrester did everything they were supposed to do today.
Absolutely.
And it was a very clean, precise run. We're going to catch up with Tatum and all of our podium finishers return here to Glen, Helen in round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Double E Racing, engineered for performance.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Built to get more out of every mile. For what you pull, what you haul, and what you refuse to leave behind. When the load gets heavy, you don't back off. You push forward. Trusted for generations because performance matters. More air, more power, more response. Engineered for the demands of diesel drivers. Ready for wherever the road ends. K&N Performance Diesel.
And we are back here to round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series with the beautiful Glen Helen Raceway with the snow in the background and getting a glimpse of some of the trails and the greenery around this beautiful track in Southern California.
Yes, indeed. Iconic was the word that you used out here to describe Glen Helen, and I have to agree 100%. Iconic, beautiful views, great racing, and it's always a great time out there.
Which brings us to our Rugged Radio's youth production results. Tatum Forrester on top, wire to wire, as they call that in professional basketball. It's taking it coast to coast.
Oh, wow.
And, done, signed, sealed, delivered. Tatum Forrester was Tatum's weekend. Kyle Niner, strong second-place finish. Harper McKinney on the podium once again here this weekend in the third spot. Anderson Porter, Desi De La Cruz, great run to the top 5 for Desi De La Cruz. Rylan Gahn, very strong run. Just seemed like was in the wrong place at the wrong time every single time.
Yeah,
but Rylan, great run. Evan Atkins, Wyatt Schmucker, Luke Dawson, and the other South Point car, Brenna Gorky, finishing up in the 10th spot, having some troubles there, not able to finish the race. That was your Rugged Radio's results. And, that was a fun one.
Yeah, Kyle Niner, man, I know he was racing with everything he had out there. A little disappointed with his finish yesterday. I got to catch up with him as well and talk with him. And still second place here today. It just sometimes when the leader just hits the marks perfect, car's running perfect, everything does something perfect, you got a little more battle from it. So both 1 and 2 did a great job with what they had planned for today.
Like I call a day like this for Kyle Niner, keeps him honest.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it is. It keeps you honest. And Kyle Niner is going to go back to the drawing board and see what he can put together to have some retain him. They're both very skilled drivers, so I don't think there's anything that they have to tweak too hard.
No. He'll be back stronger than ever in the next round. Definitely looking forward to that. But right now, catching up with our top 3, it is Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Down here with Harper McKinney. Now, Harper, nice job on a double podium this weekend for rounds 5 and 6 at Glen Helen. Talk to me about your overall race weekend.
Oh, it was really fun. I miss this track. I'm so glad to be back on it, and track's so fun.
Well, you've got 2 great drivers right in front of you. You guys put on a wonderful show. It's really cool to see all the battles back and forth. Knowing how to pick lines, you did that this weekend. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Sneaky Tunes, Allcoat, and all my friends and family that came out to support.
Nice job. We're going to head over to our second place finisher, Kyle Niner. Kyle, I know that you've been having some issues. Unfortunately, you weren't able to get on top of the box and continue that streak that you had for the first 4 rounds. But double podium here for 5 and 6. What was going on with the car?
We had 4-wheel drive for about half a lap. Thought we got it fixed last night. We did not. But, we'll fix it, come back next round, and see what we can do.
Well, you're still adding points to the season, which is very important. We keep talking about this is the midway point for the season, heading to Victorville for round 7 and 8. So you've got a little bit of time. Who would you like to thank for this round?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Sneaky Tunes, Hurley Motorsports, Kinetic, JG Racing, all my friends and family back home, Sandcraft. Thanks, guys.
Nice job on second. All right, we're going to head over here to the man of the weekend. We were talking to Tatum Forrester. Tatum, unfortunately, as you were coming in, we saw that your vehicle was being towed in. Tell us about what happened. I know that you still got the first, but I can smell kind of your car back here. What's going on?
So my dad got on the radio and he said, you're losing a lot of coolant on the re-rack. So I was watching my temps the whole time and just making sure it wouldn't go too high. And he's like, if it hits 240, you have to pull off. So it hit 240, I didn't pull off. I just kept going out. And Connor at 2X, he's always like, burn. He's like, he's always like, burn it to the ground if you're gonna win. Just had to push through. And then as soon as I started going again, it started to cool down. So I thought we were good. And then as soon as I finished the race, it spiked and shut down. So it is what it is, but we'll get it figured out. And I'm glad to be up here.
Well, we always say wreckers or checkers, and you kind of did a little bit of both on this one. But walking away with the double podium, double first for rounds 5 and 6, adding some more points, and kind of closing the gap right here with Kyle Niner. So it's really cool seeing that as we go into Victorville for the next race. Who would you like to thank for this weekend?
I want to thank my mom and dad for bringing me out here and doing everything. Tyler, all my friends and family, Paul that helps out, my brother, 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, Lone Star Performance, UPR Racing, Rugged Radios, Economy Plumbing, Seal Savers, Shock Tune, and I think that's it.
Well, you guys have done it here. It was a really nice, clean race to see from every one of you. Please hop up on your boxes. Big round of applause for your top 3 in youth production. Back up to you guys.
You got to love that. If you're leading, burn it to the ground. That's my style, Mark. I love it.
That is a Connor we've coined so many phrases this week, and that is a Connor Maxwellism. So
yeah, well, it was a great race. I mean, yeah, like I said, I love the personalities of these kids, But we're hanging out here. Lots of people in attendance, lots tuning in at home, and we've got some great partners in this series. Obviously, if you're tuning in on the broadcast, you see us. I mean, we got all our rad CORR merch here, and you know what? If you want to take home some of that, and you're here at the track, you know what? Our friends at Traders, they have us dialed in with our merch. I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here at Glen, Helen for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here with Traders, our official merchandise partner for the series. Not only do they have custom hats, jackets, and T-shirts that they're printing up on demand at every single event, but at each and individual event, we have specific event T-shirts. This one, Love Hurts. It's got the skulls. It's got the roses. Yeah. It's a little bit of St. Valentine's Day massacre feel. I love it, but these guys are absolutely killing it every single round. So if you're out here at one of the events, make sure and stop by Traders and get your merch. All right, we are getting ready to go racing here with Youth Production, and our points right now with our R&R Steel Racing points. Take us through the points here, Mark.
Youth Production, that is going to leave Kyle Niner there, extending the lead. Tatum Forrester just now 22 points behind Harper McKinney and Rylan Gahn, with Vincent Weber, Wyatt Schmucker, Evan Atkins, Brennan Gorky, and Liam Caldwell, and Anderson Porter there finishing that one up on those points.
And we have our starting grids. This is going to be for youth restricted. We're going to have Tatum Forrester, Harper McKinney, Kyle Niner, Anderson Porter. We've got Vincent Weber, Evan Atkins, Wyatt Schmucker.
Yeah, and this race is going to be Crew Hart, Jackson Cotter, Ryder Greco, Ryder Forrester, Nixon McCormick, Triton Lawrence, Timothy Jones, Lath Earp, Cooper Hoganess, Addy Atterbury will be out there again, once again, Braden Penrod, Carter Hoganess, K.S. Sain's going to be out there, Anderson Porter, and B.J. Hawthorne.
All right, ready to go. Green flag racing. It's going to be Crew Hart taking us to the green flag. Ryder Greco in the second spot.
Yeah, a repeat of yesterday. Some great racing between Greco and Crew Hart. They were bumper to bumper.
Oh, look at that. Lots of action, bumping, banging. Oh, we got a trifecta there.
Hoganess in the middle of that one. That's a big. They're locked together. Flat tire.
That is McCormick with a flat tire in the 737.
Yeah.
Cotter in the mix as well. So, that's going to be that's more than a right front flat. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. You're going to try and bring it into the hot pit there.
Yeah, that's Nixon McCormick. His day's done. That's a broken spindle, or a broken upper controller. Or even a ball joint. That car's done.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Going to try and get it back there. But, it's amazing. With 3 cars, we were able to keep this thing under green flag racing. And, that is the 151 there. Ryder Greco currently leading. Hart in the second spot. Looks like Hart's got a fender flying off.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a little contact there that we didn't see while we were watching the other incident. Greco's been aggressive all weekend long, and it's great to see these two again. But it looks like there was some damage. Maybe there's some contact between the two.
Greco, Hart, 1-2. This one's slated for 10.
Ryder Greco scolding me last night. I was in front of the kids' courtroom, and boy, those kids just tore into me on all the mistakes that I made and that I continue to make. And one of them I always call Ryder Greco, Carson Greco, and I deeply apologize for that. But nope, Ryder Greco out front right now, and Crew Hart right behind him.
Yeah, Lawrence and Forrester in the mix as well.
Forrester, I do believe, just got around Lawrence. So Forrester now coming down the front straight. We'll rack it up to one more position up.
That would be a Ryder Forrester in this one. We saw Tatum Forrester in the previous race. This is going to be Ryder Forrester in this one.
Did I just mess up again? I sure did. It happens.
Catching a rut there, but able to get it back together. It's the 210 of Triton Lawrence. Currently in the 4th spot. Trying to chase down Forrester, who's sitting in the 3rd spot. Lawrence and Forrester battle for 3rd.
Yeah, Lawrence looking great there in that car. It looks like that car is dialed up, but they just find themselves behind the leaders. And if you look up the top of the screen, you can see the leaders, and that's how big of a gap they have between 2nd and 3rd place.
All right, going to come down the front stretch here. Forrester not getting a pretty good gap over Lawrence. Lawrence challenging there for a minute, but big gap. Right now, though, we're going back up front to our leaders. It is Greco leading Hart, but this is a lot closer than that battle for third.
Yeah, Ryder Greco looking just great this weekend. You know, it's been solid yesterday. But, man, the performance today, like I say, you go back, get your data together, put it all together for the second day of racing and see if you can get it on top. Well, Ryder Greco doing a great job of getting it on top.
Greco keeping it nice and tight around there. That is Hart there in the second spot. Trying to chase him down. That fender's starting to fly off.
Crew Hart, man, he is rock solid. You can bet when you see that Hart name out there on the starting grid, he's going to be up there running top 4, top 5. You know, always tough to beat. And here it is, our mandatory caution, unless there's something else on the track that we don't see.
Yeah, it looks like caution coming out. Might be a little early. I think got to be something else going on the track. That normally comes about lap 6, and we're just going into lap 5. So getting everybody shut down here.
Yeah, they're waving. Oh, yeah, there it is.
That is the 197 of Kaya Sane. So that will take the place of our mandatory competition caution. So just coming a little bit earlier than we expected. So we will, when we resume green flag racing, it should be to the finish. So coming about a lap before we normally would expect it.
Kaya was one of the drivers that was scolding me last night. So her and her friends, they got on me quite a bit. So it's great. It looks like she's okay. And that smoke that you see, that's oil. What happens is oil gets in places in the engine, like mostly in the combustion chamber where it's not supposed to be. Comes in either through a valve or comes in through the bottom of the engine. And it comes in, and once you start it like that, all that oil has to burn off real quick. So nothing to be alarmed from there. That's not like our smoke up that happened earlier. And that's definitely not like Tatum Forrester's car losing coolant.
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit of survival out here for some of these cars. Obviously, I know Rooster, you know, he had that big puff of smoke. It almost looked like something out of a Batman movie.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that being said, we're got under mandatory competition caution. Niner's not in this race. But talking about our leader, we were able to catch up with Ryder Greco earlier this weekend.
Going into round 5, this man right next to me, Ryder Greco, you are 4 for 4 in our first few rounds. We're here at Glen, Helen. The track is a little bit different. It's different than what we've seen at Firebird. What are your thoughts?
I like this track a lot. I noticed in practice that we were sliding up a bit, but we'll try to get that figured out.
Well, I had a chance to talk to your brother about the whoop section that we see over here. Are you a fan of it? Do you like it? What are your thoughts?
I like it. I just wish we could clear it because last time when we were here at practice, we could clear it, but after Champ came and changed it, now there's not as much lip to it, so we can't really clear it, but it would be nice.
Well, to be able to get another top spot over here for round 5 and then another one for round 6, how do you think you're going to be able to accomplish that?
By keeping the tires on the ground and finishing.
I love that. Keeping the tires on the ground and finishing. This is what a man is going for. He knows what it takes to take that top spot. He's going for that in round 5 and in round 6.
Well, Ryder Greco obviously catching up with him earlier this weekend, and it's panning out for him because he is currently leading here in youth restricted. But it has been a battle with Crew Hart. Crew putting in the work, and actually best lap time of the day so far goes to Crew Hart with a 57.5. Best lap time by Ryder Greco so far, 57.9. So Hart a little bit faster than Greco, but Greco, able to hold him off.
Yeah, it's been an exciting race, though, one way or the other. Once Greco gets up front, though, as long as no mistakes are made right there, the whole rest of the field just has to watch the rest of the race. But Crew Hart, though, has the speed, has everything, so we'll see. It's the second half here. Again, maybe there was a strategy at play, but, one thing you have to make sure your strategy is just right. Is you have Ryder Forrester right there, and we know the Forrester name and that whole crew. They got their things together. They came to race.
Definitely came to race. Looking for that Jones Ford pace truck to pull off. Once it does, it will be Ryder Greco bringing us to the green. Running order, Crewhart in second, Ryder Forrester in the third spot, Triton Lawrence, Timothy Jones sitting there in the top 5. Great
Nice.
charge by him. Yeah. Addie Atterbury up to 6th place. So Addie Atterbury also charging as well. Brayton Penrod, Jackson Cotter, Cooper Hoganess, and Lath Earp going to round out your top 10.
Yeah, Cooper Hoganess getting collected up there in that incident that took out the wheel and everything of McCormick. So hopefully Cooper can regroup. He's new to this class, so he's learning the bigger car. I know his mom's out there nervous as can be watching the speeds that these cars do.
Well, look at Forrester running it up the outside, looking for something, little bumping, banging there. That was Triton Lawrence getting into the back of Ryder Forrester in that corner.
Great job on the rest of the field, too, avoiding all that. That got on the binders and was able to avoid catastrophe.
So now Crewhart trying to dart out to the outside, worried about Ryder Forrester as well. I pulled a mark.
Dang it. I don't want that to be called that. The kids are hard enough on me.
But Ryder Forrester, honestly, very impressive on this restart. It's had a couple of looks, nothing there yet. But Ryder Greco going to have his work cut out for him, I think, the second half of this race, because you got a Crewhart and a Ryder Forrester that's really looking to charge here.
Well, Crewhart's not backing down. Crewhart seemed to be right there, just a couple car lengths between them. And Crewhart is doing a great job, and I have a feeling Crewhart wants that lead back.
I'm making an observation here, but I think, that's the 245.
Brayton Penrod.
Off the race line and out. But I'm going to make an observation here. We got Ryder Forrester, Ryder Greco, Ryder Chapman. We've got Ryder Van Beekem, and they're all spelled the exact same way. There's something in the water here in CORR, but there is a lot of riders.
It's funny you say that. I was, as I told you, for whatever reason, the kids ganged up. I walked right into a motorhome last night, and there had to have been 15 of them in there. Every one of them was just letting me have it on every mistake that I made. And I looked like a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. I was heavily outnumbered. But I was thinking the same thing. I could just start calling people Ryder, and about 10 kids are going to show up.
Good chunk of it. You're going to be right a good chunk of the time out here.
Standing in a Riders meeting, and say, Ryder, and watch 20 kids turn their heads.
Oh, that is a tough break there. That is Timothy Jones was in the top 5. Looks like he is having an issue there. So tough break for Timothy Jones. Very strong this weekend. Just things haven't played into his favor.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something else on the track.
Like a flat tire, left roof flat.
Well, I'm stuck at the camera here. I'm wondering if there's something else on the track that is bringing out the yellow flag, because Timothy Jones was able to get out of the track and get out of the way. So I'm wondering if there's something here we're going to see on camera here. Now, the thing is, when we are normally, just so you're watching it, normally we're out on the track. We're overlooking the track. We can see what's going on here. But weather has forced us to be in a little his shack, and I don't even know what this shack's purpose is here at Glen Helen. It's a new shack, relatively new, just got built, and we're in this little shack, so we can't see the track, so we can't make the calls that we, when we see the caution fly rather. Unless it's on our screen, we have to wait for the cameras to pan to see what's got the yellow flag out, and it's weird that this one would have brought out the full course caution, but we'll see how it does.
All right, so that is Ryder Greco leading, Crewhart in second, Ryder Forrester in third, Triton Lawrence in fourth, and now Jackson Cotter moving up into the 5th spot. Then 6 through 10, it is going to be Cooper Hoganess, Lath Earp, Addie Atterbury, Carter Hoganess, and it was Timothy Jones. He pulled off with a flat, so I believe that might possibly be Brayton Penrod now emerging into the top 10.
That'd be great. That would be great to see a little bit of change up in our lineup. But I don't know if it's going to really change anything. As long as there's no more incidences here, I think we're going to see this race finish exactly like it is.
All right, so Ryder Greco going to be looking for the green. Our pace truck from Jones Ford has pulled off. Watch Crewhart to make a move. Ryder Forrester also with the solid chance at this. Ryder Forrester kind of sitting back. Greco, great jump on the green flag. Crewhart not able to make anything happen right away. Look at that. Forster already jumping up into the mix of things.
Yeah, Cotter, unfortunately, was a victim to an incident, and Cotter, unfortunately, went backwards. But look at that, top 5. Cotter's right back in the hunt. And Cotter has the ability to chase down Greco and Hart. So, and Cotter, man, I've seen some of the best races at one of the venues that we did here between Blythe at Screw Louie's, and it was, or not Screw Louie's, Shorty's. I don't know why I said that. I don't know what happened there. At Shorty's Motorsports Park, it was a great job, and I want to see those races again.
All right, so Greco leading in the 151. Hart been trying all day to get around him. Hart faster lap time that time by, just not able to get around Greco. You've got to worry about the ever-looming Ryder Forrester in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, they've got to feel the pressure there from Forrester. Because as you see, they're not extending anything. Both of them, all 3 drivers, in fact, they're doing a great job here, and they have to hit their marks, or one mistake by either of them will definitely get a gap between them, like you see right there, Forrester and Hart right now.
So you had Hart to the bottom, Forrester going up high, nothing there for Hart.
Hart's going to go inside.
Oh, a little bobble there.
Yeah.
Going way outside. It's going to allow Forrester to dive in. Hart now, instead of trying to set something up on Greco, having to worry about Forrester now.
I was just going to say, watch this. Hart's going to tighten this turn up, go way to the inside right when he bobbled, and unfortunately pushed him outside.
That corner's getting some ruts in it, and it's starting to upset some of the cars. We saw it with Ryland gone in the previous race. So I think there's something there.
Little bobble there from the number 511 car, rather, of Erb. I've noticed all weekend long, by the way, we're going to say it from the driver's vantage point. If you're on that back straightaway and you go to the extreme outside, that jump's a little more peaky out there. And I've seen the cars really kick if they decide to go to the right there. So not a very fast line to take that back straightaway to the outside.
So Greco continuing to hold off Hart. Hart all the way to the bottom. Look at that. Just
he put a wheel in. Oh! Forrester up and over in turn 5.
That same corner we've been talking about getting rutted, and it's upsetting the cars. Forrester does a little pirouette there. Tough break for Ryder Forrester. Solid podium contention.
But they're racing to the yellow flag here. I'm wondering if the yellow flag's going to come out. There it is. They're just a little late. So yellow. But, wow. Yeah, that Forrester, that's a tough break right there, being right there within contingency. And not going to have it.
Forrester pushing hard. Looks like the car's all right. That pirouette didn't look like it did much damage, maybe a few scratches. They're going to get it pulled over, but I think with only a lap or 2 remaining, I think it's going to be a tough go for Forrester.
Yeah, that's always heartbreaking right there for the driver, You're up there, especially when you're up in, the podium chase. That's just really upsetting. I'm sure it's hard to regroup and get it back together. And unfortunately, 2 laps to go, it's going to regroup, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, other than some bent number plates, looks like that Forrester car is going to be A-OK.
Yeah.
A little bit of ego damage, but other than that, I think they're going to be all right.
Probably more ego damage than car damage, that's for sure.
Yep, fired right back up, going to join the grid. Tell you what, it looks like we're probably going to have a 2-lap shootout here. And if that's the case, things are going to get entertaining. But I think Forrester may have a real shot at still trying to work the way through the pack.
Well, something really cool here now that gives Lawrence here on that final spot on the podium. But look at this, probably his best finish right now. Cooper Hogan is in 4th place. That's a great job. He got collected in a little bit of that insanity that happened earlier. But Cooper Hoganess, I have a feeling that this is going to be Cooper Hoganess' best finish so far in the new class.
Well, the other one we got to look at is that 66X Addie Atterbury, probably the strongest run she's had so far in this class. I mean, obviously she's dominated the 800 Open, but Addie Atterbury, moving into the top 5, can she push for a podium?
Yeah, the Rockstar might have something for these boys. So, all the newcomers to this class looking great, and so far because Ryder Greco is hard to get around. Hart, but Lawrence looking great. So looking for Lawrence podium here. Great to see Lawrence up there.
All right, so it's Greco, Hart, Lawrence now, 1, 2, 3. Lawrence been fast just had to deal with a lot of traffic.
Wow,
look at
what
that.
is
A
going
triple
on here?
bump
Yeah.
there. And look at that. Hoganess all the way to the bottom. Hoganess going, you know what? I want in this mix.
Cooper, my goodness, get it together and look at this. You might be on the podium. I'm going to be so happy for the Hoganess. The whole family over there. Love Greg, love Mandy, and the brothers out there. They are so competitive. But, man, I don't know what happened there. I wonder if the Greco car bobbled and just collected the top three, and now Lawrence out of the chase. Cooper Hogan is going to have to hold it together.
Look at their battling. I mean, this is a battle between Hart and Greco.
They keep
and
having
it's allowing Hoganess to really get in the mix.
That's what I can say. They keep battling like that. Cooper's going to walk it around him and take his first win in this class.
Look at Hoganess. I mean, look at the charge that Hoganess is putting on with one to go. Cooper Hogan is out of nowhere.
Oh, mom's a wreck out there. I guarantee Manny's out there pacing on the bleachers out there. I bet if I look out my window, I know she's right here in front of us.
All the way to the top. Look at that. Oh, that was Greco up onto the K-rail. Now he's off, but Cooper Hoganess now in the second spot. Can Cooper Hoganess put a charge on to Hart and possibly take a victory here?
Cooper Hoganess, stay focused, boy. I want to see you pull it off right here in Southern California. And Hart, wow. But got Greco got back together and already right on the rear bumper of Cooper Hoganess.
And 50-50 grind on the K-rail.
Wow.
You got freestyle side-by-sides out here at Glen Helen.
Yeah.
But right now, it is looking like it is going to be Hart with a win, and it is going to be Cooper Hoganess out of nowhere with second, and it's going to be Greco taking home the third spot. That was your Maxxis Tires checkered flag. Hart in the number 36. Took him 9 laps to get into the lead, but Hart finally able to get it. And Cooper Hoganess, the story of the day, in second, as we got a replay of the craziness that just ensued.
Of the axle grind, the 50-50 axle grind, as you called it. Watch us. Maybe a little bumping with Hart, but...
There wasn't really a whole lot there. A little 50-50 grind on the K-rail, up and off.
Did a great job. He just stood on the throttle, was able to get it off that K-rail, no stiction, and just was able to do it. But the benefactor of that little mistake right there, the number 14 of Cooper Hoganess, so I know Mom can relax. Her boys are out there. But now the reality sets in. Cooper Hoganess, great job there, second place in this race. I am so proud of you, Cooper. Congratulations, dude. You totally earned it.
All right, and we are going to catch up with those podium finishers, but we got to take a short break here at Glen Helen. We'll return here to round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And we're back here at Glen Helen, round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright, and we just got done with Youth Restricted And, man, that was a battle to the finish. As we get a glimpse here of our results for the Youth Restricted Division out here at Glen Helen, brought to you by Rugged Radios.
Crewhart, great job there. He was patient, stay up there, but Ryder Greco had the command of this race early, but Crewhart was patient, and it paid off. Crewhart was able to get around him. Ryder Greco, though, with an axle grind on the K-rail there in the last few laps, and Cooper Hogan has stayed strong and consistent and was able to pick up his first second-place podium in this class. I know Mama's happy, and I'm very happy for him, too. Triton Lawrence in fourth. Addie Atterbury, the rock star, settling for fifth. Lee Thurp in the sixth place. Carter Hogan, the brother of Cooper, is going to have to settle for second place, but a great job with him as well. Jackson Cotter, just not his weekend. A name up there that you normally see up in the top four, top three. Just got to do it. Ryder Forrester out there, and Brayden Penrod.
All right, with that, we've got our podium finishers standing by. We're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, that was an intense race. I've got some three great drivers up here, taking a moment to chat with them, but we're going to start with our third-place finisher, Ryder Greco. So, Ryder, I know some things didn't turn out the way you wanted to, but you're here. You're getting another podium, adding some more points for the season. Talk to me about this race.
It was good. Led the entire race. I slowed down on the yellow and got hit, lost four-wheel drive, but it's okay. We still finished.
You still finished, buddy, and it was great to see you guys all come over here, give high fives, give some hugs, so it's great sportsmanship on yourself. Who would you like to thank for round 6?
My mom, my dad, Bryson and Jacob, R&R Steel, EVP Mode, 518 Designs, Kirky, SRI, SPA, and all my friends and family who came out to support me.
Nice job on this third-place finish. Heading over here to our second-place finisher, Cooper Hogan. Cooper, it's good to see you out here, buddy. You were shaking just a little bit. I know this is a great win for you in a second-place finish. Talk to me about your day.
So me and Jackson got spun out. We got collected, came from the back. Restart, I was in like 9th, and then another restart, 7th, and then the last restart got my way up to 2nd. Saw Greco go in the K-rail, and I'm like, okay, I got it now. Tried keeping Greco behind me, and I did it.
Well, you've done it here, and it's really good to see the mentality that you had, especially after multiple restarts and full course yellows. Who would you like to thank today?
2X Motorsports, Randy, Connor, 518 for the awesome wrap, Atterbury for support, VP, Kirky, Hoosier, H&H Transport, Boss Hog Welding, Pink Pineapple, and all 911 dispatch.
Wonderful. I love that. Nice job for you, buddy. All right, and taking that top spot and adding another double weekend podium over here, first for rounds 5 and 6. Talk to me about your day, crew.
I don't even know what's happening right now. I was so shocked, and then I didn't see the yellow, and then he slowed down, and I ran into him, and then the last lap, he slowed down too much, and I was already there, and he went up, and I just caught around, and it was honestly just crazy-ass race.
Crazy, crazy race. Well, you've done it here, buddy, adding some more points. I know that some days you don't necessarily know what's happening because it's all going so fast, but you guys are here. Love seeing the three of you race once against each other. Who would you like to thank for round 6?
God upstairs, my mom, my dad, my brother, Sneaky for the amazing tune, Method, Impact, Hoosier Tires, Elka Shocks, Polaris, and anyone else I'm forgetting, thank you.
Well, you guys have done it here. Hop up on your boxes. Nice job. Congratulations to the top 3 finishers here in Youth Restricted.
Well, that was a great race, and you know what we've seen all weekend long is some great racing, and we've seen that Maxxis checkered flag fly every single race, and with that, we were able to catch up with one of our newest sponsors in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, Maxxis Tires, earlier this weekend.
All right, new for the 25-26 season here at CORR, we got Maxxis Tires on board, and it's great to have Maxxis Mike. It's great to have Maxxis out here for this short course race. Triumphant return here to short course racing.
Yeah, you know what? It's great. We're super stoked to be part of it. CORR, one of the biggest, one of the best. Glen Helen, we're out here can't be more proud of being part of this. And, we got a Supreme Court. We got our Supreme Course. We got great conditions this weekend, and let's see what we can do.
The weather's going to be incredible. Now, lots of people out here running Maxxis, man. What can we expect for the 26th season?
Well, we make tires literally for everything that rolls, whether it's truck, UTV, the kids' stuff. We make tires for everything that rolls on rubber. So, yeah, you want to see whatever we make, go to Maxxis.com. The full line of tires is on that website, Maxxis.com.
There it is. Go to Maxxis.com. Check it out. They're here for CORR.
Great to have Maxxis Tires involved with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're going to look here at our youth side-by-side division. The fastest class here with our youth racers. Brings us to our R&R Steel Racing Youth side-by-side points. And yes, it is Mikey Childers with a commanding lead out front over Cash Hart in the second spot. And being tied with Cash Hart there is Brenna Gorky, 54 points back. Cody Krantz not here this weekend, unfortunately, in the fourth spot. And we got Rylan Gahn, Declan Shields, and Banks Bodden. I don't know, our 7 cars in the points championship.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Declan Shields all weekend. I haven't even really seen him because now, again, with our new layout here where we're in the booth here in this in the shack, I haven't even been able to look on the track and see Declan Shields, so I'm not even sure if Declan's here or not. But yeah, that's quite a points chase. That's quite a battle right there.
Yeah, definitely quite a battle for sure. Mikey Childress, though, he has been the class of the field so far this season. We're going to see that number 62, see if, Rylan Gahn's got a little something for Mikey Childress. We've got, obviously, Bodden back there as well. One to watch.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about the Boddens. They are out here. They're just a phenom, man. I just love watching them. They're very exciting to watch. No matter what position they're in, it's just an exciting deal to watch the Bodden name out there out in the race. Mikey Childress, again, we talked about it. I've been saying it again and again. We're legends, a weekend of legends out here. And Mikey Childress was one of my, is still one of my favorite drivers to watch. And again, aggressive, assertive, energetic. I don't know what to call it, but man, just all of those adjectives doing great to describe Childress. And you know what, young Mikey Childress, he's carrying on that family tradition, man. He's exciting to watch too. So if you guys, for whatever reason, didn't like that last race, make your way to the grandstands because this one's going to be a race for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be. And, Mikey Childress obviously doing double duty as well, running in this division. Then we'll see him in the Pro-Am division later on today as well. Same car, running in both divisions. So great to see him out and, giving him a little upper hand, I think, in that Pro-Am. He's getting these early laps, a little more practice time.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move is run as many classes as you can out here because one of them you're going to benefit from because, again, seat time is very critical. Mikey Childress, though, in his first race yesterday broke the motor mountain, and he had to scramble to get it ready for the second race. I really hope that they got that all worked out, and it seemed that they did so, but I hope they not only got it worked out and repaired, I hope they got it worked out and repaired to where it won't do that again. So Mikey Childress has a great chance here to be up top, barring no mechanical problems.
Yep, so Mikey Childress, Rylan Gahn, Banks Bodden going to be in action here momentarily in youth side-by-side. After that, we are going to take an intermission. When we come back to intermission, though, it is going to be pro-class racing here at Glen Helen, and we're going to kick things off in a big way with that Pro-NA division. So, we're going to take a slight, I don't want to say lunch because it's still morning time, brunch break here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Yeah,
that sounds good to me.
You can brunch break. We're going to take a brunch break here. A short intermission. We'll come back, and it'll be pro classes all afternoon. Obviously, culminating in that big Pro-lite race to end things. 7 trucks gridded up and going to be in action out here at Glen Helen. Great to see the V8 Rumble out here, and they put on a show yesterday, won by one Johnny Holscher. But, man, it's pro side-by-side, SR1. Pro production, Pro NA. We've got a lot of pro classes and as well as some sportsmen and some Pro-Am racing as well.
Yeah, Johnny Holcher, when everything was done, we had plenty of time left here in the daylight, and he brought his Pro 2 out, and it was so exciting to watch that Pro 2 on this track. He took it easy the first maybe couple laps. You can hear him just keeping the RPMs down, but then he really started standing out. It was really exciting to watch.
And That brings us to our Liquid Molly starting grid for use side-by-side. Mikey Childress on the pole. Big winner yesterday. Rylan Gahn outside row number 1 in that number 62. Row number 2, it will be Banks Bodden in the 124. And that fourth and final spot should be Brenna Gorky, but I don't know that she's going to be racing today. We will see. She wasn't there early on, but yes, she is taking the field, which is good to have her out here. She's currently sitting second in points, Mark.
Yeah, that's great, and glad she was able to get in there and get it together, and that's a great thing. And here's something that's really exciting about this particular class. This is the first time we're going to see the rhythm section. Now, here's a great shot of it. You know, you look at the rhythm section right now, it looks like they're all evenly spaced, evenly height from this vantage point. But no, they are not. They are actually, there's a big gap right there before you hit the next two. This is an actual 100% bona fide rhythm section. You have to throttle right. You have to carry momentum just right. You have to be just right. If not, you get out of bobble. You get out of rhythm. That's why they call it a rhythm section. You can bobble and you can throw away the race right there in one thing. And we saw tons of that yesterday.
Yeah, we did see tons of that. Mikey Childress there getting his car all warmed up. See him going back and forth. Got that Jones Ford pace truck pulling him around. Childress been almost surgical this year in his approach to this division.
Absolutely. You saw a little bit of that right now, just giving the car a little warm-up throttle. He just throttled and manipulated that now turn 4. He did turn 4, just like you said, like a surgeon. Mikey, we are getting with a lot of nicknames. Mikey the Surgeon Childress, rather.
If it works, it works.
Wow.
But right now, he has definitely been very precise with his approach to this class. And is that Brenna Gorky? Looks like she's
dang it.
That's a tough break for her, sitting second in points. Late to the grid. I think they were trying to get it going. And green flag is out. Mikey Childress going to be chased by Rylan Gahn.
And indeed, I think the Surgeon is a great thing. As you said, super precise hit on marks. Look at that. No problem at all. Mikey Childress getting set up for the rhythm section. Oh, I was hoping we were going to keep that on frame right there. You get a real good look at how unevenly spaced that rhythm section is.
Rylan Gahn dropping back a bit. Mikey Childress there. See him kind of seesawing on that wheel a little bit.
Wow.
Pushing way up top, carrying a lot of speed through that corner.
Yes, he did. He cleared the double there. Not a lot of classes are clearing that double to set it up for the turn 4. You know, I don't know if that hurts or helps you. Maybe getting that little kick to slow the car down and set it up in turn 4 is the smarter thing. But he didn't do it there. He was full send, and he kept it full send in that corner.
You know, one of the biggest things here, and, you know, the rest of the Pro-NA division, Pro-Am division is probably watching is Mikey Childress here. What he's doing is he's getting a lot of laps. And if you look, he's actually adjusting his lines every lap. And I think a lot of that is he's figuring out what's the fastest way around this track. So he's definitely going to have a distinct advantage when he goes to that Pro-Am division later on this afternoon. Because he's going to have 10 laps of looks at every single corner, and he's going to know which lines are fast, which ones kind of mature later on in the race, and which ones go away.
Yeah, 100%. And if you don't take advantage of being out there and learning the lines, you're not doing it right, and that's exactly right. I think he's doing it right. Come out here, do the race. You can see they're almost a full straightaway ahead of our second place Gahn.
Yeah, Gahn, got to give him a lot of credit. He's improved his racecraft tremendously from round 1 till now.
Doing a loop with the drone right there. We were on board for that for just a second.
Rylan Gahn in the 62. See those South Point colors? Obviously talk about Brendan Gahn and his dad, who has been phenomenal talent in off-road, NASCAR, been around a long time, legend in his own right. Grandfather Michael Gahn, who is an off-road Hall of Famer. Gahn family doing a lot for the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame and a lot that's given back to the sport. You see South Point on vehicles like R.J. Anderson's, continuing to invest money into some of the talent in off-road. So great to see the Gahn family out here, and big thanks to everything they do for the sport of off-road.
I'm going to put you on the spot. We grew up, it sounds like we grew up kind of the same thing. What was the best livery of all time in off-road? What would you say?
Alan Pfluger's trophy truck.
You think Alan Pfluger?
Yeah, Alan Pfluger is the one he had, the Troy Lee Designs designed.
That was awesome.
Yeah, the red and black and blue. No. Yeah, I'm going with the Troy Lee truck that Alan Pfluger had. It's not as iconic as some of the others, like a Rough Rider or Toyota. But
number one.
Or the Lightning on a Chevy. But I tell you what, that livery of Alan Pfluger's was just phenomenal.
So you went with the best, but my question was, and I think you just answered it as well, the most iconic. In other words, remember the Rough Riders?
Rough Rider, Toyota.
10 trucks with that, and even their chase trucks, even the big rig, everything.
I think every manufacturer had their iconic livery. You had Nissan with theirs. You had
red,
Toyota with theirs.
Oh, the rainbow.
You had Ford with the Rough Rider. You had Chevy with the Lightning. So I think every manufacturer had an iconic livery. But my favorite, or the prettiest, is definitely Alan Pfluger.
Okay, so still Alan Pfluger. Well, yeah, I mean, I was looking for iconic, and you still answered it. I had to go with you. I think the Rough Riders were the most iconic, with Manny Escara, Rob McCachran, Steve Olgas, the Swifts, the Simons, that to me was just, I mean, it was a squad, you know what I mean? So I loved that livery.
Alan's Troy Lee Designs, when they did Alan Pfluger's, like that thing would sit still and it looked like it was going 100 miles an hour.
I have to agree. It was unique, and it was new for trucks because they tried to keep the livery kind of not so busy, because that way you can really clearly see the big sponsors. But yeah, Alan Pfluger, when he showed up in that truck, remember he had the little dancing Hawaiian on the dash?
Yeah, it was a mid-engine trophy truck. It was very, very advanced truck at the time. Right now, we got Banks Bodden currently in the third spot in the 124, trying to chase down Rylan Gaughan and Mikey Childress. Bodden running multiple divisions out here.
Yeah, I'm proud of Bodden, holding up the name right now. Unfortunately, his dad just yard sailed the car yesterday through the rhythm section. Not going to be able to make it back. Very unfortunate, man, because I was able to really get intimate with that car. And, I would have to say right now, one of the simplest, just absolutely almost perfect car I've ever seen is that Bodden car. That thing, it was just simple and perfect. And if it's second to anyone, the only other one is the new Matag one that's out here that Augie's got. That thing is beautiful, too. I was able to really get intimate with that one, too.
All right, so lap number 6 here. Competition caution is going to fly for Mikey Childress. Run very uneventful so far. It's going to be Rylan Gaughan, going to be in the second spot, and Banks Bodden in the third. Going to re-rack them, restack them, get everything regrouped, bunched back up. And speaking of our leader, Mikey Childress, you're able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Mikey Childress. Now, Mikey, in your class, you're 7 points ahead. Going into rounds 5 and 6, we're switching things up. We're in Glen Helen this weekend. Talk to me about what that means for you and your race style.
Yeah, no, this is my home track. I'm about 15, 20 minutes from here, so I'm always here racing. But yeah, I think this is definitely my track. I feel like I'm not the best at Arizona, but here I've got the lines dialed. I got the rhythm section perfect, everything. So as long as we can keep the car together and stay smart, I think we can honestly try and pull off a win here this weekend.
Well, with this being your home track and everything, what's specifically different that you notice from here than Firebird?
Firebird's more of a clay kind of track. It's a lot more grip than here. This place is kind of just rutted out, like super silty kind of dirt. So if you keep it right on the edge of the fluff, you'll be fast.
Well, I love that. You heard it here. Like we were talking about, he's 7 points ahead of his next competitor in this class. We're going to see how rounds 5 and 6 shape up for him. Back up to you guys.
So we got our Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. Mikey Childress, current points leader, going to be taking us back to the green flag. Rylan Gaughan there in the second spot. Banks Bodden in the third. See if Rylan Gaughan's got a little something up his sleeve to try and make it racy this remaining 4 laps. Oh, look at that, all the way to the bottom. Rylan Gaughan, go get him, boy.
Yeah, that's right. That's great sentiment right there. But, man, Mikey Childress quickly already extending a 4-car lead going into turn 2.
You got to love it. I like it. Rylan in there making it a little entertaining there. Good job.
Indeed. That's a great job in this class. And like I said, the first class will be going through the rhythm section. Oh, Mikey Childress. Oh, it looked to me like it was A little over-rotated, but no, did fine. Actually, it was just pitching that car sideways and holding it.
Well, and here's the thing, Ryland sticking his nose in there probably woke Childress up a little bit. And, Childress, I think, he's been kind of phoning it in, but he makes one mistake. Ryland's very close. He can capitalize on that.
Yeah, Mikey Childress, he's got no time to be complacent right now. If he gets out there and gets complacent, Glen will take advantage of that. Absolutely. All these drivers actually pretty good drivers, but Mikey Childress just has the edge this weekend, and again, no mechanical incident. He's going to be just fine and reel it all the way home.
Yeah, Banks Bodden there. Got that aerial drone kind of following him as he goes through that rhythm section. Nice and clean. Jumping those like butter.
Yeah, you think about it, the rhythm section's a little bit easier to do on a motorcycle, when you have a rhythm section like that. But it actually takes a lot of skill to get it timed just right in a four-wheeled vehicle. You have to throttle just right. You have to have the position of the car just right. You can't be sideways. You can't be in off-center even a bit, or you're going to be all over those. And included what we saw yesterday. You get out of shape on that rhythm section, unfortunately, you're going to have a hard time getting the car back together. And unfortunately, you might take a few of the other competitors with you.
Yeah, Bodden trying to chase down Glen for that second spot as Mikey Childress continuing to lengthen his lead there. Car handles so well.
It really does. And look at it just make short work of that rhythm section. No bobble at all. It was like there was no separation there. He did a great job.
Mud flying, roost slinging.
Love that line he takes. He's really aggressive there on that double. He clears the double instead of allowed to buck him and set the car. He full-on clears it, which sends a lot of speed, a lot of corner speed into that turn 4.
Childress pushing up all the way almost to the K-rail. White flag going to be out for Childress. Going to take that Maxxis checker next time by. Look at that. Almost already throwing it sideways in the air to make that corner. You got to love it.
I do, and you'll see the Pro-lites when they do it out here. Holger doing that with no problem. And actually, you'll see the truck come up the face, starts to preload, and he's already pulling on the steering wheel. So when it unloads on that, the car's already sideways, and he lands and just gets on the throttle. It's awesome. That's a great technique to do that.
Yeah, Bodden now really trying to make a push there on Ryland Glen on this final lap. We're going to see if he's got anything there. I don't know if there is. Got about 4 or 5 car lengths, but really Bodden making a push here with 2 corners to go.
Yeah, every once in a while a driver comes into CORR that I just absolutely love. So many different styles and personalities, and I just love the Bodden cars and the clan.
Maxxis checkered flags flying for Mikey Childress. Right now the battle's going to be for second place, but I think Ryland Glen's got it in the bag. 2 jumps remaining, and he will be taking that Maxxis checkered flag. Finally, Banks Bodden in the 3rd spot. That wraps up youth side-by-side. And that man there, Mikey Childress, putting on a clinic today in the number 84. We'll see him back in action in Pro-Am later on this afternoon. But we're going to catch up with him and the remaining podium finishers when we turn here to round number 6 at Glen Helen in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and date from anywhere on the planet.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, 1 powers the Starlink, 1 powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in from multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Built to get more out of every mile. K&N's lineup of performance diesel products delivers the airflow, protection, and endurance diesel drivers demand. From performance air intakes, engine and cabin filters, to oil and fuel filters, engineered to unlock your diesel's potential, mile after mile. Built for the highway. Proven on long grades. Ready for wherever the road ends. K&N Performance Diesel.
Welcome back here to Glen Helen, round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright. Just getting done with youth side-by-side. And, brings us to our Rugged Radios youth side-by-side results. Mark, it was all Mikey Childress.
Yeah, he did a great job there. Just led it wire to wire. I love this saying that you do. He put on a clinic there. And Rylan Gondo, still a great job, great performance by the rest of the field. Rylan Gone, Banks Bodden, and unfortunately, Brianna Gorky, wow, did not make the curtain call and had to watch from the sideline.
Yeah, definitely a tough break for her, sitting second in points going into this one. Obviously tried to get out there and ended up, having to pull it aside. So tough break for her, sitting really good in the points. So there's going to be a shake-up there. But talking about our podium finishers right now, Tiffany Stone standing by.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Banks again. Banks, it's good to see you up here. Double podium for the weekends for rounds 5 and 6. Talk to me about your overall weekend and specifically this race.
It was really good.
It was really good. Well, you're out there. You're picking the correct lines. It was really nice to see you out here. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, dad, sister, 2X, and Trent for being my spotter.
Wonderful. We all know how important spotters are, so it's really good that you got a good one for you as well. Nice job on your third. Heading over here to Rylan Gone for our second place finisher. Rylan doing it again once here for rounds 5 and 6, double podium. You're really coming into your own with this car. It's really nice to see the laps that you're taking, getting a little bit faster, picking correct lines. How was your weekend?
It was really fun. We changed tires so my dad could feel how I was on the other tires, but I think it was pretty good.
You think it was pretty good? Well, it's good to have you out here. Who would you like to thank for the overall weekend and getting the double podiums?
My papa, my Grammy, my mom, my dad, South Point Hotel Casino, the Gurkies, and Collins Motorsports.
Awesome. Love that. Love seeing the Baja 1000 hat on you as well. Nice job. Going over here, taking another first place in this class, Mikey Childress. Mikey putting on a clinic out there. I know that yesterday you had some issues with the motor mount. Obviously, the Gone family and another family helped you out for this. Getting things really together. We got some more racing for you. Overall, how's the weekend?
It's going pretty good. Yeah, it was a good race. I made a little mistake, did like a 360 out there out of nowhere. That was kind of cool, but yeah, we're going to go get the car ready for Pro-Am and see if we can maybe pull off a win in there.
Well, you done it here. Your 360 did look pretty nice out there, bringing it all together, finishing out rounds 5 and 6 here at Glen Helen Raceway. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, grandma, grandpa, Seal Savers, MPI, City Service Paving, Mountain High, Fuel Factory, Sneaky for helping with the car, Andrew, and everyone else who helps me. Thank you.
Nice job. You guys hop up on your boxes. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers and youth side by side. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Great race there. Mikey Childress, commanding points lead, heading into the second half of the season in that division. We'll see him in action later today, as well as a lot of racers, because we are going to take a short intermission. When we come back, it is going to be pro class racing. We're kicking things off in a huge way with Pro NA. Yesterday, that race was electric. Today, I am expecting nothing less. So those of you tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app, we are going to take a short break. We're going to be back at 12:15 Pacific time. Those of you that are here at Glen Helen, yes, we're resuming racing with Pro NA at 12:15 Pacific time. So myself, Mark, we're going to go grab something to eat, take a little breather, and we are going to be back with Pro Class Racing this afternoon for round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And welcome back here to Glen, Helen, and round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright, and we are under that beautiful Glen Helen sign up on the side of the mountain. And we just got done with our youth racing morning, which means we're moving into some pro class action here yet to come. Mark, excitement this morning, and it's all building up for this pro-filled afternoon. Some of the best in the business. We are going to be in action here today. And, man, really looking forward to what's to come.
Yeah, it's been an action-packed weekend thus far, and this morning did not disappoint. Some great battles going on between our racers and things. It was just simply almost picture-perfect race weekend. It was just great for a lot of people. Lots of changes, lots of things. Lots of people just running away with it today. But still a great time of working.
Yeah, we've got right there the first glimpses of our Pro NA division going to be in action here in just a few moments. That one was very exciting earlier on, this weekend, and that was the veteran Robert Van Beekem taking home the big victory. And, man, what a victory that one was. Good to see Bob back on top of the box.
Yeah, man. He's definitely one of the most energetic, just everything charged racers we have out here at CORR. And when that man is out front and his equipment is just running perfect, ain't nobody going to catch him. It just ain't nobody can do what he does.
Well, let's talk about these beautiful conditions we've got out here at Glen Helen. I mean, we're worried about a little bit of weather coming in. I know we had wind earlier on in the weekend on Friday, but I got to tell you, Mark, I mean, things have shaped up yesterday and today, knock on wood, to be absolutely epic. Beautiful conditions out here. The track has been absolutely insane.
Yeah, when you watch a TV show or a sitcom or anything, they talk about the beautiful California weather. There it is. Beautiful California weather. We got snow in the mountains. It's simply a little slice of heaven right here at Glen Helen, and it's just perfect. We were expecting some rain, but it's been looming over our backs here all weekend long. But you know what? It's keeping us good so far, and I'm absolutely loving the weather you speak of.
Well, the weather has been amazing, but you know what else has been amazing? The commentary from the third partner on our team, Tiffany Stone. We're going to toss it down to her now.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, it feels great to be here. What should we be talking about? We are talking about the midway point. We're here for round 6, kicking things off. Now, we've had epic battles all day long yesterday. The points gaps, they're getting bigger, but in certain classes, now they're getting tighter than ever. What we always talk about, we talk about laps and how important they are. Not only winning the race and getting the checkered, but of course, each and every single lap. We also introduced the Max's Fast Lap Award yesterday, and we saw some of the craziest times come out of round 5. Now, a lot of the drivers did have a chance to talk to them. They said that they are excited for this race weekend. They're looking forward to some great battles. This is the midway point. Championships are won and lost right here, but I'm going to be here all day long talking to them and getting their interviews right after they finish their race here at the podium. But if you guys are in the stands or in the area, could you please rise for the playing of our national anthem? Thank you guys once again. And like we were mentioning, the track is epic. The racers are ready to get out there. We've got a great day of racing ahead of us. We've also talked about the legends that have been here before. We have the Redezetter family back in racing. Augie Redezetter taking that top spot yesterday in his class. Plus, we also got the GOAT, Rob McCachran, made his way out here to support the families. We are also seeing the father-son dynamics, which I absolutely love. And that's all going to play out later on today. I'll be here, like I said, at the podium, grabbing those after race interviews for you guys. Back up to the booth.
Well, yeah, it is definitely a family atmosphere out here. We've got some of the legends returning. It's all about that father-son dynamic, as we talked about, and talking about that father-son dynamic and talking about the Pro NA division, which is coming up next. The big winner yesterday was Bob Van Beekem, but it's all about family. And earlier on this weekend, we caught up with Bob Van Beekem and his son, Ryder.
One of my favorite dynamics in racing is the father-son dynamic, and we're here with Bobby Van Beekem and Ryder Van Beekem. Now, Bobby, you've been doing this since 2005. You've seen everything. You've raced everything. You've won multiple championships. But tell me how it feels to be here racing with your son, seeing him get that first championship last year, and being that, that proud dad moment.
Well, who would be the proudest dad in the world to have their son racing side by side with him? And not only am I racing, but he beat us last year and winning the championship. So, like I said, I'm just a blessed man to be able to be here with him, let alone him winning races against us. It's just a great opportunity for all of us.
Well, you said he was pretty much born on the racetrack. He's still even wearing your clothes that you got when you were sponsored by them. So with that being said, for this season, the rest of the season, what would make you the happiest? Seeing him win another championship or adding another championship for you?
No, just finishing the championship. It's hard. These races are hard. People think you can just show up every day, but just being here every day. He's the one who builds our engines, too. So just being here and him coming with us and keep winning is more important than anything, Just waking up every morning and being here with me side by side.
No pun intended with the side-by-side, and I love that. And Ryder, going over to you, you have your father here, but you also have one of your best friends racing with you. You're going to be 17 next month. You're really coming into your own. What are your thoughts for the season?
Me and Ryder watched him racing growing up, and we started racing at 3 and 4. Me and him both gone up through the ranks, started, 570s, 170s, 1000s, and now we're both in the pro class. Been pretty good for the past year. Won championship last year. Not doing so good this year, but, a couple races left.
We've got a lot of rounds left. This is just the midway point, so we're going to see what happens to the Van Beekem family for the rest of the season. Back up to you guys.
Well, great catching up there with Bob and his son Ryder. And like we said yesterday, one of the big stories, Bob Van Beekem, been around the sport for a long, long time, raced in both desert, short course, definitely the veteran. Had some struggles this year, not because he's not fast, just seems like he was in the wrong place at the wrong time more often than not this year, Mark. But it was really good to see Bob back on top of the podium yesterday.
Yeah, there was a lot of those here at the beginning of the season for him for the 25-26 season here at CORR. But, he's got it back together. Everything's working out. I've been talking about it. You do your homework, do the math, get it done. And here yesterday just dominating in this class. He did such a fabulous job. I was actually happy for him. In other words, I've become friends with a lot of these racers here off the track, and I just love it. And I love it when the Van Beekens have a great weekend because more often than not, they're packing up a lot of damaged cars.
Yeah, that's one of the big things is, this isn't a high-dollar sport for, as far as winnings go for a lot of the racers,
right.
But they've got a lot of investment as we look here at, the pit area and look at the semi-haulers and the amount of race cars and things like that. And, these are families and people that choose to spend their weekends out here at the track, racing, having a good time. They could choose to go and do just about anything they wanted, but they're choosing to be out here. And we're very fortunate to have, all of these families and everybody a part of this series. And speaking of people a part of the series, one of the big partners that we've had come on board this year was Rugged Radios. And Rugged not only improving communications between teams, they're also focused on safety and improving communication with the drivers in race conditions and the track. And we were able to catch up with Rugged Radios earlier on this weekend. Hey, I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here at Glen, Helen at round number 5 and 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here with our partners at Rugged Radios. Come on this year to help our racers with communications and safety. First off, we've got our Nitro B here. We've got Eric from Rugged Radios. I know this helps communication between the series and the drivers. Tell us a little bit about it, Eric.
Yeah, it's the Nitro B, like you said. It's the communication between the series and the drivers out on the track, keeps them safe. Just had great luck with it. It's a great little product. The clarity, the volume of it, just nothing compares to it.
Well, and obviously, talk about Rugged. We're talking about communications. Give us a breakdown on some of the radio offerings that Rugged has.
Well, with the radios, a lot of different options from the handhelds, from our RDH16U, which is kind of our top of the line. The series uses that, but also the R1 handheld, the V3. So, something for everybody out here, depending on which applications you're looking for.
Well, you have heard it here. Rugged Radios, keeping our racers both safe and in communication with our crews. Great to have Rugged Radios involved with us, and as well as all of our partners, obviously bringing on board here for this round. Maxxis Tires, big partnership there. Great to see that Maxxis Tires checkered flag flying, as well as those Maxxis Tires, that Fast Lap Award for 4 of our pro divisions. And, speaking of pro divisions right here, it is our R&R Steel Racing Pro NA points, because Pro NA is on deck next. Mark, take us through these points.
Ryder Chapman out front there. He's got 198 points for the season so far. And right behind Ryder Chapman is Ryder Van Beekem. Their teammates are going to do it. And a newcomer to this class, Brian Willett, doing a fabulous job there, just 23 points behind our leader. TJ Sievers rounds off 4. Trent Ouellette, Colton Krychek, Robert Van Beekem up there in 7th here in the points chase. He's been having some problems, and that's the best he can muster. Cole Fike out there in 8th. Brian Farrell 9th, and Alex Young in 10th. Those are your top 10 in the points of R&R Steel Racing.
That brings us to our Liqui Moly Pro NA starting grid. It is Bob Van Beekem on the pole, the winner from yesterday. Ryder Chapman, your points leader. He's going to be outside row number 1. Moving into row number 2, it is Brian Willett and Brian Farrell. A couple of Brians there in row number 2. And row number 3, this is going to be the road to watch. TJ Sievers having some issues yesterday, not finishing. Same thing with Ryder Van Beekem, who's taken victories earlier this year. I got to think that row number 3, Mark, is going to be the row to watch. Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think TJ is going to make short work and get up front and get on Bobby's bumper pretty quick. The man, one man that is normally, I'm not going to say underrated or anything, but they don't, they're not taking them too seriously yet. But, man, they need to be. It's Brian Willett, man. He's the newcomer to this class, and he is making them respect him. It's just, I don't know a better way to say it. He's not earning his respect. He's demanding respect, and he's doing a great job out here in this class. Well, and I would say, really, I think the one to beat here today is Bob Van Beekem. Coming off a win yesterday, he's on the pole. Generally, Bob has had some issues this season, and he's been having to battle through traffic. It's pretty scary when Bob Van Beekem's in the pole and he doesn't have to worry about traffic now. Yeah, well, the new star that since I've been here shaping up, and if he's in a race, listen, he's going to be top 3, period, end of discussion, and that's Ryder Chapman. He's out there, too, so I have a feeling Ryder Chapman's, he's going to have some questions and answers for everybody here in a second. Well, our Jones Ford Pace truck is pulling off. It is going to be Bob Van Beekem bringing us to the green flag. And look at that, Willett diving down to the bottom, trying to make something happen. Nothing there. Bob Van Beekem, look at that inside clip, putting the tire up on the bank. And there it is, Ryder Chapman already bidding for that top spot, and he's going to lead him into turn 2 right there. Sievers with a big spin. Yeah, Sievers, I'm hoping there's no four-wheel drive loss there, because that would be what you just saw, something that four-wheel drive must come. The cars are slipping all over the place. Kelvin laying down some water, but if one car is dealing with it, they're all dealing with it. So great job by every car keeping it safe here so far in our opening lap. Yeah, it is Ryder Chapman with the lead. Willett in the 2nd spot. Bob Van Beekem dropping back to the 3rd spot. Like you said, this first lap or 2 is going to be slick. A lot of water out on the track. You can see some of that standing water. Brian Willett, once again, what I was talking about, commanding respect, getting side by side with Ryder Chapman. That is what I'm talking about right there. I'm new to this class, and I want to win. Yeah, Willett, no respect to the veterans. You got to love it. Oh, Ryder with a little bump. Yeah, in the midair, just bumping him, going, hey, I'm still back here, buddy. We got 8 laps to go. You're not going to get off that easy. As they go through this rhythm section. What a great drone shot there of Willett and Chapman. Well, now that gives you an idea. Those top 2 are doing that rhythm section almost like they've done it 3,000 times this weekend.
But, that was a smooth way to do it, and both drivers doing great. I'm very proud of Brian Willett right now out front. I know he's pretty impressed with what he's doing.
Yeah, great charge to the front from Willett starting in that second row. So right now it is Willett, Chapman, and then a couple of Van Beekem entries in the third and the fourth spot.
I love the way that these cars are already throwing them in. They're backing those cars into that last turn there, turn 5.
And this track's going to get faster as the afternoon goes on, and especially this race. A lot of that water's going to get worked in. We're going to dry it out a little bit, and these cars are going to have a lot more traction.
Father and son there trailing off these two. Bobby Van Beekem trying to get a wheel in on Ryder Chapman. Ryder Chapman doing a great job. Having no problems so far this weekend, but the only problem just not getting on top of the box.
Now we got father and son side by side in the 64 and 64Y car. Oh, look at that. Ryder bumping his old man out of the way, going, hey, Dad, this is my spot.
And Bobby's not in any way fazed by that. I'm pretty sure Bobby taught him how to do that.
You got to love it. You got a couple 3 R&R Racing entries in second, third, and fourth, and they are at war with each other. They are best friends behind the scenes, but when they get out here on the track, get the helmet strapped in, they are going to be battling.
Man, Brian Willett, good job. Very proud of you right now. Doing a great job holding off some seasoned veterans in this class. Look at that. Almost with a 10-car lead out front. What the heck? Great job.
Willett on rails. That's going to go away at some point with a mandatory competition caution. Right now, though, in the second spot, you got Ryder Van Beekem, who's been victorious earlier this season at Firebird Raceway.
Yeah, man, but, Ryder Van Beekem is very quick to adapt to his surroundings, and he's showing it right here. He's got a lot of time on this track as well, but, man, it's about coming to a new track and adapting to whatever obstacles they have, and he's doing a great job. Ryder Chapman, if you notice him go through the rhythm section, he's arguably the smoothest car through them, rather.
So it's Willett leading, Van Beekem in second, Van Beekem in third, Bob in third, and then you've got Ryder Chapman in the fourth spot.
Yeah, great race so far. Brian Willett, great job. We talk about the second day of racing, and to me, and I've said it a couple times already in the earlier classes, it's about racing on Saturday and seeing where you were coming up short on either adjustments or belt tuning or whatever you have to do to these cars, ride height, whatever you got. But then come up on Sunday, this is where you've hit the marks on your setup, and Brian Willett looks like he's definitely done his homework.
No, mistake there by Bob Van Beekem. Going to allow Ryder Chapman to draw even with him. We'll see if Bob can hold him off. Looks like Ryder Chapman going to take possession of that. Uh-oh, Bob pulling off.
Yeah.
Looks like an issue there with the R&R Steel entry.
That car is all over the place. It's looking like a rod broke or a steering or something, or a bearing or a hub let go, because I can't see any tires pointing in any direction, but that car is wiggling back and forth, so I don't know what's wrong there.
There's definitely something wrong with that entry of Bob Van Beekem. We are going to go to the mandatory competition caution here next time by the starter stand, so that lead that Willett has been built up will go away, but right now he has been the man of the hour, starting in third, battled all the way to first.
Such an aggressive line going into turn 4 right there. We've been talking about that double just before turn 4. But, man, very smooth into turn 4. But he's able to get that car turned long before a lot of the other competitors that we've seen so far. So great job by Brian Willett finding a great line around this track.
Yeah, and I'm looking at timing and scoring. Brian Willett with the fast lap on the afternoon so far in this class, 51.8. Next closest, Ryder Van Beekem with a 51.83. So 2 100ths of a second separating them. But right now, Brian Willett is the fast time of the day. But with that being said, we do have a feature with Ryder Chapman, who we caught up with earlier this weekend.
Here we are with Ryder Chapman. Now, Ryder, you've got Millie here. She's ready for a great weekend, which means you're ready for a great weekend. You did get a chance to get out on track right now. How do you feel about this course?
I like the layout. The doubles and all the whoops everywhere are definitely most challenging. I'd say the hardest part of the track is the second to last turn for the tabletop. Them doubles back there, it's a real sketchy section, but it's pretty cool. It's challenging. Something new to get used to.
Well, with this season, you're halfway through it. Obviously, you've got some great points going in, 2 rounds, 5 and 6. What do you think it's going to take to keep those?
Turbo class is going to be a hard one today. It's most definitely going to be stacked. I got to be smart. Last weekend didn't really go our way too well, but we're still up in there for points, so it's really critical that we get on top of the box Saturday and hopefully set us up good for Sunday. Qualifying needs to be top 5. There's just so many in the class now, which is a good thing. Class is starting to become really competitive with a lot of people in there. So this class, we're good. We're still first in points. It's just me and Ryder, so no worries on that. Kind of Got to make stuff move on the turbo car.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here from Ryder Chapman. Back up to you guys.
So our Jones Ford pace truck is pulling off, and it's going to be Brian Willett taking us back to the green flag. Ryder Van Beekem in second, Ryder Chapman in third. Remember, R&R Steel putting an additional $5,000 on the line for the points champion this season in this division. A lot of cash on the line. Brian Willett taking us to green. Oh, look at that. All the way to the bottom was Ryder Van Beekem. Ryder Chapman now, his best friend, on the outside. But right now they're both hunting down Brian Willett. Oh, a little bumping and banging there between Ryder Van Beekem and Brian Willett.
Brian Willett doing a great job of not letting that get him up to his head. TJ Seavers back in the race. And I do believe I just saw Bobby Van Beekem at the top of your screen back in the race as well.
Right now you got the two riders battling it out for that second spot.
Man, Brian Willett, you said it all weekend long saying putting on a clinic. Well, not necessarily schooling these boys, but he's definitely showing you what he would do if he was doing a clinic.
So all in lockstep, 1, 2, 3, battling through here. You got Seavers trying to get back in the mix as well. Distant fourth.
Sorry about that. Seavers definitely showing you that he has the speed that if he wouldn't have that issue in the beginning here. He had electrical problems yesterday, so I'm wondering if they came back today, and there he goes again, going a little backwards. And he's fighting some gremlins in that car on this weekend. That's a tough place to be out here. Coming out here all this weekend, fighting some problems with it, and then just keep coming back over and over again.
Well, right now, Brian Willett with a 51.811, the fastest lap of the day thus far. He will be in line for that Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award if he keeps at it. But right now, he's got his hands full with a couple laps remaining. It is Willett in the lead, followed by Ryder Chapman and Ryder Van Beekem right behind him.
Ryder Chapman staying consistent here in this race. Got back behind Ryder Van Beekem. You know, those two, I can't say one of them is faster than the other. They have the speed, man. You can see the difference in the cars set up and the cars that they prefer to drive out here. And Ryder Chapman now trying to get something in and done on Brian Willett, but Brian Willett was able to slide back over and take the line.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman just falling in line there, chasing him around, looking for an opportunity to Brian Willett's credit, though. He's not making any mistakes, really hitting his marks out here.
Yeah, Brian Willett, man, if I was at a betting play,
Willett!
No.
Willett spins. Ryder Chapman gets collected.
Oh no!
Ryder Chapman frustrated there.
And he's broke.
That was that's very unfortunate for Ryder Chapman. Big mistake by Willett. Just takes out Ryder Chapman. White flag is out now. Ryder Van Beekem trying to chase down Willett.
Well, hopefully Willett's car is not damaged any, but that was a pretty hard hit. If it broke Ryder's car, it could break Brian's car. And it looks like Brian's car is leaning in as well. He's got problems with that left front.
Yeah, the big spin damage to both cars. He's just trying to hold on. This is the final lap. Right now, though, Ryder Van Beekem trying to get another victory on the season.
Oh, yes, there is damage to that tire. You can see it wobbling back and forth down the front straightaway. Ryder Van Beekem, a little bit of a slip up there. Now, Willett, all he's got to do is hold it in. And, you know, back in the background, I do believe that's Bobby Van Beekem coming around. So, wow, a little bit of race drama going on.
So it looks like 3 jumps to go. It is going to be Ryder Van Beekem taking home those Maxxis checkered flags. It is going to be Brian Willett with the damage, holding on to the second spot.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a guy we haven't talked about much this race, TJ Seavers, battling through, and he's going to take home the final podium spot.
Wow, what a race. And here you can see the damage done to Brian Willett's car as he comes into turn 2. That wheel just leaning over really hard. So, unfortunately, he made a big mistake and collected Ryder Chapman. And let's see what happens here. To me, it looks like that Brian Willett entered the corner and he just slid out there. Watch him at the top of your screen as he comes in, slides out. Ryder, right into it, damages both cars. To Brian Willett's credit, though, he stayed in the gas and just kept going. And I'm wondering if the impact hurt it or hitting the K-ray rail there, whatever caused the damage.
Yeah, tough thing. It looked like Ryder Chapman tried to dive to the left and avoid as much as he could. Just right front, ended up hitting Willett as he spun. And, the rest is history. We're going to catch up with these podium finishers and all the stories when we return here to Glen Helen, round number 6 of the Championship Racing Off-Road Street.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by K&N Filters. More air, more power, more response.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
I turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver and straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
And we're back here to Glen Helen Raceway in round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright just getting done with our first pro race of the day, Pro NA, and that one was filled with excitement all the way to the checkered flag, those Maxxis Tires checkered flags. So that brings us to our Rugged Radio's Pro NA results, Mark.
Well, Ryder Van Bigham enjoying the mistake made by Brian Willett. Brian Willett looks like he was going to run away with it and lead it from wire to wire, but a simple mistake in turn 4 caused him to collect up Ryder Chapman. And Ryder Chapman, unfortunately, lots of damage there. You can see the frustration in him. So that allowed Ryder Van Bigham, who stayed clean majority of the race, got it done and is on top of the box. But Brian Willett was able to hold on with a car that appeared to be damaged and was able to still get the second place on the podium.
Well, that being said, great race had by all, and Tiffany Stone is standing by with the victors.
Thank you so much, guys. Down here with the number 57 of TJ Sievers. Now, TJ, you kind of held back a little bit, but in the second half, you were able to capitalize on a lot of different mistakes out there, bringing yourself through the checker for a third-place podium here for round 6. Tell me about your day.
Start of the race, lost four-wheel drive, so it was chaotic. I'm lost for words right now, but the SC1s, they hooked up even though it was two-wheel drive and managed to salvage a third place.
Wonderful. Well, who would you like to thank for finishing this off here at Glen Helen Raceway for you?
I'd like to thank God for keeping all of us safe. Polaris Razor, Maxxis, Seek Designs, HBRP, Seal Savers, ZRP. I'm blanking. My mom, my dad especially, my family back at home supporting me, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Nice job. Congratulations to you. Heading over here to the second place finisher, the 951 of Brian Willett, adding another podium to round out the weekend here at Glen Helen. Tell me about round 6 for you.
Yeah, I got out front early, was able to maintain clean air, which helped a lot. And towards the end, I lost two-wheel drive, and it just kind of made me lose control, which allowed him to get up in front of me.
Well, I know it's not necessarily where you want to be, but going into the midway point of the season, you're just adding some extra points to your season for the series. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Willett Motorsports, IMG Motorsports, RMG Motorsports, Benchmark Performance, and my parents.
Wonderful. Nice job on the second place. Heading over here to the top finisher of the day. I know yesterday for round 5 you were mentioning, hey, I got the Fast Lap Award even though my dad got first, but now you're taking over first over here. All smiles for Ryder Van Beekum. Talk to me about round 6 for you.
Lost a tire yesterday, first lap, put me a lap down. Started last. Just race from there. I don't know. Race.
Yeah, race. Well, anyways, who would you like to thank for today and get you another podium spot on that top spot?
Obviously, I wouldn't be able to do this on my mom and my dad. I want to thank God for keeping me safe. All the people at CORR for putting this on. R&R Steel Racing, Rob Muzzy, Yaw Power, 518 Design, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
Well, even though you just said, race, I just want to let you know, back-to-back, you also got the Maxxis Tires, once again, Fast Lap Award. So not only did you take first again today, you got this, so congratulations. Nice job for you. Once again, big round of applause. Top 3 finishers over here for your Pro NA.
Well, good times there. Ryder Van Beekum, couple of those Maxxis Tires Fast Laps. It's not going to sit well with Bob. He wants one of those. He doesn't have one yet.
I wonder if Ryder Van Beekum's going to go back wearing them all tonight with a picture and say, "What's up, Dad?"
That being said, we are wrapping up the Pro NA division. See those big checks being handed out. Always got to love that. Got the trophies courtesy of R&R Steel Racing, that Maxxis Fast Lap. So good times had by all. And up next, though, we are going to shift gears here to some Pro-Am racing, which brings us to our R&R Steel Racing Pro-Am points, Mark.
Carson Greco's going to lead it here in 211 points. Mikey Childress right behind him, just 22 points behind. Trent Centers being able to get it done and be consistent for the season. And up there in third, Michael Bernstein, pretty bad wreck yesterday. I hope they were able to get that car back together and see him out here. Wyatt Schmucker out here in 5th. Cash Hart round off top 6 with Jaden Manchester Kuhn, Jason Cummins, Declan Shields, and Cody Krantz there rounding off your top 10.
So Pro-Am, this is a fun one. It's a mix of some veterans, some of the young guns as it takes us to our Liqui Moly starting grid. And it will be Carson Greco on the inside of row number 1, Mikey Childress on the outside. Then we're going to have Alex Renullo and Cash Hart in row number 2. Row number 3 is going to be Trent Centers and Michael Bernstein. And rounding out our field, it is going to be Wyatt Schmucker on the final row.
Yes, indeed, man. That is quite a field right there. And I can see the Bernstein livery out there. So they were able to get that car back together. Great job on the entire team over there. That was quite a wreck. He went over the K-rail. Didn't look like there was any damage to the car until they flipped it over, and then there was a lot of carnage on that car.
All right, got our Jones Ford pace truck bringing them around. Going to do a lap around the arena here, and we are going to unleash these Pro-Am racers onto this track.
Yeah, the other half of the Greco crew, this is Carson Greco. And Carson earning that top spot there from his finish yesterday. But Mikey Childress, we've watched Mikey all weekend. He's solid, and he's got a really quick line around this track. But here's the thing. If you're in front of this class right here, you guys have your lines. You know what is fast for you and what works for you. So this is going to be a super exciting race. We talked about it all weekend as we go on and keep going. Literally, the cars just keep getting faster and faster and faster, and a lot of talented drivers in these classes.
Well, that second row was very, very fast yesterday as well. Alex Renillo and Cash Hart. So a couple of those drivers to watch. They're going to try and mix it up front with Carson Greco and Mikey Childress. This one's slated for 10 laps. We will have a mandatory competition caution at the midway point. But right there, that 1 and 2, that is Greco, that is Childress. This is going to be fun. Elbows are going to be out.
I like that, elbows out. I love that. That is a big deal. Now I'm assuming the first times I really started hearing that, when I got here at CORR. Is that a motocross thing? Elbows out, taking them out of the corner? What is that?
Yeah, elbows out. It means you're ready to go.
Well, I mean,
you're bumping people with the elbows and that. Elbows out. It's a motocross thing.
Yeah, if you ever look at a motocross picture and you're dicing it with somebody, your elbows are definitely out because you're trying to keep that bike away from you. A handlebar right in the gut, that's horrible. All right, man, I can't wait for this race. The anticipation is just incredible. This is the final race of this class for the weekend, and, a lot of people let it all hang out right here. It's like checkers or wreckers sometimes in this class, so I hope we're able to keep it clean because I really want to see everybody across the finish line, and one way or the other, those fireworks we're talking about, we're going to see them here in this race.
So So it's going to be Carson Greco taking us to the green flag. Mikey Childress on the outside of row number 1, but all eyes are on that 155 blue and white entry of Carson Greco. Looking for the green flag, and it is out.
Great start by all the competitors out there. Carson Greco's going to lead him into turn 1 with Mikey Childress right behind him. Mikey Childress a little out of shape coming down that back straightaway as they enter turn 2.
Way wide line there for Mikey Childress. Going to carry a lot of momentum out of that second corner, though.
Everybody getting through cleanly on the rhythm section, and that's quite a feat right there with that many cars going that fast. Is keeping that line, keeping that car straight, and they were too wide there at one point coming in through those.
Greco having to check up to take that bottom line. Childress taking that outside line, carrying a lot of speed through that corner. We're going to see if he can make a run up on Greco going into this final corner.
Well, that double going into turn 4, there's a little bit of strategy or what you like or what works better for you. There's cars that are allowing it to check it up and hit that second jump. That way they can pick their line in turn 4. But some of the competitors send it over that double, land smoothly, and still pick their line. And I think that's the fast way through that corner.
All right, so with one lap down, it is Greco leading, Childress in second, Alex Renillo in the third spot, Cash Hart fourth, and it's Bernstein, Cinders, and Schmucker rounding out our field right there. That is the battle for the third spot with Renillo and Hart.
Yeah, Greco doing a great job out front, but man, we are seeing a battle with Renillo and Hart. They're doing a great job keeping it clean back there, but still keeping the speeds, and a great show. And there you saw Renillo letting that back end kick, and he was able to pick a line there. But I'm learning that on that corner, the fastest line in turn 4 is tight against the K-rail on the inside.
Greco looking like the veteran out here. Childress, look at that almost full lock Formula Drift style there. I mean, he was at the lock, backed in, locked in that corner. That was a great shot. Carson Greco, though, the 155, extending his lead over Childress. Now, Childress going to have to start paying attention to Hart. Cash Hart now charging hard, trying to get in the mix with Childress. Childress wants to focus on number 1. Right now, he's having to focus on number 3.
Well, this is what we were talking about. Any one of these drivers have the skills to get up there and get at the front or battle in front, and every single one of them equally matched skilled riders. And we're watching Hart getting around there and put a wheel in on Mikey Childress right here in turn 4.
Hart trying to make a run up on Childress. They come down that back stretch.
Hart not letting Mikey Childress away, man. Hart's it, and Mikey Childress can feel it. There it is, a wheel up. They are side by side down the front straightaway across the finish line. Jump.
Oh, look at that. Oh, and he does make it happen. Childress trying to drop all the way down, take it back. I don't know if he's going to have enough. We're going to go into this second corner. Childress does get it back. Hart to the bottom, trying to get back. Nope, Childress is going to get it. They draw even through the rhythm section.
Hart did a great job there holding his line. He could have taken them both out right there and coming back inside, trying to take the line away from Michael Childress, but he didn't. He held his line there, and they both came through it cleanly. They're battling clean.
Hart with the high line, able to get the slingshot outside, inside again. Hart going to seal the deal and pinch off Childress.
Well, there's exactly what I said. I believe that the inside line there in turn 4 is the fastest way around it, and Cash Hart just showed you that that's exactly what's going on.
Great bit of racecraft there by Cash Hart to get around Mikey Childress, which is no easy task.
No, sir.
So now it is Carson Greco in the lead. It's going to be Cash Hart in second, Mikey Childress in third, as Childress now pulls off. Now he back going once again.
Wow, that is not a good deal right there. Mechanical problems plaguing Mikey Childress. That's bad news.
Don't quite know what happened there.
Yeah, the car just stopped going forward, but like a veteran in the sport, he pulled off to try not to be anybody else's way. But he got it going again, but that's going to make me wonder, is he still going to pull off when he comes around to the pit side?
Yeah, tough break for Childress. Good news is we will have a mandatory competition caution, so Childress will be able to regroup with the leaders here at the midway point.
Yeah, but unfortunately, if that problem arises again, it's going to be curtains for that. They definitely are going to bunch him up, but yeah, you can see Mikey Childress way back there in the pack right now, so that really cost him a lot of positions.
Greco all the way to the bottom there. Clean run for him. Not being challenged at the moment. Going to bring it here to the mandatory competition caution, which should fly here at the end of this lap. we get everybody bunched back up.
Carson Greco absolutely doing a great job. He's out here now just getting the laps and getting it done, keeping that extended lead that he has on the rest of the field. And there it is. That mandatory caution is flying right now, so we're going to bunch him up and get it done in the second half. And who's it going to be? Can Carson Greco hold on? Or is Cash Hart going to get up there? Now that he's on the bumper of Carson Greco, we'll see if, Hart has something. And while we're talking about Carson Greco, we had a chance to talk with him. Let's check in with him.
Thanks, guys. So, Carson Greco, you are plus 24 right now in your class. You've had 3 top spots, 1 third in the first few rounds. Going for round 5 and 6, what are your predictions for this weekend?
It's definitely going to be a harder race than I thought. Childress and Hart are definitely getting faster, so I'm going to have to push it and give it my all this weekend.
Well, looking at the track, there's some fast section out there, and of course there's a lot of whoops. It means you have to commit to that. You can win a race or lose a race in those particular sections. What are your thoughts?
I like it because some of the kids, they go slow around it, but I'm not afraid of them, so I just go as fast as I can through them.
I love that. Well, wrapping up for this quick one here for rounds 5 and 6, what do you think it's going to take to get another top spot here?
Give it my all and not look back.
Right on. Give it your all and not look back. Thanks, guys. Back up to you.
All right, we're looking to go back racing here with our leader, Carson Greco. Will be taking us back to the green flag, followed by Cash Hart in the second spot. We've got Alex Renullo in the third, Michael Bernstein fourth, Mikey Childress having that we don't quite know what happened. It looked like the vehicle shut off momentarily. Got it back started again and able to regain his composure and get back into things. Wyatt Schmucker and Trent Centers. So be watching Mikey Childress in that 5th spot to charge hard here right after the green, trying to get back a couple of positions.
Well, it's great that we still got a full field out here. We got all the cars that we started with. That's a great job there. But Mikey Childress, I'm wondering if that problem is still up, something he's dealing with. But we're going to find out here that second half. After being up front here, right in front of Cash Hart there behind Greco, can he get it back done? But you can see that. And one driver that I'm really impressed with, Renullo, doing a great job out there. He's just fabulous today.
Yeah, holding strong there in the 3rd spot. Look at Childress now up to 4th, trying to put a little pressure there on Renullo. A little sideways. I wonder if Childress may have, look at that right front kind of kinked in. Childress having some handling problems here. His right front looks like it's kinked in. Looks like he may not have front-wheel drive. So I'm wondering if something's going on, I think, technically with that car of Childress. Just not charging like he normally does. But right now out front, Greco leading in the 155, Hart second, Renullo third.
Well, Mikey Childress, he's in the points chase, so you can really see it there. But he needs to stay out there and get those points right now, no matter what position he finishes in. So, and I think that's a great move and a great choice from him and his entire team out there. But right now, Carson Greco doing a fabulous job. He's got Cash Hart right behind him. And Alex Renullo, great job out there. He is just doing a great job. Mikey Childress still wanting to battle, though, even though he knows his car is injured.
Yeah, definitely tough break there for Mikey Childress. Running really strong all weekend long. Fighting some kind of unknown mechanical issue right now.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We're looking like it's a problem on his front left, but sometimes we look at it, we can't tell. Is he having an electric gremlin? Is he having a fuel pump issue? What is he having? Did he lose 4-wheel drive? What's going on?
He's not too far off the pace now, though. It's like it's picking back up, so we don't quite know what's going on there.
Yeah, everything we said, it's observant, but it's just speculation because nothing has really struck us as absolutely positive what's making that car not be on the lead, up there with the lead guys.
So Carson Greco currently leading. Fast lap here in this class is a 50.78. He is leading with the fast lap. Cash Hart second, Alex Renullo third, Mikey Childress hanging in there in the 4th spot, fighting for some points. We got Bernstein, Centers, and Schmucker.
Man, Carson Greco, great job with that 57. Man, that's just 1 second slower than our track leader of Augie Renazetter. He 49 yesterday, so look at that, only 1 second up.
right, going back up here, this is the battle for the third spot. Renullo putting some pressure on Cash Hart. Half a lap remaining as they bounce through this rhythm section. Carson Greco, the 155 out front. Pretty big lead back to Cash Hart.
Yeah, Carson Greco, once he gets that gap between them, that's it. It's curtains for everybody else if he doesn't make a mistake.
Childress trying to battle back into things, just doesn't have quite the car right now.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, man. He's had a great weekend of racing. You know, it makes me wonder, did he break that engine mount again? Remember, I was talking about that. Did he get it done, and did he get it done? But there it is. Your winner, Carson Greco, will take the Maxxis Tires checkered. And right behind him is going to be Cash Hart, followed up in third place by Alex Renullo.
Great race there by Carson Greco. Got the lead early on and never looked back. Look at that car, just as clean as it was when he took the green flag. 10 laps later, you wouldn't know it. He even raced a race. That's what you like to see. That's when you know that you had a good day, when you walk away with a W and a perfect car. We're going to catch up with him as well as the remaining podium finishers. Return here for round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Maxxis Tires. Tread victoriously.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rock.
I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here at Glen, Helen with one of our partners, Liqui Moly. We've got Jason here with Liqui Moly. They've got some amazing products tailor-made to our short course racers. Jason's going to tell us a little bit about them.
Thanks again, guys. It's great to be back out here at Glen Helen. Perfect weather. We do have some really good products out for all the racers. Really cool and unique for us. These are all available through the Traders trailer out here. So it's the merchandise trailer that's got not only the merch for you guys to be picking up, but also some of the Liqui Moly products. So if you find yourself in a pinch, maybe you need some brake fluid, some motor oil. We've already had people come by today. It's been really good, but we've got you covered, and that's the most important thing. Also, we've got the whole crew always on board to educate you about the products and why you should be running them.
Welcome back here to Glen Helen and round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with Pro-Am, and Pro-Am, it was the story of one guy, and that is Carson Greco, Mark.
Yeah, Carson Greco did a great job holding on to that first place, but man, tough luck for Mikey Childress. He was fast in the beginning, but then went backwards there. Still no word from what happened with Mikey Childress. His car just started going backwards, and he stayed in the fight, though, so I got to give it to Mikey Childress. But the guy I'm mostly Alex Renullo, mostly impressed with him. A great job with Alex Renullo.
Yeah, got there into podium contention and never gave it up, and he had a lot of challengers, able to battle back, and great run by Alex.
Yeah, man, that was very impressive. A great run out there, but here it is. Carson Greco up top, and Cash Hart right behind him with Alex Renullo, the guy I've been talking about. And Mikey Childress, even with the things that he had plaguing his car, was able to muster up a 4th place finish. Michael Bernstein, great to see him out here. Tells me 2 things. They were able to get the car ready, and he was okay. Trent Centers and Wyatt Schmucker will end off the top 6 and 7 positions.
That was your Rugged Radio's results. And with our top 3, here's Tiffany Stone standing by.
It is so good to see you guys down here. Thank you so much for being here. Taking that 3rd place spot once again, Alex Renullo. Alex, nice job over here. It's really good to see you come in this season, halfway point, feeling good about it, walking away with rounds 5 and 6 with 2 podiums.
Pretty good.
You feel pretty good? Awesome. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, dad, Noni, Nunu, Sparked, Rugged, Maxxis, Union Graphics. I think that's it.
Awesome. Nice job. Congratulations to you. We're going to head over here to our second place finisher, the number 2 of Cash Hart. Cash, now looking at some notes, I know that you guys were battling for third for a little bit, but once you found those correct lines, you were picking them off, keeping a consistent time, consistent laps out there. Tell me about your day.
Had a tough day yesterday, lost brakes, went from second to fourth, and just came back today, fixed the car, and, just drove my race.
Well, I know that you enjoy being out here. You can really see it in your drive style. Who would you like to thank?
I thank my mom, my dad, my brother, Ronnie, and my dad's workers, Elka Shocks, Rugged Radio, Hoosier Tires, Sneaky, the Connor Boys, and that's it.
Awesome. Nice job. Congratulations once again on second. And moving back over here, the 155 of Carson Greco. Now, Carson, you said that you enjoyed this track. You liked it. We're finishing out the midway point of the season here for rounds 5 and 6. Heading to Victorville for rounds 7 and 8, but you've already got a smile on your face, adding more points for the series. Tell me about your weekend.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I had a little relief till the mandatory. Once I checked out the first half, could back off a little bit, but then I had to get as fast as I could for the mandatory to keep up with this kid.
Well, you guys, it was a great race between. I love watching all of this. The three of you did a phenomenal show for our spectators and fans. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, SBA, SRI, Kirky, EVP Mode, and Jacob and Bryson Place, and R&R Steel.
Awesome. Nice job over here. Once again, a big congratulations to your top 3 finishers in Pro-Am. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great weekend by him. That was a great effort. I mean, pretty much leading that thing wire to wire, Mark.
Yeah, that's a great-looking podium right there. That's a lot of talent right there. Alex Renulio, I'm very impressed with your drive out there. Great job on all 3 competitors. It was very exciting to watch, very exciting to announce.
Yeah, and this weekend has really been all about excitement. There is a big buzz. This had the big race feel to it this weekend. Obviously, all kinds of veterans, legends, people coming in with their first races, people returning. We've had all kinds of Hall of Famers in attendance, checking things out. And earlier this weekend, we were able to catch up with one of the big Hall of Famers himself, one of the most accomplished off-road racers of all time, both in the desert and short course, Rob McCachran.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Rob McCachran. Now, Rob, you're back here at Glen Helen, not racing, but here as a spectator, as a fan, seeing what's going on. Talk to me about your days here at Glen Helen.
Well, it was great. I think my first time ever racing there was probably in the late 80s, early 90s, and then got with, racing Lucas Oil Series. Had a lot of races here, both Pro 2, Pro 4, a lot of heavy hitters, racing nighttime. Just really a crazy place, and I love racing here. It's a really good feeling driving in here at the park today.
Well, talking about that, you said some of your favorite memories was coming in here, the night races, getting the tickets, going to the stands, seeing all the fans out there. But we're back. CORR's back out here on the West Coast. Your son, he didn't necessarily race in this type of short course racing, but you're seeing other ones like Jarrett Brooks brought his little one out here to race the 170s. How does that make you feel, not only as a father, but as also a driver?
No, it's awesome, for Jarrett, to have his kid racing. Carl now has Augie. I'd love to have my son come here and start doing this stuff. He's done short course racing, but not this type for Polaris. But it's an amazing thing, to create the legacy through passing down through the families, things like that. Just an awesome event here, and I'm excited. I think this short course racing is going to get going again. It was definitely a disappointment when it went away, but I think it'll come back. I've seen the peaks and valleys, and to me, I'm excited about it. I think there's going to be some good things coming here in the future.
Well, I love hearing that from you, Rob. And if you guys are out there watching this, and if you haven't made it over here, we still got another round, so make sure you guys come on down. Enjoy the fun. The GOAT says come on down, so you guys need to. Back up to you guys.
Great seeing Rob McCachran out here, and, the legacy, obviously, Rob. I think he's over 300 career wins in desert and short course at this point. But, that being said, great to have him out here. I know his son is accomplished in his own right, which brings us to our R&R Steel Racing Pro Production points. We've got Pro Production as well as Pro-Am Turbo coming up next. Mark, take us through these points.
Jeremy Spears is out front with 194 points out here in the 849 car. Mia Chapman, she's not going to be able to race today, but she's 24 points behind. It's going to do some damage to her second place point standing right now, but Rylan Lane out there in third place with 68 points behind. Kevin O'Donnell, a full 120 behind. Jaden Gerber, triumphant return back to short course racing. Got to be still excited that he's within the points chase. He's ahead of Bobby Van Meeken, so that's speaking pretty loudly 161. Jeremiah Wagner with 189 points. And Brian Willett. And, man, we just know Brian Willett's been on fire all weekend long. So great to see him in there.
Yeah, great field of drivers. That was our R&R Steel Racing Pro Production points. Now we got our Pro-Am Turbo points, and it's Michael Bernstein leading the way with 187 points. Got Daniel Hearn in the second spot, Andre Tomei in the third spot, and then Troy Horrick, Steve Hoffman, Ryan Denny, Steve Hansen, Brandon Birmingham, and Tanner Whitman rounding out our field.
Yeah, that's a great deal right there. It's great to see those names out there. Michael Bernstein, great job. And, man, I'm 100%, I'm just going to say it over and over again. I'm glad that he came out unscathed with yesterday's deal.
All right, so it brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid for Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. It is a dual feature. We're going to have two classes on track at the same time, which brings us to our Pro-Am Turbo. It is going to be Brandon Birmingham and Troy Horrick on the front row, Daniel Hearn, Tanner Whitman, row number 2, and Michael Bernstein on row number 3. And then we're going to have in row number 6, we're going to have Rylan Lane in the pole position. I believe Jaden Gerber not racing today, so you're going to have Jeremy Spears in the second spot. Mia Chapman electing not to race as well. So 2 drivers in the Pro Production class, and that was your Liqui Moly starting grid.
Still going to be an exciting race, even missing some of the stars of this class, but great day yesterday, man. Just a fabulous, and a lot of these racers returning. Dan Hearn out there, you could see him out there. He was doing the star stream yesterday, so hopefully we'll get some more shots from inside that car. I simply love having Starstream on board and some of these racers in their car. There it is right there. And I think Dan's car is a perfect candidate because he doesn't have the intrusion bars that most cars have there on the front windshield. This is a desert car that he made some changes to it, and he brought it right out here to race short course. There's the rear view off of Dan Hearn's car. Great job and great things with Starstream.
Yeah, going to be fun to watch him, that's for sure. Love being able to go on board with some of these drivers. Awesome the technology Starstream's bringing to the sport of off-road.
Yeah, man, Starstream's everywhere right now, and if you go into the desert races, man, they're literally half the field. Even, it's affordable now. Even the teams that don't have a big budget, they get their satellite uplink, and, man, you can literally watch them race anywhere in the world. But here's the thing. I've literally called Travis Williams. I was in the studio, and I called him because he was linked to a Starstream and actually got the story on why he went down.
All right, so that is Rylan Lane and Jeremy Spears. We're going to have 2 starts as our Jones Ford Pace truck pulls off. So Rylan Lane going to take us to the green flag, and then shortly after we're going to have that second group, our Pro-Am Turbo, going to be taking the green flag as well. Oh, look at that. Jeremy Spears all the way outside trying to make it racy here.
Yeah, Jeremy Spears was working on the car right when we got done with our broadcast yesterday. He's right here at the bottom of the hill, man, and he said he was going to get it done for today, so let's see if he's a man of his word. Is he going to get it done here and get on top of the box?
Yeah, Jeremy Spears, current points leader. Good-looking blue car.
Yeah, he's a racer's racer, man. He comes out here, brings a car. He doesn't have a big tent and a big nothing. He literally just starts working on it right here in front of the booth.
Super nice guy, too. Great type of personality you want around this sport. Just loves being out here and loves racing.
I have to agree with you on that one. He is an incredible ambassador for this sport.
I got to look here down that back stretch. This is the Pro-Am Turbo division. That is Brandon Birmingham currently leading. Coming down here in front of the bleachers. Great drone shot here going into turn number 2. Birmingham with about a 3-car length lead through the rhythm section. Going back up to our Pro Production class, Rylan Lane.
Rylan Lane very easily clearing that double in between turn 4. That's a big deal, man. The faster cars were doing it, and look at that. She did it just with ease.
Jeremy Spears trying to hunt her down.
Little wide there coming down the front straightaway in turn 5. But that's been doing that. Some of the cars just push heavy in that turn.
That is Brandon Birmingham. .49 last time by for Ryland Lane.
Brandon Birmingham right now setting that fast lap at 51.2.
Birmingham, great win yesterday. 5 in the class.
Yeah, Birmingham looking solid here all the way around the track. We're able to see what his lines are right here, and it looks like, you know, there's, like I said, I keep saying it, there's really only one fast line around this track that makes it all, you know, connect together and be fast, and it looks like he's found that line as well.
Birmingham continue to charge through. Big gap back to second place. That is Troy Horick in the second spot.
Troy Horick yesterday, and the whole Horick family says, hey, man, what do I got to do to get some on-air time? And I said, man, just get up there in the circle, or, you know, do what we can do. Let's get you, if we get you on the screen, that's what I said. When I get you on the screen, just like they are right there, I can start really giving them some love, and that's the way it is. Horick in their number 2 car doing a great job. You see him coming into turn 4 right there. And that line's tricky right there. It's the middle of the road line. He was able to skip over that double in there, but you see it bucks, and then you set the car up, and that's a really cool line there.
Yeah, Horick there just continuing to put in the work. We will have a competition caution a little bit past the midway point. Should be next time by, I believe.
Yeah, Horick doing a great job. Dan Hearn there coming into view right there at the back of the straightaway here, the finish line straightaway. And love seeing in that car. Would love to see what he's seeing here from his vantage point.
They're working their way through in the Pro-Am Turbo. It is Birmingham, Horick, Bernstein, Hearn, and Whitman. Right now in Pro Production, it is Ryland Lane currently leading. Also, if it was to end right now, she would be taking home that Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award.
Yeah, Brandon Birmingham, too, recorded a 51.3 right there. And Troy Horick looking great there as well. And Michael Bernstein, man, I can't say it enough, man. I'm just glad you're okay after yesterday.
Jeremy Spears trying to keep it nice and tight.
Jeremy Spears, the racer's racer. He's the one, man. And I just love the attitude coming out of that pit, and love the attitude here on the track. Great competitor. Great all-around guy.
Yeah, competition caution is flying. We're going to regroup everybody. Got to tell you, Brandon Birmingham looking very, very strong there in Pro-Am Turbo.
Yeah, great job out here, man. Every competitor did a fabulous job here at the halfway mark. Now, here's where it all happens here. This is where strategy plays in. Did you run it hard all the way the first one, save the car for the second half, or did you run it right out of the box? So we're going to find out right now. Did somebody save it and just kind of go out there to practice knowing dang well they were going to get bunched up again, or did they go all out here? So this is where that strategy comes in, and, you know, I don't know what strategy I would do out there, you know, because most of the time I go as fast as I can, so you know what I mean? I came to race when I race. I like it.
You got Jeremy Spears there. Looks like he's got his visor flipped up, getting a little fresh air into the cockpit. Ryland Lane been awful quick this weekend. Jeremy Spears trying to figure it out if he's got a little something for Ryland Lane.
A little different take on his window net there. That's kind of an interesting deal there. It doesn't look like it has a hard frame. It looks like it's just all strapped to the car there. I'm going to have to go there and take a look at it. I told you he's right here at the bottom of the hill here by the announcer's booth. So I'm going to have to run over there and say, what do you got going on with that window net there? Look at cool. It actually covers the entire window there. That's pretty cool.
I'm looking at Brandon Birmingham and how fast he's been. I think Brandon Birmingham's the one to watch. Yeah, he's leading in his class in Pro-Am Turbo. I think he's got a shot at this overall. I could see Birmingham getting in the mix here, especially now that we're regrouped. He's been really, really quick.
51.3, and looking over there right now, 51.2. Just 1/10 quicker. So, yeah, I think I have to agree with you. And like you said, he is leading his class, and now he wants to dice it up the turbo cars.
Yeah, Birmingham all the way to the bottom, looking at this overall. Jeremy Spears trying to reel in Rylan Lane. Don't know if he's going to have enough to catch her. But Birmingham, look at that. He is looking at Jeremy Spears. And, it benefits Birmingham. If he can somehow get around some of these pro production cars, it puts a gap and cars between him and second place in Pro-Am Turbo.
Well, seeing Birmingham do this, it makes me wonder, is the turbo really an advantage in these classes out here, Turbos definitely add more power, but, some of the turbos, they got to spool up before, so we call it turbo lag. But it looks like the turbos in both the turbo cars working just fine out here, but I don't really see them, really pull it away. We got to ride her over.
That is a 295 of Michael Bernstein up and over.
Wow, Michael Bernstein again. I hope he's all right on this one. Doesn't look too bad out there. The car doesn't look in bad shape. Would appear that you can see by the dirt that's no longer on the K-rail, just got up into the K-rail somehow.
Looks like we've got a replay of what happened there to Michael Bernstein. Got a little help there from the number 2 of Troy Horrocks. Sent him for a ride. That was actually a pretty, went over 2 or 3 times there. Little bump there from Horrock. And, Horrock on the brakes. Honestly, it looked like he was waiting to make sure everything was okay.
Wow, that one was pretty violent. Wow, I really hope he's okay on that one. That's I hope we get a quick shot of him and everybody. And just if you're out there watching, one quick way to tell that okay, if they're already rolling over the car, he's all right. So we'll find out here in a second. But yeah, that was another violent crash, really violent crash.
It looks like the car's still running.
Yeah, it is actually. Isn't
car's still running. That's.
Or is that just oil burning on the muffler? So interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, so here we go. Brandon, it appears that when Michael, rather, he comes into the corner, the number 2 is already set for the corner, and I just don't think Michael Bernstein knew he was there. And Horrock, a little aggressive in there and slid right over into Michael Bernstein.
Yeah, tough deal there for Michael Bernstein. Almost went back over to its wheels.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. That car is pretty twisted there, the 295.
Yeah, it didn't look that bad from the angle when it was over on its side, but now that it's back over, yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I got the fire extinguisher laying there.
Smoke still pouring out of that exhaust right there. I'm just wondering if that's...
It looks like it's drivable.
Yeah, it could be.
It's going to go a little crooked down the road, but it's drivable.
Interesting.
You got to love racers. First thing to do, let's see if it'll start and drive it away. If I can drive it away, it's not that bad, Mark.
Yeah, you know what? You watch the races and, you see a car flip violently, and when it lands on all fours, you hear the first thing that comes out of the crowd. Drive it, drive it, drive it. And then when they drive it, everybody cheers like, they just won the race. But I don't know, man. After a pretty violent crash like that, I've been pretty fortunate in my off-road racing career. I've never really experienced too big of a wreck. I have rolled a car in short course racing, and it ain't very fun though. It's more an ego check than it is anything else.
Rolling anything isn't very fun.
Yeah.
But speaking of rolling, Brandon Birmingham been rolling around this track pretty good. He has put together a strong run here in Pro-Am Turbo. Big win yesterday. He has been very, very fast today. Been fun to watch. We're going to have a couple laps to go. Probably a green-white checker situation when we go back to green flag racing here. And I think Birmingham, he's going to have a real good shot at not only a win, but possibly taking a peek at that overall. Speaking of tires and short course racing, our newest partner is Maxxis Tires, and we were able to catch up with them earlier this weekend.
All right, new for the 25-26 season here at CORR, we got Maxxis Tires on board, and it's great to have Maxxis. Mike, it's great to have Maxxis out here for this short course race. Triumphant return here to short course racing.
Yeah, you know what? It's great. We're super stoked to be part of it. CORR, one of the biggest, one of the best. Glen, Helen, we're out here. Can't be more proud of being part of this. And, we got a Supreme Court. We got our Supreme Course. We got great conditions this weekend, and let's see what we can do.
The weather's going to be incredible. Now, lots of people out here running Maxxis, man. What can we expect for the 26th season?
Well, we make tires literally for everything that rolls, whether it's truck, UTV, the kids' stuff. We make tires for everything that rolls on rubber. So, yeah, you want to see whatever we make, go to Maxxis.com. The full line of tires is on that website, Maxxis.com.
There it is. Go to Maxxis.com. Check it out. They're here for CORR.
Looks like we are going to get Michael Bernstein pulled off now. Got it right side up. I can still steer. We're going to get carted off the track here. We're going to go back to racing. We're going to have 2 to go. Looks like a green-white checker possibly when we get rolling in.
Yeah, Brandon Birmingham taking control there with that fast lap. I think he's even gone down one more, 51.2 out there. Or he did have a 51.3, so 51.2, I do believe he's going to take home that Maxxis fast lap. Yeah, I'm just glad when I see Michael Bernstein involved, man, that's a thing out there. But I'm glad he's all right. They got him towed off the track now, so he's out of any imminent danger from any of the cars out here during the race. And then in between races, I have a feeling they'll get him out of there as well. So great job out here, and let's get back to racing.
Yep, Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling him around. It's going to be Rylan Lane and Jeremy Spears in Pro Production. Looking there at the Pro-Am Turbo, it is going to be Brandon Birmingham leading, and then we've got Daniel Hearn in the second spot. Remember, Daniel Hearn got that Starstream on board. Then we've got Tanner Whitman, Michael Bernstein, and Troy Horick. Obviously, Horick and Bernstein both out. So we're going to have a 3-car battle there in Pro-Am Turbo, 2-car battle in Pro Production. Jeremy Spears sliding way up to the top, trying to get around Rylan Lane. Nice job by Jeremy Spears, but pushing way to the top there.
Well, they've been pretty much even beside the position they're in, so it would appear that Jeremy Spears has what it takes to put it on top of the box, but he's going to have to earn it because Rylan Lane has been consistent all weekend long, and Rylan right now just having to sit there and sit back and make sure that she makes her move at the appropriate time.
Great run by Jeremy Spears. We're going to see how well he can play defense now with the lead. We know Rylan Lane's had some blistering fast lap time so far this weekend, so we'll see if Jeremy Spears can hold her off in the 8:49. Should bring out the white flag. 1 to go for Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, man, if you're Jeremy Spears' spotter right now, you're telling him, hey, stay cool right now, but you're gonna have to hammer down. So you really got to get aggressive here. And a little mistake like that, he can't make those right there. Once he sets that car, he can't turn out of it like that because you can lose precious seconds right there.
All right, Jeremy Spears got a couple corners remaining, trying to hold off the hard-charging Rylan Lane. Looks like Rylan Lane now, I don't know what happened, but she is not in the field of view anymore. Jeremy Spears now.
Man, just dropped out. There she is on that straightaway right there. Loss of power right there. Wonder if the car's in limp mode for whatever reason or something more crazy happened.
So it's going to be Jeremy Spears bringing it down in front of the crowd. That Maxxis Tires checkered flag going to be flying, and it is going to be Jeremy Spears victorious here in Pro Production. It's going to be Brandon Birmingham victorious in Pro-Am Turbo. That's going to be Dan Hearn finding his way to the podium as well. Both the Hearn family on the podium today, Mark.
Hey, Dan said, he was focusing on Chloe Hearn, and I don't even know that he had any plans to really race, but look at this. His non-plan to really race got him on a podium both times.
Great run by Jeremy Spears. Took him 9 laps to get around, but he sealed the deal and is walking away a winner here at Glen Helen, and we're going to catch up with him and all the podium finishers return here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering and hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back here to Glen Helen and round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just getting done with Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo, a dual feature here. And that was an exciting one. Obviously, Rugged Radio's bringing us our results. And Jeremy Spears, it took him 9.5 laps to do the deal, Mark, but he did it when it mattered.
Yeah, Ryland Lane was leading early, but then after the caution flag, Jeremy Spears was able to get the job done, and she dropped out. Looked like she had a mechanical. It's rough. That's a rough day to end your weekend. As we were talking on Sunday, you come out here and you want to. It's wreckers and checkers. Well, she got the latter of the two.
Yeah, it was Brandon Birmingham walking away with the Pro-Am Turbo win. Daniel Hearn finding the podium. As Donna Chloe on the podium earlier on in the weekend as well. Tanner Whitman winding up the podium there in Pro-Am Turbo.
For an injured team, they sure made a lot of podiums this weekend.
You know what? You're right. They're talking about both cars not running real well, but I think both the family found their way to the podium more often than not this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. Troy Horak out there also, unfortunately, collecting Michael Bernstein. And Michael Bernstein, hoping he's okay. Looks like they were okay. They weren't going too crazy to get him out here, but they got the car off just fine.
Well, with that, we've got Tiffany Stone standing by with our Pro Production podium.
Thank you guys so much. It's so good to see you back over here. You are a true person to this sport. I love it. It's really good to have you back out here. You're getting better and better with each lap, and I love seeing that. I know that you're really coming into your own with this car, putting on a show for everybody. Tell me about how it is for round 6, because double podium here for the midway point is such a great feeling, especially for a newcomer.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my car on that double. I cased it, and it just shut off. So wish I could have finished better, but...
It's all good. You know what? You are being out here showing everybody what you can do, and I absolutely love that. Having you in round 3s and 4s and then just showing us what you can do here for 5 and 6 is great. I know a bunch of people help you, so who would you like to thank?
My parents, Desert State Electric, 2X Motorsports, right now Goodyear, yeah.
It's awesome. And no worries. Listen, everybody has some certain days, but I know you'll come back for round 7 and 8 and then show them once again what you can do in your car. Nice job over here, Rylan. Going over here to our top finisher, we have the number 849 of Jeremy Spears. Now, Jeremy, it's good to have you out here. Obviously, some great battles that we're seeing. And then, what I absolutely love is you come out here with limited things and really put your car together and show what you can do as a driver.
Yeah, absolutely. I love battling. I would rather go slower and battle with people if I have to. But she's riding great. We made some adjustments from yesterday. We were able to hit the corners pretty damn good. So, we don't come here with minimal supplies. We fly in from Seattle. Our stuff's pretty much already loaded up, and we come down here. We don't even have long chairs at our deal. But the heart and dedication that we put into this will always be a pocketbook. We have our car torn apart every single race, after every single practice, trying to keep this thing together because it's bone stock.
Well, I know that you said you feel like sometimes you're going slow, but I just want to let you know, big congratulations to you. You're taking home the Maxxis Tire Fast Lap Award for this round, round 6. Taking that, who would you like to thank?
Green City Heating, Benford Metals, MRT Tires, and American UTV.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop up on number 1 for me. Big round of applause for your top 2 finishers here in Pro Production. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great seeing the smiles on the podium there in Pro Production, and what a great race that was, going down to the wire. That's the way you like to see it. Really, really fun stuff, you know. And obviously, double podium. We got Pro-Am Turbo yet to come, and that was a burner of a race, also.
Yeah, it really was. And you heard Jeremy right there. I was telling you, he works on his car right here at the base of the hill where we're out of this booth. And you just heard him loud and clear. He said, "Man, I don't even have lawn chairs over there, dude. I just put the car up on the jacks and get to work right here."
You got to love it. That's racing at its best, just for the love of the sport. And, you know, he's doing a great job, current points leader, and extending his points lead with that win. And, you know, going to be a great, great season for Jeremy Spears. We'll see him back in action here for rounds 7 and 8, I am sure.
Yeah, when I was stating that, you know, it also reminds me to tell everybody, if you're out there watching this series and you're watching it on YouTube or any of the other ones, you got to make sure that you pay attention to that, because that's your race right there. If you have a car, you got a cage, you got the fuel cell, the safety harness, you can come out here and race here at CORR as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, we've got Tiffany Stone standing by with our Pro-Am Turbo podium.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. We've got Tanner Whitman over here. Tanner, it's so good to see you for round 6. I know it's been a minute since we've been able to chat. You know, talk to me about round 6, what it means for you. We're here at the iconic Glen Helen Raceway, and you're getting a podium spot.
It was a fun race. You guys probably saw, like, in about every corner I was on the bike trying to hold it together, but luckily I was able to finish. And super fun, yeah. Yeah, we had problems yesterday, but it went a lot better today.
Well, we always chat about sometimes after the round, you got to go back to the drawing board and collect yourself a little bit and come out, and that's exactly what you did here for round 6. Who would you like to thank?
My family and all our friends out here. They all came out, and they've been helping us out all weekend. So tons of support.
I love that. It's good to see you out here. Nice job taking away a podium spot here at Glen Helen Raceway. Moving over to our second spot, we've got Daniel Hearn. Now, Daniel, I know that it's sometimes you always come up here and you're saying, Tiffany, I'm tired, but you are a great driver, always coming away with a podium spot, helping Chloe out when you can, and it's really cool to see a podium for the Hearn family. Tell me about round 6 for you.
Round 6 was a blast. I mean, I did pretty well today for absolutely no breaks after, like, lap 4. And we spent most of the time working on Chloe's to get hers perfect. And we did one rotor on mine, should have done both. And I just lost everything. So it was just all driving and motor. That's all I could do.
Well, I'm a big firm believer on good karmic vibes putting out there. You know, you always saying that you're helping out Chloe, but people are looking out for you too, helping you, even though you had no breaks, getting you here to the finish, checkered, second place overall. Who would you like to thank?
Can-Am Off-Road, D&M Racing, VP Racing Fuels, Dill Petroleum, my friend Tiffany and Nolan for coming out to visit from the LA area. Of course, my daughter Chloe, my wife, and I'm Rugged Radios and a couple others I'm sure I'm missing.
Well, you've done it here. It's always good to see you out here, Daniel. Nice job. And taking that top spot, the 388 of Brandon Birmingham. Brandon, back-to-back over here for you, rounding out rounds 5 and 6. You know, moving over to Victorville, a new course, a new track for the next rounds. Tell me about your weekend here at the iconic Glen Helen Raceway.
My weekend was great. You know, I was excited to come out here, never been out here, and I loved the track. It was super fun, super technical, and just had a blast.
Well, this was a really good class to see everybody over here. I really love how fast you are. We're seeing some great numbers, some great lap times from you, and it's really nice to see this. Maybe we'll get you moving up into a pro side-by-side and see how that runs for you.
I don't know if I have the money for that, but maybe.
Well, you guys get this man a car because he's putting down some amazing lap times. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad for everything that they do for me, my wonderful girlfriend, my uncle for always watching, my brother and family, you know, for the support, and Copper State Collision, Copper State Truck Sales, and anybody else I missed.
Well, nice job over here. Love watching this class race. One more round of applause for your Pro-Am Turbo, and you guys can hop up. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great podium, and I will say Birmingham putting together a burner of a weekend, just absolute dominance there in the Pro-Am Turbo division. But, right now being joined by a good friend of mine, Brent Smith. You guys will see him in Pro-lite action later on. Brent, also an off-road television personality. Brent and I don't know, Brent, we've been calling races together. It's been a minute since we've done it together, but you and we're going back a decade, I think, we've called races together?
Yeah, absolutely, Jim. It's great to be back in the booth, even though on the East Coast I've been announcing out there, but now we're back on the West Coast, but I get to be in a Pro-lite now, and it's cool. We got to announce many of years together, but, man, I'm ready. It's been a long week. We've went through a lot of gremlins, but I can't thank Johnny Holger Racing and HBI, Yokohama Tire, Don and Jen Holger for getting me in this truck this weekend. I mean, it's racing. Anything can happen, but we're ready today. We're ready to do damage. We're ready to get stuff
Let's hope you're
done.
not ready to do damage.
No, in a good way. I'm just sick of sitting around. I'm ready to go. And I got to thank it all the way down to Deb that does my fire suits, gets them all clean, and all the friends and family back at home. It's an opportunity I wanted to do. We're out here trying to look for sponsors, try to get things going, Jim, and you know how it is. It's not easy to pick up stuff, but we're trying to make a point to say, hey, we're here to race, and that's why we're on the West Coast.
Yeah, we're going to get into Brent's racing here in just a minute, but we do have some Sportsman NA racing yet to come. This is our R&R Steel Racing Sportsman NA points. It is Timothy Jones currently out front with 145 points. Rylan Bernstein, 10 back. Sean Jones, 22 back of Timothy Jones. Then it's Thomas Bach, Austin Dorn, Ryan Bragdon, Cody Krantz, Daryl Chastain, Benjamin Ducharme, and AJ Spagnola rounding out your top 10 in Sportsman NA. Now moving into Sportsman Turbo points, it is Matt Dyer with 176 points. Yesterday's big winner, Calvin Odell, with 86 points back. So Calvin Odell, the man to beat this weekend. Great run yesterday, and looking forward to seeing him in action today. Brings us to our Liqui Moly Pro Production, our starting grid, and we are going to have Calvin Odell and Matt Dyer in Sportsman Turbo, and in Sportsman NA, it's going to be Ryan Bragdon, Sean Jones on the front row, Timothy Jones in the third spot, AJ Spagnola. Then we're going to move to Rylan Bernstein and Gary Wegner, Mandy Hoganis, and Michael Spagnola in your 8-car field. So, Brent, obviously, we've got that Jones Ford pace truck pulling them around here. You've spent some time here, both on the mic, but also behind the wheel. Obviously, had some qualifying and practice on Friday. I know things didn't quite go the way you wanted things earlier on this weekend, but, tell us what you think of this track.
I think it's amazing. Broadcasting it a couple months ago, it has some great elevation changes. The rhythm sections are really gnarly. I just love off-road racing, Jim, so it's amazing to make it really challenging as a race car driver. And a fun fact, Jim, the 813 blew a turbo, Matt Dyer, and they had it Ubered all the way from Arizona to California and got the part this morning. So never say die attitude out of these teams. And that's what you got to do. We know what gremlins are about. It's Sunday afternoon, and it's go time for the rest of these groups.
Yeah, it is definitely go time, and we are going to see go time here. This is going to be Sportsman NA. They're going to be pulling up. Jones Ford pace truck pulling off. Going to go green flag racing. Ryan Bragdon, big winner yesterday. Sean Jones having a battle with Bragdon to the finish yesterday. We're going to see how things shape out here as we're going green flag racing into turn number 1. It is Bragdon once again, followed by Sean Jones. It looks like that is going to be Spagnola slotting in, and Timothy Jones going to drop back to 4th.
Yeah, Jones going to have some work to do, Jim, and such a fun section here, especially on camera, in person. You're jumping through those. You got to hit your timing marks. It's a rhythm section for a reason. You got to get hard on the binders and get that right-hander perfect.
Well, and, here's a question for you, Brent. Obviously, you've spent a lot of time racing in the Midwest. You've run Pro-lite in the Midwest. Now, coming out here to the West Coast, I know tracks are quite a bit different here on the West Coast. What's the biggest thing you've had to adapt to running here at Glen Helen?
Well, it's just the sandy surface, right? It gets really loamy and it gets deep in some sections. But back on the East Coast, we have a lot of clay in our track, so it holds it together. Here, it's a big tire grooving situation. You have to pick what the track's going to do each and every weekend. But here, you can see how it dries out very, very quick. So we had about, an inch and a half of rain when I first showed up this week, and the track looks perfect.
Yeah, now going up to our leaders, it was Bragdon at the end of lap 1 in the lead. A.J. Spagnola working his way up into second. It looks like that is the 889 there, having some issues. Or 899, excuse me, having some issues. That is Ryan Bernstein. There's Sean Jones there in the number 3 of Timothy Jones.
Yeah,
a couple of Jones entries there. Not related, but battling out. Looks like Timothy Jones going to get around Sean Jones there.
Boy, Jim, that section's so challenging. You're carrying so much speed into that corner, and you got to make sure you don't hit the face of that landing because you could go upside down easy.
Yeah, well, and one of the big things here at Glen Helen, and you as a driver, you've been able to see it, but every single corner, I know Mark's talked about it a lot this weekend, has a jump going into the corner.
Right, absolutely, and on the East Coast, we rarely see that, but that's what I love about on the West Coast. Here in Glen Helen, you have to put your thinking cap on. I mean, I've only got 5-6 laps here this weekend because of different things going on, but I can't wait to settle in and get that rhythm down, rotate the car, and just make it fun, right? And this is what we're doing, and that's why we love to be racing on the West Coast.
Yeah, we're talking about that rhythm section. We just saw him go through. Anything comparable in the Midwest to that rhythm section? I'm thinking, how about ERX? Anything like that out there in the Midwest?
Yeah, ERX, it has that split lane section, and you have to be patient and go through it. But, I mean, even Anago, we used to have the rhythm section, so it brought me back to the old days when I was a kid watching Scott Taylor, Rob McCachran, Carl Renesetter, and all the greats. And it's just fun. I love difference, right? That's what I love about this sport. If you were on pavement, it never really changes. So I love to see the changes of the track throughout the year.
All right, so current running order right now, we've got up front in the Sportsman NA, it is Bragdon, Spagnola, and then another Spagnola entry in the 3X, and we got Sean Jones, Timothy Jones, Wegner, Bernstein, and Hoganus. And then in the Turbo class, it is Matt Dyer, followed by Calvin Odell. So, Brent, just briefly you mentioned, the watching the legends there in Anago and Crandon and things like that. Let's talk a little bit about that. How's it to be here at Glen Helen? See Renesetter, McCachran, Jarrett Brooks. I mean, we got some guys that are big names here. They're here. They're your kids, just walking around. How's that? Because I know you're as much a racer as you are a fan of the sport.
Oh, absolutely. I've been my whole life, and you just gave me goosebumps just saying those names because as a kid holding on to that fence at Crandon and Bark River, that's what it was all about. So it's cool that they're bringing that legacy back through the sport, and that's what should happen. I mean, Augie did a great job getting the job done, the first career win, and that's what we like to see. Renesetter's back in business.
Yeah, that was a little bump and run there by Timothy Jones. Looked like he didn't make it. He made the pass, and then he gave it up in the rhythm section, but that was Jones and Jones there, I believe, or Jones and I don't know. That was, I believe, Jones and Jones, or Spagnola. But, man, what a run there by Timothy Jones. Great little bump and run.
Spagnola and Jones, we have 2 and 2, so
yeah. Well, they're both white, so I have both white cars, and they're both RS1, so I was trying to figure out which one was which with the stutter there. That is the 86 there, Ryan Bragdon, current leader, running very strong, our winner yesterday. But, yeah, the Jones entry, that was a great move there. As we are going to get an updated leaderboard. And look at that. Timothy Jones continued to put the pressure. Looks like he's going to get around him. What a great pass there on the number 16 of A.J. Spagnola. Timothy Jones looking like the veteran out here into the rhythm section. Got to give this kid credit. He is flying out there today.
Yeah, he took that nice line and made that pass complete. Now going to look for another one going on that inside. A little bit of slower traffic.
Yeah, that's the 813 there. That is Matt Dyer. Looked like he's having some problems, and he was leading. Looks like he is in a different division there right now. Still out front, it is Ryan Bragdon in Sportsman NA. Winner yesterday, trying to keep it perfect this weekend. But I got to tell you, that number 3 is absolutely flying here of Timothy Jones.
Well, there's that halfway point, that mandatory competition caution coming out that time by, and man, just the work it takes to get these cars to the track and get them prepped and make them go through the war that they do. You got to give credit to all these crews and friends and family out there. I mean, I got to thank my guys, Randy Stone and Austin Bolson. We've been busting butt all week, and Johnny Holger Racing, all those guys just taking the time to help out, and I can't thank everybody enough.
Yeah, look at that. That's the lap traffic. And I believe, according to timing and scoring, that is a 3X machine of Michael Spagnola. I've been calling it Timothy Jones. We have 2 number 3s in the race, so it's a bit confusing here in the booth. So we got 2 cars number 3.
I'm right there with you, Jim. Very challenging. We'll have to wait and see who can move their way to the front with halfway of this race left to go. And man, oh man, good to see you, Jim, once again.
Yeah, we are here in the booth, obviously catching up with Brent Smith, one of the commentators for a lot of off-road races, but he's out here running Pro-lite under the Holcher camp. You got to appreciate Johnny bringing you in, and, and obviously we got Michael Funk there, and, Johnny really trying to make Pro-lites happen here on the West Coast, and it's got to, it's really exciting to see this many Pro-lites out here.
Oh, absolutely. And about 2 weeks ago, Don and Jen Holger and Johnny asked me, you want to drive one of my Pro-lites? And I had a trip to Florida planned with my girlfriend, and I kind of had to tell her, hey, I have to take this opportunity, and I had to go with it. And it hasn't been the greatest start of the weekend, but we're hoping to turn things around. We're out here, like I said, trying to find some more partners, get going in the right direction for 2026, and I believe we're doing the right thing, bringing Pro-lite back out on the West Coast. This is off-road racing. We want to see the most trucks, the most cars, and I think we're doing the right thing, Jim.
Yeah, I believe it, and, really thankful for the Holchers to help try and make this Pro-lite series happen. 7 entries here this weekend. Great job. Ryan Bragdon going to be taking us, and that is Michael Spagnola in the 3X. It says number 3. We got 2 3s, so the red one is Timothy Jones. Spagnola in the white number 3. We got Sean Jones there in the blue Yamaha now diving in. That is another Spagnola entry there in the white RS1 in the 16. That is AJ Spagnola.
Yeah, AJ trying to work his way through that infield section. It's flat out, pedal to the metal, and then you come into one of these jumps where you got to be hard on the binders to get that car to turn. And I'm telling you, Jim, in a Pro-lite, it's easy to go up on the bicycle. You're trying to downshift, grab the rear brake, and it's a lot of methodical issues you have to put yourself through.
Yeah, there is a lot going on inside of a Pro-lite, especially inside of some of these race cars, especially when you're banging gears, things like that. Well, in Pro-lite, obviously you guys are getting this track at the end of the day, so it's had quite a few race miles on it by the time you boys take the track.
Hey, we're just really blessed to be out here. All of us are, and we're just glad that we got invited, and we want to grow the sport, no matter where it is. If it's in Michigan, Wisconsin, California, Arizona, we're here for off-road racing, and that's where short course is.
Yeah, so that is the 16 there of AJ Spagnola. Sean Jones all the way to the bottom trying to make something happen. Spagnola slamming the door on Jones. Jones now up on the bumper trying to make a run down into this corner. Nothing there. Maybe. Nope, nothing there. Door slammed. Had to get out of it too much. Didn't have the momentum to carry.
And that's the thing, Jimmy. You go too far down on the bottom, you don't get that straightaway speed heading into the final turn. As these jumps in the front, they're pretty fun. It lifts the car up. You just get weightless. And then this last one, you have to really burp it off the face of it to keep the front end up.
Yeah, so right now it is Bragdon, a couple of Spagnola entries. And then Sean Jones. And then it is going to be Timothy Jones in the 5th spot. So a couple of 3s, a couple of Joneses, lots of confusion out here in Sportsman NA. But, hey, we are going to get this thing to the finish line. And right now, the one that matters is Ryan Bragdon in the number 86, currently leading, trying to take this thing wire to wire, coast to coast. But look at that. The number 3 there, that is Michael Spagnola trying to make something happen here with a lap and a half remaining.
Well, we'll see. Time is definitely running out. Track really drying up nicely there going into that infield section. Now we got a battle. They're side by side coming back to the line.
Spagnola on it on the outside, trying to do it the hard way. White flag is out. 1 to go here in Sportsman NA. It is Bragdon, Spagnola, 1, 2, 3.
Man, that rhythm section is really tricky. If you miss one little spot in between there, Jim, screws you up for the whole rest of the way. So you really have to be patient, but hard on that loud pedal. As we can see, they're still fighting the good battle.
They are. Look at that. Wow, driving it in deep into that corner. Going to see if he can slingshot around the outside. Look at that. Door getting slammed there by Ryan Bragdon onto Spagnola. I thought Spagnola had the speed.
Well, here we go. 1 turn to go, Jim. Take us to the finish line. This is going to be good.
Look at that, Spagnola all the way to the outside, but Ryan Bragdon blocking. The Max's checker flag is out. It is going to be Ryan Bragdon, Michael Spagnola, AJ Spagnola. 1, 2, 3. That was your Max's Tires checkered flag. The number 86 there, taking home the victory. That is Ryan Bragdon. And what a race that was. Challenged all the way to the end. Great feel-good moment. Got Brent Smith in here in the booth. Brent, man, it's been great calling the race with you. Good luck today in the Pro-lite. And we are going to be back to Glen Helen and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Have we got racing today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back here to Glen Helen. Round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver, joined back in the booth by Mark Wright. At Brent Smith, my old partner in crime, filling in there for a race. We're going to see him in action in Pro-lite here in an hour or so. Always look forward to hanging out with Brent and seeing him in Pro-lite. But that brings us to our Rugged Radio Sportsman NA and Turbo results. Ryan Bragdon keeping it perfect this weekend with the win, but I got to tell you, it went down to the wire. Michael Spagnola in the 3X putting on the pressure, just wasn't able to seal the deal. AJ Spagnola there in the 3rd spot. Sean Jones pressuring for the podium all day long, not able to make it happen. Timothy Jones winding up in the 5th and final spot. You got Wegner, Dyer, Odell, Ryland Bernstein, and Mandy Hoganess. I don't believe started today, but man, what a great race. And, it went down to the wire. You love when the sportsmen get out here and throw down, and that's what we just saw, Mark, right?
Yeah, it was a great race to watch. I have to tell you, man, when you're out here, I love being in this seat. But if I'm going to give it up to anybody, Brett Smith, what a great job and an opportunity to see just, a little different style out there. He has a great, very distinctive voice, man. It was great to have him up here. If I'm going to relinquish my seat, I'm glad it was Sir Brent Smith.
Well, we're going to see him in action in Pro-lite later on this afternoon. But right now, we've got our podium finishers. We're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. It's good to be down here. Now, that was a great race. I loved watching how each one of you kind of got out, shook each other's hands, and said, what an amazing race. And from our perspective, same exact thing. So we're going to start with our 3rd place finisher, AJ Spagnola. AJ, talk to me about this race, especially doing this with your brother over here.
There's no one else I'd rather do this with. That was so much fun. That was one hell of a race, guys. That was awesome. It's been such a crazy weekend. We were behind the 8 ball. First practice on the first day, I blew a motor. And I got to be honest, I think half the competitors out here helped me put something together. So just so many people to thanks for this.
Is there anybody specifically you'd like to thank?
Yeah. Obviously, the guys that helped me put together. My brother stayed up until midnight putting that motor together with me. My son Dominic, who's 9 years old, was my spotter today, and he's one of the best ones out there. I'm guaranteed of it. My dad, who's always supported us. My little daughter Samantha. It's been a fun family sport.
Well, I love seeing that. And Dominic, you did a really good job earlier today as well. I know that, unfortunately, you missed the podium just by one little spot. But having a great spotter, he already knew all the lines that you should be taking out there.
Yeah, and he stayed calm through it all. Probably even better than I do for him. So he was like inside, outside, very calm. So nice job, bud.
Awesome. I love to see this. We keep talking about the father-son dynamic, and we've got another one here. Nice job. And then we're going to head over here to your brother as well. Michael, talk to me about it. Your brother said it was a great time racing out here. It seems like it's a family affair. Everybody's coming out to help each other.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible experience. Dad, brothers, like it's a complete family affair out here. Just an amazing experience. First time racing with CORR. We'll definitely be back. Just you guys put on an amazing show. So overall, amazing weekend. Started rough, but overall, amazing weekend.
Awesome. Well, we head over to Victorville next, so you got a little bit of time to get things together. Hopefully it's not scrambling as much as you guys did for rounds 5 and 6 here. Who would you like to thank?
First of all, I want to thank my soon-to-be wife, Peyton, over there, big supporter of mine. Anything I do, the crazy ideas I come up with, she just supports me through and through. I want to thank SEMA and PRI, and then my biggest sponsor, Spark Diagnostics, best OBD2 diagnostic device out there.
I love that. Nice job having you brothers out here. We can't wait to see you guys at the next round as well. And taking that top spot once again, we got Ryan Bragdon. Now, Ryan, you are 2 for 2 according to my notes over here. When I came over and talked to you, I was just saying that your lap times were getting faster and faster, 53 seconds, 54 seconds, and you said making some minor adjustments changed everything. So tell us a little bit about that.
We made a little bit of shock changes on it, just a little rebound and compression, and change up the driving, clean up a little bit. My old spotter from back in the day is watching. He told me be smooth, be calm, and breathe, and that's what we were trying to do all day long, just take patient and hit my marks. So, but I had a blast running with both these guys. Know nothing about them, and now I'd race with them every day like this.
I love hearing that. Well, who would you like to thank for round 6 here at Glen Helen Raceway?
I got to thank Kendall for letting me drive that beast. We're going to try and get another car going because this is something that both the cars need to be doing. Got to thank my parents for always supporting me behind all this. They're here again today. I miss my wife. She's homesick right now, but happy Valentine's Day. We went and had a party last night. So I got to thank her for letting me be an idiot and come out and do all this. And thank Rudy. I got to thank Brandon again for being my eyes and ears, and just everybody that's been behind me this whole time.
I love this. And you guys in the booth, this is such a great class to watch. Sportsman NA, one more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers over here. And it's cool to see the brothers come out. I'm glad that they're wanting to race the entire rest of the season with us. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, it's a good feel-good moment there on the podium. You got to love it. You know what else I love, Mark? I love that we're shifting gears here, and we are gearing up for the big dogs. It is going to be a pro side-by-side action here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed race. If you've been out here all weekend and you missed it yesterday, don't miss it today, man. It was absolutely crazy. Every car was simply blazing. I mean, every car finished within a turn of each other. You know what I mean? There was nobody that ran away from the pack. The pack stayed tightly neat. But, man, the man, Augie Redezetter, he came out on top. First race out here with CORR. First race in a short course car, rather. And then, his dad hates it when you call it a side-by-side, so we're going to call it a race car here for him. And we're going to see if he can get it done again today. I have no doubt that if he gets out front, it's going to be no looking back for him.
Well, I will say he made a statement yesterday, and, it's going to be interesting to see what happens today. I think the boys are going to have something for him. But right now we're going to hand it off to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Down here with the 813, Matt Dyer. Now, Matt, we keep talking about you and Calvin. You kind of get going back and forth. And I love seeing you guys two race, especially with the Sportsman NA out there. You guys all put on a great show. Talk to me about round 6.
Well, we didn't make it out yesterday because turbo seals gave out on the sight lap. So we had to pull over and got to watch Calvin race without us. That was sucked. But I can't thank my girlfriend enough. She Ubered a turbo out for us last night. And our Uber driver, Michael Stapleton, showed up at 10 p.m., brought us a turbo. We got in this morning. Car felt awesome. We were ripping, and then we snapped an axle, so we just had to limp it on the rest of the way around.
That's quite all right. Brent Smith was telling the rest of our show over there that happened. It's kind of the wonders of Uber right now. It still got you out here, adding more points to the season for round 6, heading to Victorville soon. What are your who else do you need to thank here?
My sponsor, Patterson Property Inspections, my spotter, Brad Patterson, and Uber, if they want to put some stickers on their car, let me know.
Uber, if you want to put some stickers on the car. Well, nice job. Congratulations. Hop up on number 1. Big round of applause once again for the 813 Matt Dyer in your Sportsman Turbo. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, such a fun story there. Really good time. Great to see him back in action. Paid off. He walked away with the number one plate on the day. Speaking of number ones, though, I mean, yesterday the number one qualifier and the number one position in pro side-by-side was newcomer Augie Renezetter. And earlier this weekend, we were able to catch up with him and his dad, Carl.
All right, guys, down here with Carl and Augie. Carl, I want to chat with you first. Obviously, coming back to Glen Helen, you know a lot about short course racing, and now your son is going to come into this world as well. Tell me about how you feel being here, but not as a driver, as a father.
You know, it's a very proud moment to see your son, you know, kind of try and fill your footsteps. I have so many good memories of this place, so many battles, so many good times, a lot of tough times, but that's what comes with racing. But to be back here and see the short course again and see how these cars work, especially these pro racers, they're so fast, and it's just nice to see people learning car control and what these things can do in corners and in the air and off of jumps, and you know, just the strategies. It just brings back a lot of good memories.
I love that. And Augie, I do want to ask you, obviously your father has many laps over here, many laps in short course racing just to begin with. Is there any advice that he's given you for this weekend in particular?
Oh man, you know, just stay smooth. Smooth is fast. Be patient. You know, don't really stay down the inside in case, you know, anything collisions happen down there at the bottom. Stay outside the first few laps, and you know, just be patient. And you know, we have been testing out here a little bit on the weekends, and we've been videoing it, and we go home together and frickin' watch it on my iPad all night long and just analyze every lap, every turn. So, you know, it's so awesome to have the advice and to feel like it's my time is a pretty special moment to me, and I'm so grateful for that.
I love that. And listening that he used to watching it on his iPad back in the day, it was so different. You had to watch it on tape. But I do want to wrap this up with you. As a father who's coming into this and seeing what Augie's doing, you know, what do you see for the sport and for the future?
Well, I see the Razors, and, you know, I don't really like the side-by-side name because these things aren't, I don't know, it's just they're race cars. And what they do is phenomenal. And, you know, you can come in, you can buy one of these things for a lot less than you can build a Pro 2 or a Pro 4. And this thing, Augie just qualified number one today, 48 seconds. That's faster than the Pro 2s out here, so on a shorter track. So it's just, you can get into these cars, and you can do the most exciting, fantastic racing there is on the planet, and it's not going to break your wallet where you have to go find somebody to build you a custom truck and custom parts. And you can buy most of these parts off the shelf. And I know the cages are all upgraded and stuff for safety, but I mean, what they do is phenomenal.
I love that. Well, best of luck to you on your very first race here for rounds 5 and 6 in Glen Helen.
Yeah, great to see both the Renezetters out here. Carl supporting his son Augie, and obviously Augie having a great start to his championship off-road racing series career with a first-place finish and a fast qualifier, as well as the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award. Brings us to our R&R Steel Racing Pro side-by-side points. Dissect this madness for me, Mark.
Man, Bo Judge, I was able to go talk to him. He's out front with a 186 with Brian McCormick right behind him. I think that's great. I call Brian McCormick Mr. Methodical. He is point-blank methodical. Ryder Chapman here as well, running in third place in points. And Ryder Van Beekum, Kyle Arkanon, Jeremiah Wagner, Connor Maxwell. Great finish for him yesterday, so can he back it up? Bobby Van Beekum still in there, Colton Krajcek, and Jason Weller. Although Jason Weller won't be out here neither with Colton, but we still got a stacked field and a bunch of big names in off-road racing.
Brings us to our Liquid Moly Pro side-by-side starting grid. It is yesterday's winner, Augie Renezetter, on the pole in number 3. Bo Judge, your points leader on the outside, row number 1. Connor Maxwell and Ryder Van Beekum. Row number 2, it's Brian McCormick and Kyle Arkanon in row number 3. And Lucas Sweetland and Kelton Penrod there, row number 4.
Row number 5 is going to be Tyler Penrod in the 414. Jeremiah Wagner may be right next to him. Ryder Chapman having to start way in the back after a bad finish yesterday. And Cameron Bodden hopefully has made it back, but I just don't think we're going to see Cameron out here. But Bobby Van Beekum as well, so let's see how we got it. I don't know if Bobby or Cameron's going to be out here in this race.
We're going to see how things shape up. We got our Jones Ford Pace truck pulling these drivers around.
Yeah, there it is. I saw Ryder Chapman there ending up that field. Lots of damage to the Bodden car, and did I see Bobby out there? There's Ryder.
Yeah, there's Arkansas. I'm just going through the R&R Steel camp here.
Right.
It looks like, is that Bobby Van Beekem there in the back with the wing? I believe it is.
Well, if you see a car out there and you got both riders, you got Ryder Chapman and Ryder Van Beekem, if you see another R&R car other than Kyle Arkansas, that's Bobby Van Beekem.
All right, we got our Jones Ford pace truck pulling off. This is going to be electric. It is green flag for Pro Side-by-Side.
There it is. I think I'm going to buy it on it. I love what Brent Smith said there. They're all getting on the loud pedal, and here they come into turn 2.
Yeah, nobody resting and letting Augie Renesetter get that whole shot today. Bo Judge, and I believe that is Ryder Van Beekem there into the second spot. Augie going to have to battle through some traffic. We didn't see that yesterday.
No, we didn't get to, and that's what we're about to find out. You know, it's one thing to come out here on your first race, get out front and hold the lead. It's a whole nother to have to pass these fast drivers to get around them.
Well, look at that. It was a big mistake there by Ryder Van Beekem, checking way up, almost to the K-rail. Now he's hunting down Augie Renesetter.
Yeah, Bo Judge, I got a chance to talk to him. We talked about those big tires, and he said, listen, man, I just love the tires. I love how big they are. They give me a little more speed, the top end there, because it does change the gearing. But he said he actually liked, having the tire tuck, the tire roll as you go into a corner. But what he said was, to combat that, he runs a really high tire pressure. So it was really neat to talk to him, man, and kind of get in the mind of him and see how he likes his setup.
Yeah, Augie Renesetter skipping through that rhythm section, trying to hunt down Bo Judge.
Well, Augie's going to have to earn it today, man, and that's great to see that, and that's a good experience for him. He, like I said, he ran away with it yesterday, so not a lot of things he had to do other than hit his marks and stay clean. But now he's got other cars all around him, so right now he's going to have to see what it's like to get an inside on Bo Judge, but Bo Judge is very good at covering his lines.
Yeah, Bo Judge protecting really well. The veteran won a lot of races, has Bo Judge. Augie Renesetter there in the second spot. We've got Ryder Van Beekem in the third spot.
Yeah, Ryder Van Beekem, a great one. He's run that number 1 out here, and he's showing you why. It looks like all the cars are slowing down.
Yeah, we got a caution flag out. Let you know why that's out here momentarily, but that's going to regroup everybody a couple laps in.
Yeah, that is the one thing I've been missing from the weekend is when we're outside with them is looking down and we can actually see if there's a car over on in the turns. But now that we're in the booth here, we can only go what you guys see live on TV. So just like you guys, what you see is what we see. So there's probably a car out there. There it is. It's Connor Maxwell.
Yeah, the 191 Connor Maxwell having some problems there.
That's
if he's
unfortunate.
going to be able to rejoin the race or if he's pulling off.
All right. So we got a replay coming up on this, and if you look at the upper right-hand corner here, you're going to see Connor Maxwell come into frame, and, oh, yeah, they got it collected. It looks like the other car that touched him got him out, and it's hard to say whose fault that was from that angle. But you can see, and both cars look like they checked up, so maybe they're both out.
All right, so right now it is Bo Judge, Augie Renesetter, and Ryder Van Beekem, your top 3. That is Ryder Chapman there. Looks like some contact there. They're going to try and get something fixed there on Ryder Chapman's car. Tough weekend for Ryder Chapman.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman, man, one of the fastest drivers out here. He's been really consistently fast out here at CORR, but the reality is, man, if he gets broke out like this, that's the end of his day, so that's unfortunate. Bo Judge, though, doing a great job holding off Augie Renesetter. Augie now can add to his experience. I was able to sit and talk with them. I hung out with them all night long and just got to know him a little bit, Now in his second race here in round 6, he's going to know what it's like to chase another car and have to put together a strategy on how he's going to get around him if he can.
Yeah, right now, Bo Judge, fast lap on the day, 49.607. Augie looking to the bottom, wasn't anything there. Bo Judge protecting really well. Now you got Ryder Van Beekem putting a little pressure there on Augie Renesetter. Going to try and slingshot to the outside, try and run him down.
Yeah, Augie's going to have to learn those moves right there we were talking about. He probably already knows them, but, he's going to have to learn how to slingshot, how to put a wheel in. block that line, closing the door, opening the door, taking advantage, outside in, all those tricks. He's going to have to learn those. But look at this now, Ryder Van Beekem on the side of Augie Redezetter.
Yeah, and that is Kyle Arkanon now inserting himself into the equation as well. Another car out of the R&R Steel Camp.
Yeah, you get surrounded by those R&R boys, man. That means you're making some noise.
So right now, Bo Judge now with a little bit of gap over Augie Redezetter. Car length back of Augie, that is Ryder Van Beekem.
Yeah, Ryder Van Beekem sporting that number 1 plate. He's showing you why right now.
Augie biding his time. We're not even to the midway point. Trying to find a spot to get around Bo Judge. Big thing about Bo Judge is the veteran doesn't make mistakes very often.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to do it the hard way. If you sit and wait for Bo Judge to make a mistake, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much not going to happen. You are 100% right there. I can't even recall some of them. If he makes a mistake, it's enticed. You know what I mean? Something happened. You know what I mean? Somebody's egging it on because that man is as smooth as glass. You are 100% right.
Coming down here in front of the grandstands, it is Bo Judge leading. Augie Redezetter in the second spot. Ryder Van Beekem's currently still in the third. And we have Kyle Arkanon now up into the fourth spot.
Kyle Arkanon having a pretty consistent weekend and just great. And, even though there's been some challenges here at the R&R pits, man, all in all, they're having a pretty good weekend over there.
Yeah, well, and look at this. Who's creeping into the number 5 spot? I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye, though. It is none other than Bob Van Beekem. Starting in the final spot on the grid, now finds his way into the top 5. With the midway point still coming, can Bob Van Beekem get into this mix?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to get spicy if he does. I know Bobby would love to be, side by side and see if he's got something for Augie. I think all these racers out here want to do that, kind of see where they stand, especially after his performance yesterday. And right now, Bo Judge doing a great job keeping him at bay.
Yeah, Bo Judge just hitting his marks, not making any mistakes, and that's what it takes to win here in Pro Side-by-Side. You have to have almost the perfect racer. So many good drivers competing. One little mistake will take you out.
Yeah, Augie is right there. Augie's doing a great job showing, hey, I'm not, Augie to the inside. Was trying to make a move, but no way, Bo ain't having it. Here it is, he's doing it again.
Oh, trying to force the issue there. Nothing there. Augie trying to outpower him.
They might have touched right there just a little bit, but that's showing you how close they're getting. It was just literally a rub. I don't know if there was anything that upset both cars. Wow, exciting to watch it and exciting to announce. Here we go.
Competition caution is out. We're going to re-rack, restack, regroup, get everybody bunched up. And this one has been very, very clean by Pro Side-by-Side standards. But right now, our leader, Bo Judge, we're able to catch up with him.
Now, Bo Judge knows exactly what it takes to get on top of the box. He knows about consistency. Going into round 5s and 6 over here, we're at Glen, Helen, a different track. Tell me about your thoughts.
Yeah, I just think, the way the series has been shaping up so far, you got one guy that'll win one day, and then the next day he's finishing 17th. So I think for sure to win this championship out here, you definitely need to be consistent. I am going to push hard every time to get that win, but if it's just not there, it's just not there. But I just want to be on top of the box every time and come away with this championship.
Well, you've been out here, you put a few laps during the Lucas Oil days. Now, it's a little bit different. It's been about 10 years, but you qualified P2. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, the track, pretty much on works, we do one lap at a time, but back in the day, Lucas stuff, a bunch of laps on here. So I kind of I know the dirt. I like the track. I know it'll get rutted up. But yeah, coming out P2, we're only like 2.5 tenths off of the pole. So it should be a good battle for tomorrow and Sunday.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to Bo Judge, who's sitting out front right now in our points lead in this class. Back up to you guys.
That was a great feature there with Bo Judge. A little behind the scenes with our current leader. It's a Jones Ford Pace truck bringing him around. It is Bo Judge currently leading. Augie Redezetter in the second spot. Ryder Van Beekem and Kyle Arkanon in third and fourth. Brian McCormick and then Jeremiah Wagner. It looks like Lucas Sweetland, Robert Van Beekem, Kelton Penrod, and Ryder Chapman.
Ryder Chapman, unfortunately, having to retire early, man, but we were talking about Bo Judge. I absolutely love his attitude, man. It is professional. It is great. He's very humble, and I absolutely love watching him being out front right now.
All right, we're going to go back to green flag racing. Bo Judge leading. Does Augie Renazetter have anything? Looks to the bottom. Nothing there. Bo Judge protecting.
Well, Augie Renazetter, he's going to have to, there's still a lot to learn, even though he was able to come out here and just ace one yesterday. He's going to have to do everything he can to get around Bo Judge. So if he's got a bag of tricks already, he's going to have to use them now.
Bo Judge knows he's just got to hit his marks. If he hits his marks, it's going to be very tough. Oh! And there's that bobble we talked about. Bo Judge not making very many mistakes. And he's going to battle back. Augie Renazetter going to have the spot coming into this corner, though. Big mistake by Judge, hitting that rut and just putting it up on the bike. Saved it. Great by him, and somehow came away still in first place.
Man, did you see Augie? I actually felt the energy through the screen. Augie saw that, and it was like, raw. He was literally roaring to get around.
Oh, Renazetter pulling off. I don't know what happened there, but Renazetter just pulling off.
Oh, something is dangling. It looks like he's actually lost an axle, or something is dangling on the right side of that car.
You get all the way up on that top line where he was at. There's a lot of rocks. There's a lot of fluff. There's a lot of damage that can be done there up on that high line right along the K-rails on the front stretch. So I wonder if that may have happened to Augie Renazetter. Now you've got Bo Judge with a couple of R&R steel cars chasing him. That is, Ryder Van Beekem, followed by Kyle Arcanaugh.
Well, we were talking about his tires being a little bit bigger. Look at how much they roll right there. In fact, if you go back and look at that footage, I just happened to be looking at that rear tire, and right when he caught it, that tire rolled so much. So, I don't know, Bo Judge, we talked about it in great detail, man, but you might want to watch that footage again. That might be a little bit of an Achilles heel because that tire tucked really hard.
Yeah, definitely a lot of sidewall roll, but right now, Bo Judge out front. Pretty good lead over Ryder Van Beekem. And Van Beekem now going to have his hands full with his friend and teammate Kyle Arcanaugh.
Kyle Arcanaugh, man, I'm very impressed with him since I met him and he comes out. He flies out here, Bobby. Gets him out here. He leaves work so he can come out here and race like you always hear on the podium out here. Another humble racer. I always love it when Kyle Arcanaugh gets on the podium.
Down in front of the grandstands here. White flag is out for Bo Judge trying to take this thing wire to wire. Right now, it looks like the fastest lap on the day actually goes to Kyle Arcanaugh with it does go to Bo Judge with a 48.7.
Wow, great job. 48, man, and yesterday being a 49. Good job, Bo Judge.
So Bo Judge now, couple corners remaining, trying to lead this thing wide. Almost loops it there.
Another slip up in the same place.
Yeah, that corner not doing Bo Judge any favors. Good thing is that's the last time through there. Going to have one corner to go. Going to come down over the victory jumps. 3 jumps remaining. Those Maxxis tires, checkered flags out. It is going to be Bo Judge, your points leader, victorious. Going to extend his lead. Kyle Arcanaugh in the second spot. And that is going to be Brian McCormick taking home the third. Didn't talk about McCormick much today, and he made it to the podium when it mattered, and that was at the finish line.
Yeah, Brian McCormick is so methodical. That's why I call him Mr. Methodical, man. He has all that data that I talk about, go home, go do your homework. He has the books. He literally has the books. He has it all written down. He has it all, and he's very methodical on his marks.
Well, we are going to catch up with our podium finishers. Return here to Glen, Helen Raceway and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
We help build champions.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
And we're back here to Glen, Helen, and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright, just getting done with pro side-by-side action, and what a burner of a race. Bo Judge coming away victorious, but that was a hard-fought battle as we look at our Rugged Radio's pro side-by-side results.
Bo Judge coming out victorious right there, and that's going to come out there. Kyle Arkin, I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't realize that Ryder Van Beekem got checked out, and we don't even still to this day know what happened, or to this moment know what happened. But Brian McCormick, Mr. Methodical, going to be third place on that podium. Followed up by Lucas Sweetland, Ryder Van Beekem, Jeremiah Wagner, Augie Redezetter checking it out. It was only got 3 laps complete. And Bobby Van Beekem out there, he had to check out. Kelvin Penrod had to check out. And Ryder Chapman, unfortunately, getting collected with Connor Maxwell. And that's probably going to bring us to our 11th place with Connor Maxwell there. And Tyler Penrod and Cameron Bodden didn't even make the show, so they didn't make the trip.
And, that was a great race. I mean, pro side-by-side, always the one that draws the fans in, the one you want to watch. But, we've got podium interviews to get here momentarily. But we are not done racing today. We also have that big Pro-lite feature to wrap things up today. And before that, we've got our SR1 division as well. So, after we get through these podium interviews, we are going to lay out for a little bit, take a quick break. And, when we return, we got more racing, Mark, and 2 of the most exciting classes in short course.
Yeah, absolutely. The SR1 class is going to be just, I love it when you said it, off the chain. And it's going to be incredible to watch, man. A lot of the cars that were wrecked out yesterday got it back together. But it was the old man. It was the old man, Scott Webster. So can Scott Webster, he's going to be starting P1 today. Can he do it again today? Can he back it up?
Yeah, we will see. That is one of the big storylines heading into the final 2 races of the day. Yes, that SR1 feature as well as Pro-lite. And, we caught up with Brent Smith earlier. Going to be exciting to see how things shake out with him today behind the wheel of that Pro-lite. So looking forward to that. But before that, we still have to wind up things here with pro side-by-side. And what a feature race that was.
It was exciting to watch, man. It was great action. Unfortunate that Augie Redezetter had to check out early, though. It looked like something was dangling from the right side of the car. Wondering if he lost a rear axle. And, it's one thing to lose a front axle and still drive the car in 2-wheel drive. It's a whole nother thing to lose the rear because, man, you can't turn the car. It doesn't go around, And plus, it looked like it was dangling, so it looks like something had wrapped around there, and you can't race with something hitting up and beating up the car.
He's still put down, I believe, to be one of the fastest laps of the day, though. He was definitely in it until he wasn't. Great to watch him. Great to see him coming out here, and looking forward to seeing the rest of the season with Augie Redezetter behind the wheel. That being said, we do have a podium to get to, and with that, here's Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Brian McCormick taking a 3rd spot. I always love talking to you up here. You've got so much enthusiasm. Great race, showcasing that if you just drive all the way to the end till the checker flag, you never know where you're going to end up. Talk to me about round 6 here at Glen Helen Raceway.
Round 6 just keeps on coming with consistency, and if I keep paying my entry fees and coming, it's just working out for us so far, man. Attrition and just trying to stay out of the mayhem. When that track came out super, super wet, I was like, oh, thanks for these knobbies, and knocking them down a couple of PSI. But it was a gnarly race and pretty clean for the most part, and just people kept dropping off. And I just figured if I keep it till the end, hopefully I make it up here.
Well, you said a word that is synonymous with short course racing, consistency. You never know what's going to happen, and as long as you're consistent, you're always going to end up on that box. So who would you like to thank today?
The good Lord above for keeping us all safe first and foremost. TJ Racing, my wife, my smoking hot wife, and happy Valentine's Day. I forgot her last time because haven't been on the podium in a while. And my kids and Cam and Bubba for this multi-car program that they helped come out here. There's no way that we could do this without them. And just everybody who helps us out. Valor Wheels, Hoosier Tires, Polaris, and the good Lord.
I love that. Nice job. Good seeing you up here, Brian. Heading over to our second place finisher, Kyle Arcanaugh. Now, Kyle, I love seeing that you're coming out here. You know, you are always consistent as well. You always push to the very, very end, getting another podium spot for the season. We keep talking about that. This is the midway point. We head over to Victorville next. A new track, a new set of obstacles that you're going to really have to dissect and figure out how to get to the checkered. Tell me about how round 6 at Glen Helen was for you.
Yeah, it was really good. I was really hoping to get up here yesterday too, but I had some issues with my car. Simple fix, so we got it fixed for today. And man, it was a blast out there today.
Well, who would you like to help, or who would you like to thank today for helping you?
Yeah, I'd like to thank God for sure keeping me safe out there because yesterday I had some close calls, and today everything went pretty smoothly. But yeah, thank you to Him, the good Lord above, the most. I'd also like to thank the guys at R&R Steel for helping me out, getting me out here. They do so much for me. Bob and Meredith, Matt, Kevin, all the guys. Jaden was spotting for me. I mean, it's a team effort to get out here, so I'd like to thank those guys. I'd like to thank, too, my girlfriend. Every year, for the last 2 years, I think we've been racing on Valentine's Day, so I leave her for that and come racing here, and she puts up with me, so I'd like to thank her for sure. And PPI Tuning, G-Force Racing, and everybody else that helps. Oh, Arco Landscaping, too. All my guys back at home. Pick up the slack while I'm gone.
Picking up the slack. I love that. Nice job on your second place finish. Heading over here, Bo Judge. Now, Bo, double podium for rounds 5 and 6. I just want to know, you stepped it up a little bit today. Is there any changes, any drive style changes? Because you pretty much drove a really clean race. There was some issues I saw that you kind of got hit, not necessarily, but you were able to do a veteran move and keep all 4 to the checker.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really feel like I got hit or anything. I didn't feel it. It must have been a light pat. Maybe you guys seen it, but I didn't feel anything. But yeah, all we did was just make a tire pressure adjustment, and that was it. And the car was way better. It's crazy what 5 pounds of pressure will do in the rear. And everyone keeps giving me crap about running the. It's a big talk that I'm running on desert tires here at a short course race, but they work good, and we're just trying to move up slowly and, not take too many bites at everything, but we're super consistent and just been we've been on the podium every single round but one. And, and I just knew if I kept putting myself in the right position, it was a matter of time before I get the top spot.
Well, you're exactly right. Consistency and seeing that little tire change, it did help you. It seemed like the setup as well, especially for this track. It was really coming into its own. It's a little windy, a little dusty, so it dried it out. Perfect conditions. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, first, for BFG, for one, they've stepped it up again this year and supplied me with all my tires and stuff and everything that I need. It really means a lot to us when our sponsors and stuff make it out to the event. And Jan from Elka showed me this weekend that it feels good when you care and you show up and you support us and stuff. So that helps out a lot. ZRP, No Limit for sure. Phil Blurton built me an awesome car. I think we came out with this platform 4 years ago, and it's still the car to beat right now. But yeah, Augie drove me a super clean race, and my son was spotting for me and just telling me inside, and I could see half a car up the inside, and then he's switching back underneath me. So I just knew if I could just hold all my lines and keep a good pace going, that it was going to be tough to pass me. And he got up the inside of me right here, and I was able to cut back down. And then they said he broke or something. So I don't know, but yeah, it was a good battle, super fun. I don't know, if you don't enjoy that, I don't know what, it's sick racing like that.
I love it. It was a great race over here. But before we finish, I do want to invite one gentleman up, Mr. Augie Renizetter. This is for you. I know you may have not walked away with a specific hardware of the podium. We're going to bring you right over here, but you did walk away with the Maxxis Fast Lap Award. I think I heard some issues something with an axle. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, right when we landed, when in that back left, Bo got up on the bike, and I just wanted to congratulate him on an awesome race. We ran that so clean, and it was so much fun, and that's what we come here for. We come to race clean, and we come to put on a show. So I'm glad that we were able to do that. And right when I landed off that jump, I knew it was going to be a drag race down to that last corner, and I was sitting there just waiting to go, and then my car just went nope. And I was like, oh man, so rear left axle went, and then I thought it was just, I don't know, something. So I tried to push it down the straightaway, and I landed pretty sideways. I was like, I'm I'm not risking it. I'm pulling off. So anyway, awesome race. So glad to come out here and have fun.
Awesome. Well, we're going to head over here. The top 3 finishers, please take your spot on the box. One more round of applause for your top 3 in pro side-by-side. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, that was a great race all around. Just awesome. I mean, wire to wire, and like Augie summed it up. That's why we come here to do is clean, hard racing, and great run. Congrats to Bo Judge. I know he's been around the podium and on the podium all season long, and got the monkey off his back. Big win there. So congrats goes out to Bo Judge. We have 2 races yet to go today. We've got SR1 and we've got Pro-lite, but we are going to take a brief intermission. We're going to be back at 2:55 Pacific time, and we're going to be back to racing at 3 o'clock. So, we will be back here in about 20 minutes. So we will see you when we return out here to round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series here at Glen Helen. Welcome back to Glen, Helen. We are here for round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver, joined in the booth by Mark Wright, and we are on the home stretch here at Glen, Helen. Lots of races down, 2 remaining, Mark, but the 2 that are remaining are going to be electric. We've got SR1s and Pro-lites yet on tap today.
So I love the format of today out here at Glen Helen. You can see that with our opening shot right there, Glen Helen, an incredible motorsports complex. And yes, indeed, the 2 big ones here at the end of this program. I love it because it makes you guys stick around for a great race in between, but man, now the big dogs are taking it out. These are the SR1s. If you know nothing about them, they are a Rhino-based chassis with a Yamaha 1000 R1 out of a street bike engine in them. They are 6 speeds. They got a clutch. It is going to be spicy.
Yeah, definitely fun to watch. They've got that sequential gearbox, banging gears, 2-wheel drive. They are slipping, sliding, and revving to the moon. It is excitement, which brings us to our R&R Steel Racing SR1 points. And look at that. Paul O'Brien had a commanding lead going into this weekend, but not quite so much anymore, Mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got taken out. He lost his brakes and everything. He could not continue. And, you know, we called it. It didn't look like that big of a hit. But no, there was actually a lot of damage done to that car. He lost a spindle, the bumper pushed in. There was just so much carnage. He lost his steering rack, so hopefully he was able to get it back together and be out here to race again today. Scott Webster, though, bridging that gap here with only 16 points behind Paul O'Brien. And Brandon Kilgore out there just 20 behind him. Larry Hayes doing a fabulous job. Stephen Arlia, he's out here, and, you know, he's within reach. He can still get up here in top 3 in the points chase. Sammy Nino is out here, but Greg Baum not able to make the curtain call today. Jason Weller will make the curtain call. Christopher Redden and Robert Gutierrez will end off there in the top 10.
Slated for, I believe, 9 drivers on track today, so it's going to be exciting. Let's get a look there at all of those SR1s. You know, SR1's a little bit different than a lot of side-by-sides you've seen so far today, these being rear-wheel drive instead of all-wheel drive. They also have a very high-revving street bike engine in them, 6-speed sequential gearbox, so they're going to be shifting gears. You want to keep them up on the pipe. I mean, 10,000 RPM and up is generally your shift point in one of these. They absolutely scream, and they are fun to watch.
Yeah, they still have the factory rev limiter in them as well, so when they get airborne and they panic rev, it is awesome to hear these things float a valve. You know, they really hit that high-pitched, you know, clacking sound, and it's incredible to hear those cars do it. But it's going to sound, you know, if you've ever been to Laguna Seca and watched the street bike races, it's going to sound just like a street bike race. But when you look out there, they're Yamaha Rhinos, so it's always fun to watch.
Definitely looking forward to this one, waiting on these drivers to enter the arena. We are going to get ready for 10 laps of battle here. We will have a mandatory competition caution, but 10 laps. And, you know, one to look out for, though, is O'Brien there in the number 11, sitting back there towards the back, having some struggles yesterday, mechanicals, as well as Jason Weller. So you got a couple of heavy hitters. You throw in Hayes there in the number 75, and you got some of our fastest drivers starting in the back, Mark.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the incident that took Jason Weller out, but he had a little bit of damage to the car. He got hit from behind. He got hit in the front. But here we go, our starting grid on P1, the guy that has been fast all weekend. He qualified P1 yesterday. He won yesterday, and he gets to do P1 all over again today. Scott Webster, the old man, and Brandon Kilgore right next to him on row 1. Row 2, Sammy Nino making it to the 3rd spot on that podium, and Stephen Arlia with a great weekend so far will get that row 2. Paul O'Brien, unfortunately, not finishing yesterday, is going to have to settle for row 3 right next to Jason Weller. Same thing, no finish. Robert Gutierrez, Larry Hayes, no finish. So all these cars right here are going to have to play catch-up. Scott Webster, Brandon Kilgore, Sammy Nino. So, and Christopher Redden, he's out there, though. So, again, no finish. He had to finish out there. So, it's still a battle. And every car that we just read off, these guys have been on the podium before. So, it's still, this is one of those things you can't just look out there and say, you know, Scott Webster, he's going to win it again. Any one of these cars can be on top of the box.
Yeah, that was our Liqui Moly starting grid as we're working our way through the rhythm section. That means it's about a half a lap remaining under this pace lap. We're going to see that Jones Ford pace truck pull off, and then we're going to be going green flag racing. Scott Webster, he's going to be the one taking us to that green flag.
Yeah, Scott Webster, absolutely solid yesterday. Absolutely proud of him. Did a great job. Start is critical on this race, so hopefully all these cars can line up and get a good start and, take it on home. And, it's going to be a great one to watch, and that's why we kept, what do they always say? Save the best for last? Well, you ain't kidding. Here they are, the SR1s, and then right after here, the Pro-lites. It's going to be a great day here at CORR.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun racing yet to come here. 20 laps of racing yet. Here at Glen Helen, you see off in the distance some of the motocross jumps and trails around here. Glen Helen laying host to some of the best in 2- and 4-wheel racing, and a little bit of everything in between. As that Jones Ford Pace truck does pull off, we're going to come around this last corner and be looking for that green flag. It is going to be the veteran, Scott Webster, pole sitter, as well as the winner so far this weekend. So Scott Webster, the man to beat, but that number 35, Brandon Kilgore, I believe he's got a Starstream on board as well. He is definitely going to be tough. So Scott Webster, I think, going to have his hands full there with that Branson's Resort ride of Brandon Kilgore.
Here they go. Wait for that green flag. They got it. They got off to a clean start. Scott Webster out front early into turn 1, leads the field. Look at that. Paul O'Brien, though, already up there. And, he's got to get back into it, and he has the ability to get around these two, so it's going to be a great race.
Yeah, and O'Brien, he feels the immediacy. He was had a commanding points lead after yesterday in the mishap. O'Brien, his lead has dwindled. He knows he's got to get back up there. There's that year-end championship, and he doesn't want to sit back and allow this race to come to him. He needs to charge hard early.
Yeah, Brandon Kilgore already making the pass on Scott Webster, but Scott Webster with that inside line again, he makes that work no matter what. That works to his advantage. But Brandon Kilgore now already starting to extend the lead. He's about 5-6 car lengths ahead, but Paul O'Brien now trying to get around Scott Webster.
We got Kilgore out front. Taking that first lap as we get a glimpse there of our points leader, Paul O'Brien there, putting a little pressure on Scott Webster in the number 42, all the way to the bottom, trying to push and lean on Webster a little bit. Webster with the momentum exiting that second corner through the rhythm section as we look at our leader here, Brandon Kilgore in the number 35.
Yeah, Paul O'Brien really aggressive going to the inside there, man. He was sliding on the brakes. He was on him so hard. He was on the binders. He was in a four-wheel slide. That's another thing I wanted to bring up while we were talking about these cars. Every side-by-side that you've seen out here today, they're in four-wheel drive. They're all-wheel drive. Every single wheel is creating power. These are only two-wheel drive vehicles. The only wheels that are getting power are the rear wheels. So if you can imagine that, and you look at it, they're stable when they got a long wheelbase, but look at the wheels. These cars are as long as they are wide. This is a very short wheelbase car, so it takes a lot of skill to keep these things straight under acceleration.
So Kilgore, Webster, O'Brien, 1, 2, 3. Webster not easy to get around. He led all day yesterday. Nobody's able to get around him as O'Brien trying on the low line, but number 42 running on the high line. He is going to have the momentum exiting that corner as we see the speed pull away of the number 42.
Yeah, he's going to go to the inside here again and pick up a couple more spaces there. Not even tighten that up as much as he normally does. Paul O'Brien trying to go to the outside. Now, Paul O'Brien sees out there. Look at how violent this jump is right here. Oh, not that bad. They made smooth work of it.
All right, so Kilgore, a few car lengths over Scott Webster, who's got another car length or two over O'Brien in the third spot.
Scott Webster is still doing a good job. He's still within striking distance. They're going back and forth with Brandon Kilgore. They're catching him, then they drift back. They catch him, they drift back. But, man, it's just crazy to see these top three out front. And Paul O'Brien, what a great job here at getting that car back together and being out here for today.
Bouncing through the whoops there. Kilgore out front. This is the number 17 of Nino. That is Hayes in the red 75. Hayes not having a good day yesterday. Started out strong and had some issues.
And number 90 of Stephen Arlia is still looking consistent, dude. He's having a great day of racing as well. I got to see him out here earlier spotting for somebody. I didn't get a chance to say hi to him. So, Stephen Arlia, man, sorry I haven't been able to say hi all weekend, brother. It looks like you're doing good this weekend.
Nino trying to chase down Arlia. We got Hayes there behind them as well. It's a battle for fourth.
Yeah, we haven't heard a lot from Weller. I mean, we got him back as far as seventh on the graphics there. I'm wondering if even there is still something wrong with that car. Jason's well off his normal pace. Looks smooth. He's got the speed, or are they just driving today? It's hard to say.
Oh, Hayes getting a little loose there. Almost hit the tire. It's allowing Weller to get around Hayes.
We were just talking about him. And, every single one of these drivers, I've never seen a more tight-knit group of friends. These guys are friends off the track. They eat together. They party together. They come to the races for a weekend, and they all hang out and park in the same place together. So it's great to see them out here. But as you see, when they get out here, they want to talk about it. At the end of the night, at the end of the day, they want to talk about it. They want to sit here and bench race, and they do a great job out here. And they got a lot of respect for each other out there on the track, and it's absolutely showing right here.
All right, so number 18 of Weller trying to charge hard, trying to make up some track position. Started the back up to 6th.
Yeah, he's going to pick up one more if he gets around Nino, and then he's going to have Arlia in his sights.
Competition caution should be flying this time by.
Oh, that situation's already here. That's Stephen Arlia right there, and Jason Weller now has Stephen Arlia in his sights.
So competition caution is out, so your running order thus far, 6 laps in, 4 to go. It is Brandon Kilgore currently leading. Scott Webster, yesterday's winner. He is in 2nd spot. Paul O'Brien in the 3rd spot. Then up to 4th is Stephen Arlia. And then in the 5th spot is Jason Weller. And then 6 through 9, you're going to have Larry Hayes, Christopher Redden, Sammy Nino dropping back to 8th, and Robert Gutierrez.
Man, that is the who's who of SR1 right there. That is everybody. Great job, Brandon Kilgore, getting out there in front of Scott Webster. But Scott Webster saying, hey, man, I had the speed from yesterday. So, Brandon, you better watch it, man. I'll come get you if you slip up.
Yeah, Brandon Kilgore and Scott Webster looking at their lap times, their best lap, almost identical. Their last lap, almost identical. So Kilgore and Webster in lockstep out here in SR1s. Nobody budging for the other, that's for sure.
Yeah, all the way down to 1 through 5. Kilgore through Weller, they're all 52s. 52-3, 52-6, 52, 52-8, 52-8. Just literally mere tenths of a second separating the top 5 cars.
Yeah, now with the Jones Ford pace truck out and this competition caution, we're going to bunch everything back up. And, knowing that top 5 has almost identical times, it's going to get really, really kind of dicey here, I think. We're going to see a lot of guys push right off the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, here we go. The thing to do here is get a clean start. Wait for that green flag. Get out on it, and don't get on it early. And, man, you'll be victorious in this race, so...
All right, looking for that green flag to go back racing. We're going to have 4 to go. Green flag out. Brandon Kilgore going to take us to that green into turn number 1. Scott Webster to the number 42 trying to chase him down, and it's going to be O'Brien there in the 3rd spot.
Well, Scott Webster not going backwards or off his sign from yesterday, so he still has what it takes to get around Brandon Kilgore. But Larry Hayes now getting in there. Larry Hayes, he's found a couple of spots he can make passes in on the course, and he just took advantage of one of them and got side by side with Stephen Arlia.
Yeah, Arlia and Hayes are a little bumping, but you know what that means? It means Jason Weller picked up a spot. Up to the 4th spot is Jason Weller. So now he's got his sights set on O'Brien in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Jason Weller took advantage of the restart, was able to get right there, and there you see him. So we're 4 of some of the fastest SR1 racers in the world right here.
Kilgore still continuing to lead. He got almost 3 wide there down the front stretch. O'Brien now up to the 2nd spot. Weller looking to the outside of Webster. Now outside in. Looks like Weller's going to get the drive off the corner. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it happen. Going to have to go the hard way through the rhythm section. Going to go all the way to the out. Oh, look at that. Webster drifting over a bit, blocking Weller. Veteran move there. Weller all the way to the bottom, trying to make a run up the side of Webster. He's got the speed. He's going to go take the high line way up high, but he's going to have a ton of speed exiting that corner. And look at that. Webster drifting over, blocking Weller.
You know, Brandon Kilgore, that line you just saw him getting in that fluff, he did the same thing yesterday, and it cost him some seconds. So, luckily right there, he wasn't able to get it out of control. But look at this. Paul O'Brien, there's that rev limiter I was talking about. You heard it right there. But Paul O'Brien, man, he's got his sights set on Brandon Kilgore. I have a feeling it's going to get crazy here in a second.
Yeah, the drive, Weller, he's taking that high line. He's getting a crazy drive off the corner. He's out. He's definitely faster than Webster off the corner. Webster always drifts over. Great spotting on that camp. It seems to be blocking Weller. When Weller gets that drive, Webster just slightly drifts over and doesn't allow him to take this position. And that's O'Brien all the way up on the K-rail. Get a little. He's going to have to back out of it, collect himself. He does. He's going to drop at least one position, maybe two. Yes, drop back to fourth from second. So he was eyeing Kilgore for the lead, and now he finds himself in fourth place.
Look at that. Jason Weller now in third. He's got that third place on the podium right now. If he holds on, he's only got one more lap to do it. Can Jason Weller get a podium for the weekend? A little bit of payback. But Brandon Kilgore right now out front, I don't think anybody's going to catch him.
Yeah, O'Brien back there in the fourth spot, our points leader, seeing that points lead dwindle. He does not want Kilgore to get this win and him finishing fourth. It's going to draw even with the points battle exiting Glen Helen.
Yeah, I am really scanning his car trying to see if there's anything mechanical, but look at this. Now he's going to put a wheel in on Jason Weller.
Oh, contact.
They touch. Yeah, look at that. They are door to door right now. O'Brien pushing them out. They touch again down the straightaway. But Jason Weller coming in.
Yeah, Jason Weller had the track position. O'Brien had to back out of it. Weller now, one corner to go, trying to find his way to the podium. Kilgore just has to keep it clean for one more corner. He's going to take home the victory. Webster now into the second spot, trying to hang on, and it looks like it is going to be Kilgore at the Maxxis Tires checkered flag with a win. Webster, Weller, and then O'Brien. Wow, you want to talk about a point shakeup. O'Brien back in fourth. Second place, Kilgore in the points, now taking the win. I think we're going to have an even battle heading into round number 7.
Hey, we've had them before. We've had four-way ties in this class, so coming into the next few rounds, it's going to be incredible to watch. That is definitely going to help Brandon Kilgore in the points chase. If not, at least tie with Paul O'Brien. But Paul O'Brien still finishing respectfully. Paul O'Brien, that was a weird race for him. He had some problems there. I didn't see anybody bump him or push him out there, but he went into the fluff and had to get that car collected, but didn't look like any damage done to the car.
Yeah, we're going to get, this is Paul O'Brien there, bumping into it with Weller. Weller going up on 3 wheels, and then they draw even coming out of there. Weller driving back over O'Brien going, we're going to rub, let's rub.
That was perfect, though. That is serving notice. But they both kept, I know that was some bumping, but that was still some pretty clean racing.
Yeah, great race there. Weller ended up getting the third spot after all was said and done. Great to see him back on the podium after yesterday having some struggles. But we're going to come up and catch up with our podium finishers. Return here to Glen Helen in round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by K&N Filters. More air, more power, more response.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the compound group up. That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver and straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven. Performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
And we're back here to Glen, Helen, round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Our first visit this year to Southern California. This is Jim Beaver and Mark Wright standing by here in the booth, just getting wrapped up with SR1s, which brings us to our Rugged Radios SR1 results. Take us through these, Mark.
Brandon Kittler was able to hold on to the end there, and he took that first place. That's going to shake some things up in the points chase. Scott Webster, after a victory yesterday, has to settle for second place. Jason Weller, great redemption here. He had to pull off yesterday, but, man, making that podium in third place, great job. Paul O'Brien had some issues there. We don't see any damage to the car. I don't know what was going on. Put him all the way back to fourth place, and him and Jason put on a great battle there for that last spot on the podium. Steven Arlia, great weekend for him. Pretty consistent all day. Robert Gutierrez, great job. Sammy Nino, yesterday finishing third. Christopher Redden and Larry Hayes will round off the top 9 cars.
And now, standing by with our podium finishers in SR1, it is Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. Down here with some great drivers. Now, that was an amazing race. We're going to talk to our third-place finisher, Jason Weller. Now, Jason, it's good to see you back on the podium. Over here for round 6, you were able to capitalize on another driver's mistake, made sure that you drove all the way to the checkered, adding some more points for the season. We head to Victorville next. What are your thoughts about Glen Helen Raceway?
Really cool track. That's at first, it's kind of intimidating when we first got here, but I really like all the doubles and the jumps, and it's technical, and you really got to think about this track. You can't just go wide open, and it's really cool. So the start, man, I think Brandon said he hit neutral or something, so we got shifted all the way back, and then I got bumped back, and I was literally last place. And then yesterday I got a flat tire, and then the last race I got problems. So today I was just like, all right, let's just recollect and regroup and work our way up there. So Kyle was awesome spotting for me, and we just kind of one by one we worked our way back up. And I'm used to racing the X3, and this thing is really different as far as corner entry and stuff. With the X3, you really dive in, and it's four-wheel drive, so it pulls. But in the SR1, you really have to just hit that cushion and ride the cushion. And I was struggling with that yesterday, and then I was watching video last night, and I was like, that's what I'm doing wrong. So I was working on that. So getting back to the back and then working on the lines, it really helped me. And then I could tell when I got up front, I was just as fast as those guys and just needed more laps. But it was real fun, and I hope it was a good show. It was really tight racing, and it's so cool to race with these guys. Everybody's so clean and smooth, and what a fun deal. Thanks to the guys at the shop. Thanks to CORR for having us. This is amazing.
I love it. Anybody else you need to thank before we head over?
Happy Valentine's Day, Corey.
Ah, there it is. I love that. Nice job. Congratulations on taking third here at round 6. All right, we're going to head over to this gentleman right over here, Mr. Scott Webster. I always love chatting with you. It's always a good time up here. You drive a clean race. I know you guys are all friends within this class, so it makes it even better, especially when you can podium with your friends. Rounding out the weekend, round 6 here. How was it for you?
What an amazing weekend. I'm very, very happy with where I finished. These guys are so crazy fast. Paul was on my tail that whole time, and I just tried to hold my line. I wanted to switch a couple things up from what I did yesterday just to throw him off, but I don't know if that helped or hurt me. But here I am up here in second place, so I'm happy.
Well, the guys in the booth were saying that this specific race for round 6 and where we're finishing and seeing that Paul's not up here for the podium, it's changing the points going into round 7. We always keep talking about this. It's the midway point of the season. This is where championships are won, and it looks like you're really on that right route to getting some more points throughout the season. Anybody else you'd like to thank for this weekend?
My wife, Susie, Brighton, my granddaughter's at home. She texted me right before I got in the car and said, good luck. So thank you, Brighton. Network Automotive, Network Collision, Network Glass and Calibration.
Well, Brighton better keep texting you before every single race.
That's right. I want to say Cam did a great job spotting for me, too. It really, really helped me.
Well, I love that. Nice job. Always good to see you up here. And taking that top spot for a double podium over here, we've got the 35 of Brandon Kilgore, and you've got your 2 little ones up here as well. Now, double podium to do this midway point, it's got mean a lot to you, especially going into the season and finishing that out. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, it definitely feels good to get a lot of momentum. I was, the last rounds, I was definitely driving too aggressive, too hard, trying to make things go. I'm kind of going out there with some anger instead of finesse, and it doesn't work. And so it was really good just this weekend just to back it back and try and be smooth, and it's paid off. And we're just having a great time.
Well, besides these two up here, is there anybody else that you'd like to thank?
Well, this one's special. This is the birthday girl, so she's big number 4. Happy birthday, Lenny. But and then special Valentine's Day because I forgot yesterday to my wife. So happy Valentine's Day, babe. But most importantly, too, is all the people back at Branson's Resort, my crew. They're holding down the fort, keeping everything running so we could be out here having fun. So thank you to all of them. The Calderons, I think you guys are at home watching, wherever you are. So thank you guys, all my friends for coming out and supporting. God for keeping us safe. And I know I'm forgetting somebody, but Ryan for spotting for me. He did an amazing job. And, just everyone for helping me get it together. Weller Racing, putting on this SR1 class, and CORR for having us. These things are such a blast to drive. I tighten my chain, and they laugh at me because I hardly do anything in the off time. And that's what makes these things so fun because I can focus on his 170 and put minimal prep in my car and get out there and do it. And it's so much fun.
I love that. Well, nice job. A big congratulations. You guys got some checks coming to you as well. But once again, a big round of applause for our top 3 finishers in SR1. Back up to you guys.
Great podium there. Great to see all the smiles. And that SR1 division is shaping up to be a barn burner this year. That points to the race. I can't wait to get the totals, but it is going to be locked in. But speaking of locked in, we have Pro-lite yet to come. And before we get to Pro-lite, we've got a special guest running in the Pro-lite division this weekend, Brent Smith out of the Midwest, and we were able to catch up with him earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with a familiar voice that you have made heard from the Champ Series in the Midwest, Brent Smith. It's so good to have you out here on the West Coast, but doing something a little bit different. Now you are behind the wheel in a truck.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 weeks ago, Jen Holger and Don Holger and Johnny himself asked me, hey, you want to run a Pro-lite again? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. After Fall Crandon a couple years ago, got on the podium, just want to get out here and try to get some seat time. We've been out here all week. Finally got to sit on the track today, so we'll see what happens. Can't thank Yokohama Tire enough, Johnny Holger Racing, my guys, Austin and Randy Stone coming out and just making me try to feel a little bit more comfortable. Been out here announcing, but first weekend racing.
Which I absolutely love that. Now he's mentioned this, so we are going to see what the second half has to hold for Brent Smith.
Great having Brent Smith out here. I know he joined us in the booth earlier on today, but that brings us to an R&R Steel Racing Pro-lite points. Mark takes through these.
Here it is there, Johnny Holger out there in front. He's got 214 points. Tobias Chevalier out there, only 24 points behind. Tony Grease with not being able to finish it yesterday, or did, I'm not sure if he did now I say that, but 77 points behind. Michael Funk simply on fire yesterday, brought his own car out here to race and did a great job yesterday. Nick Brandon there, it was 106 behind. Brian Cannon's here today, 148. Benjamin Kennedy, 179 behind. And look at that, Brent Smith on our lineup.
Yeah, that is your Pro-lite points brought to you by R&R Steel Racing. As we get a glimpse here of all of our Pro-lites getting ready to enter the track here at Glen, Helen.
It's all about the V8s, baby.
7 trucks, biggest Pro-lite field we've had in quite some time out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Looking forward to this one, that front row. Holzer taking the win yesterday. Michael Funk taking the pole position heading into yesterday. And then we got to talk about Tobias Chevalier, that new truck, and he was very strong yesterday.
Yeah, that truck looks good right there. It's still all black there. And if you wonder why that truck, you said to yourself, I've seen that truck before. Well, Haley Deegan, that is Haley Deegan's old truck, and it's great to see it back out here on this track.
That's that pace lap happening behind the Jones Ford pace truck. Big thanks to them for all they do and the support here of the series.
And indeed, I'm sorry about that, but indeed, that Tony Crease truck's out here today. And, the last race that I announced with you, Jim, I called that truck as the wrong way. That is Mark Pino's old truck, and I know Mark's listening right now. But here it is, row 1. Johnny Holger is going to start off with Michael Funk right next to him. Tobias Chevalier right there on row 2. Benjamin Kennedy will be right next to him. Brian Cannon out there, row 3. Brent Smith and that number 45 car, and that last truck we were just talking about, Tony Crease.
7 trucks looking to go 10 laps out here. Working their way through that rhythm section.
Doesn't that look good?
See all those banners around the track. Big thanks to all of our partners, Rugged Radios, K&N Filters. I also got Maxxis Tires coming on board, Liqui Moly. We got Cactus Pools. We got Looney Cooling. Obviously, Jones Ford with the Pace truck. Traders doing all our merch.
Just a little giggle out of me on there. That number 44, Carl, looked from that vantage point, was going to buy a bumper from a Pace truck.
That would be yesterday's winner. And, I got to think we're going to see that Pace truck pull off here in just a couple of moments. Michael Funk knows Johnny Holcher gets out front. He's hard to chase down. I think first corner or two, you're going to see Funk throw caution to the wind and try and get around Holcher. I think he knows if Holcher gets out front, it's very hard to pass him.
Well, at our last race, it was kind of funny. Michael Funk was driving the car that Brent Smith is driving, but Holcher there now starting. But Funk is out here in his own truck, and he was the number one qualifier for the weekend.
Yeah, Funk very familiar with that truck, had a lot of success in it as we're going to look for Holcher to take the green flag. Look at that, Funk drawn even with Holcher.
Holcher already pitching that truck sideways off that
Look
jump.
at that, Funk taking the lead down that stretch. He's going to have the high line, going to try and pinch off Holcher. Look at that. Michael Funk doing just what I said, on the gas through the rhythm section. He knew he had to get around Holcher early. Holcher going to have the high line now. Funk going to try and pinch him off. Holcher now going to have the inside line going into this big banked corner.
Funk's going to have to do an outside in, and here it is. Oh, no.
Oh, Holcher leaning on him, giving him a little bump. He knew what was going to happen.
I think Funk was expecting him to come around, and he was going to take the inside there, so it got spoiled.
Look at that. Funk already turned. Look at that. Outside in.
Wow.
Getting on the bottom. These guys are best friends. No love loss in this one. You got to love it.
Wow, that was some great racing right there. And still, Funk into the back.
Over jump that landed right on the back of Holcher's truck. Michael Funk, though, he is on a mission. Full kill mode out here in the number 77 trying to hunt down Johnny Holcher.
Yeah, these aren't the light cars that we've been watching all day. These are trucks. These things weigh in. They're weighing in at about 4,500 pounds. These are heavy trucks still, and they're fast. They got V8s, and they got a lot of power.
Funk now settling in, trying to get a run up on Johnny Holcher. Easier said than done. Got to give Tobias Chevalier a lot of credit. We're talking about this battle for the lead. He's hanging tight there in the third spot.
He really is. He's doing a great job. New truck for the weekend. His old truck is right behind him in the Kennedy, the number 58 truck. So it's out here. So just like Holcher, he's got a couple trucks out here as well. So it's great to see them out here. And there, that number 77 is of Michael Funk.
Funk trying to get a drive off that corner, hunt down Holcher. He's passed him once. He knows how to do it. Got to set it up laps in advance out here, though. As good as Holcher has been this season, we have seen Johnny make a few mistakes.
Yeah, I got to be corrected. I was saying these trucks weigh about 4,000 pounds, but I was way off. They have to weigh a minimum of 2,800 pounds, so that would mean they're not much heavier than 3,000 pounds, 3,500 pounds. So I was about 1,000 pounds off. So I had to be corrected on that.
All right, so Holcher now being chased by Michael Funk through the rhythm section. Doubling it up. Holcher hitting his marks. Funk looks like slightly narrowing the gap, not by much.
Yeah, what I love about this race now, it doesn't feel like a demo class out here. These guys are racing. This is no longer just a demonstration out here for CORR. This is a race now, and they're getting serious about it. Here's that replay. But okay, there it is. Lots of shrapnel out there on that front straightaway. Here's that replay we were just trying to talk about.
This is where Funk jumps right on the back. Look at that. Boom, right into the back of Holcher.
You know, believe it or not, that's still really clean for short course racing. There was not a lot of contact with the chassis. That was just a bunch of bodywork taken off.
Well, it did all the damage to Funk's truck, none of the damage to Holcher's.
Yeah. Maybe got that fender mount there, but that's a little bit. And those fender mounts, they're made to be removed. They're not welded to the chassis. And if you notice the truck, too, as they lose the fenders, they still have another set of sponsors, the stickers on the inside on the truck. So these cars, you know, these bodies are very thin. They're even half as thin as what we run out in the desert. These bodies are meant to be shredded off, and then they have to start with them. But as you see it flapping there in the wind, these things are thin. These things are literally paper thin.
Shot there, number 2, or position number 2, the number 77 of Michael Funk. You know, at this point, we're going to have the competition caution fly. I think Michael Funk just trying to run clean here. He knows he's going to get things regrouped in just a few minutes.
He's hoping for that hood to fly off, because with it flapping like that, that is extremely distracting. Whoa!
Really backing it in there was Michael Funk on that corner.
Yeah, you'll notice these trucks, they're turning long before they get there. They're already set the truck. Watch Holcher right here, how much he puts the truck side. Oh, he's not going to do it here because of caution. But if we ever get a shot of this angle again here, watch how Holcher puts that truck in the air. It's really interesting. It's awesome to watch.
All right, so we're going to get things regrouped with this competition caution. As we do that, we were able to catch up with our leader, Johnny Holcher, earlier this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Johnny Holcher. Now, Johnny, you're no stranger to this track. You've driven many different forms of vehicles on this. What do you think about this weekend here to set up the midway point for our season?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling really good. I'm excited to be somewhere again that I'm comfortable with and familiar with. We race here in September, so, you know, we got a good setup for that, and, you know, and just hoping for a good qualifying session, and hopefully that sets us up for some good results.
Well, this weekend especially, you've got 3 drivers underneath this tent. You, Michael Funk, and now Brent Smith. Tell me about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we really just want to help, you know, the Pro-lite numbers out here. So we hauled Michael's truck out. We already had this truck that Michael was driving out here, so we had Brent come out and drive it. So hopefully that helps to put on a better show in the truck class.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck to you, and can't wait to see what happens in the second half.
Well, Johnny Holcher, obviously class act, and right now the class of the field, but he is being hunted by Michael Funk. Michael Funk able to get around him on that first lap, and Holcher able to get it back. So Michael Funk, he knows how to do this. We're going to see if he's got something for Holcher. Running almost identical lap times, so it's really, really tough to get an edge on one another once things settle in as the Jones Ford Pace truck pulls off for hopefully the final time this weekend. Holcher going to be taking us to the green, and Michael Funk, look at that, right on the back bumper of Johnny Holcher.
Yes, indeed. Funk doing a great job. That's his own truck again, but, man, he's been tough. These guys are racing. They want to race, and as you said, they're friends, so you know what? A little bit of bragging rights back in the pits, and they're looking for those right now. They're going to be talking about this race for a while.
Yeah, Holcher stretching out about a 2-truck length lead right now. Oh, look at that. It was a little crossed up for Funk. A little bit of a tank slapper, so to speak. And look at that. Tobias Chevalier getting into it with Funk, too. Funk all kinds of out of shape right now. Look at that. We got another one. That is Kennedy running up the inside.
Wow. What happened to these boys say, I'm going to wait till the mandatory caution and then race on the second half? That might have been. Look at this Kennedy now.
You got to love it. This is what pro-lite racing's all about.
That's a great job by Tobias Chevalier and Kennedy out there. That was both of his trucks out there. And there again, you can see the Kennedy truck getting sideways on that last jump down the front straightaway. Yeah, Ben Kennedy right there, you know, Tobias gets to see his, oh, there it is, Tobias finding the rhythm through that rhythm section and able to pull away a little bit of his old truck.
Yes, it's Holcher, Funk, Chevalier, and Kennedy. Kennedy briefly getting around Chevalier.
Holcher now just enjoying some clean air, just going to drive his own race.
Yeah, Funk having some issues there after that restart, getting crossed up quite a bit, had to back out of it, collect himself.
Watch this one right here. He sets that truck up in the air. I love that.
Funk now just hoping to hang on for the second spot out here.
That Nissan body truck, that's a good-looking truck. I love the Nissans.
Yeah, Kennedy coming up strong this second half.
Kennedy, absolutely. Great job. Have to agree with you. And there's that truck out in front of him of Tobias Chevalier.
A little bit of dust starting to form on the track. Happens at the end of the day. Great battle here. This is for the third and final podium spot. Looks like Kennedy getting a little too over-rotated in that one.
Yeah, you can tell by how the wheel, it was just completely sticking out of the truck. You don't want to see those wheels sticking out too much. You want to steer with the rear. These have cutting brakes in them, so they'll throw it in and hit the cutting brakes and just stand on it. See how the wheels just barely turn and they go back and forth. You get all your steering in the rear.
Holcher now. A couple of corners remaining. Trying to wrap this one up. So he's got one corner left to go. Funk not within reach.
Holcher's going to drive it all the way home. He's on the gas. He did it again. There it is. The Maxxis checkered flags are flying for Johnny Holcher, your winner. Michael Funk's going to come in right behind him. And did Tobias Chevalier have it? There it is. As he comes into frame right there, we watch him come across and get that Maxxis Tires checkered flag.
Great run there. Kennedy going to wrap up in fourth. He had a strong run there. Made a play there for that third and final podium spot. Just couldn't make it stick. Brian Cannon there. Then it's going to be Brent Smith and Tony Crease. But your winner on the weekend, Johnny Holcher. Perfect weekend, 2 for 2 for him and that Pro-lite truck. And we're going to catch up with him and all of our podium finishers return here in round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Maxxis Tires. Tread victoriously.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis Tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back to Glen, Helen, round number 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright. Getting close to wrapping up our weekend of racing. But before we do that, we do have some formalities to get to here with our Pro-lite drivers. What a burner of a race that one was. This brings us to our Rugged Radio's results for Pro-lite.
Johnny Holcher did a great job there, getting it on top of the box for the second day in a row. Michael Funk, a great job as well. Second place both days, Tobias Chevalier on that new truck. Great finish for Tobias. And Ben's going to finish it up. Ben Kennedy there in fourth place. Brian Cannon was able to get that truck across. Brent Smith had to retire, and Tony Crease had to retire as well. So still a great weekend for the Pro-lites.
Yeah, amazing race. I know, obviously, Johnny Holcher putting in the work. I believe won yesterday, had the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap yesterday, won again today, had the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award again today. So Johnny Holcher doing the work. Almost the perfect weekend. Michael Funk spoiling that with the top qualifier spot, though, on Friday.
Well, I love it. As you said, they're friends, man. They're definitely going to go back and talk about it. It's going to be awesome for them to, have something to talk about. There was some great racing there. You saw it come down the front straightaway. They made a little bit of contact there in turn one. But, they didn't connect with the chassis, so it's all basically, it was just a lot of body work.
Yeah, well, talking about our podium finishers, here's Tiffany Stone standing by.
Thank you guys so much. I love watching this class race. Pro-lites have a special place in my heart, but we're going to talk to our third place finisher, Tobias Chevalier. Now, Tobias, another podium here. You mentioned yesterday for round 5 that being able to watch these guys, you're getting a little bit faster and faster. You can really see that in your drive style. After 6 completed rounds, that truck is great. I know it's new to you right now, but seeing here for the weekend overall, how are you feeling?
Oh, it's great. And then my old truck passing me. I'm like, oh, man, that's not going to happen right now. But, yeah, following, just keeping pace. We made some changes to the truck. Eric's awesome. I mean, yeah. I'm up here again.
I know. I love seeing this. And like I said, after 6 rounds, you can see your drive style just getting better and better, picking the best lines that you could possibly do. Who would you like to thank for round 6, finishing things out here at Glen Helen Raceway?
My wife, Kimberly, at home. Where's my son? My son's here somewhere. My son, Trenton. Eric Welch. Hi, son. RTAC, and my company, Park Avenue Builders. And then there's X-Comp Tires. We grouped the heck out of the tires and was hooking up.
I love seeing this. Nice job rounding out round 6 for here. All right, we're going to head over here to our second place finisher, 77, Michael Funk. Michael, you brought your truck out for rounds 5 and 6. Double podium weekend for you. Going into the season, we've got a few more rounds. What are your thoughts so far here for Glen Helen?
Yeah, it was a very fun track, that's for sure. Definitely something good to experience and get some seat time in this track for coming out here for the champ season, so it should be a fun track for that. But yeah, good to get some seat time out here.
We always talk about that seat time is super important, and that's exactly what you accomplished this weekend. Who would you like to thank for rounds 5 and 6 at Glen Helen?
Yeah, I got a lot of people to thank. My mom and dad, Eric, Andy for coming out here and supporting me, and HBI and the whole Holcher crew for getting my truck out here. And it was great to have my own truck out here and get some good seat time in that. Yeah, that was a blast. And then all my sponsors, Hankook Tires, J&M Yard Care, Bellwell Sales, Reimers Painting, SPF Landscape, Bruno, D-Tech Marine Products, and, yeah, everyone who supports me. Thank you.
Nice job. Congratulations to you, Michael Funk. Taking that top spot once again, the 44 of Johnny Holcher. Johnny, just keep adding more and more points to the season. Round 6, midway's over. We're going into the last few rounds, and that's where a lot of the points really matter. We talk about championships can be won during this weekend. You're proving that this is going to be something that you could pull off for the 26th season. Tell me about your day.
Yeah, no, it was a really good day, and this is really the turning point here. But really, just out here, we're no pressure. We're out here trying stuff, having fun, and just having a blast. So I really couldn't do this without my team, my mom and dad, my grandma and grandpa, my girlfriend, HBI, Yokohama Tire, Impact, Blood Lubricants, Shape of You, Action Sport Canopy, Victory Sign, and everyone else that helps me. Thank you so much.
Well, you've got some checks coming, and once again, I know you did it yesterday for round 5, but round 6, once again, the Maxxis Tire Fast Lap Award goes to you, number 44, Johnny Holcher. Congratulations to the top 3 finishers in Pro-lite. Big round of applause, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great Pro-lite podium there, and love to see the Pro-lite field getting filled. 7 trucks this weekend, and here's hoping we can keep the trend moving and get a few more next time, Mark.
Yeah, an exceptional weekend out here, man. Just a great weekend of racing. We stayed pretty tight to the schedule. We made it happen. And Johnny Holcher coming out on top. That looks pretty good. Great job to have it out here. Good job, gentlemen.
Yeah, great job had by all. I mean, it was a great weekend overall. I mean, one of my big takeaways, especially that pro side-by-side race, some of the cleanest, hardest racing we've seen. I mean, that was all about, Mark.
Yeah, professionalism was the thing. I started off saying legends, legends, legends. But you know what? By the end of the day, there was a tons of respect out there on the track. Lots of professionalism by these racers. The SR1 guys, a great race as well. They kept it clean. They kept it professional. And that's what we look at out here at CORR. Some nice, clean racing. And now let's start the bench racing. It's getting ready to happen.
Yeah. Well, we will be back in action for round 7 and 8 coming at you from Victorville, California in March. So next month, we've got some more racing on tap for round 7 and 8. On behalf of Tiffany Stone and Mark Wright, I am Jim Beaver. We will see you next time here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.